that pie is split up in a lot of different areas. But defense has certainly, been a part of this, right? I think, even when their bullpen was going well, it wasn't a big swing and miss strikeout bullpen, and that probably, in a close game makes a difference. And then obviously here recently, the bullpen hasn't been going well. So just, the inability to get outs, that makes a difference. Little things offensively. I remember in Baltimore, and I forget the situation, the players involved, but the Rangers were down a run, I think, and there's a runner at third with one out. A ground ball was hit to second. Rugi was playing second. He wasn't, on the outfield grass, but, he certainly wasn't even what you'd consider medium depth. And the Rangers, for whatever reason, the runner didn't score from third. That's a little thing that you don't notice in the box score, but that makes a difference. And I know people want to obviously second guess every in-game decision that's made, but, I thought what Eric brought up, and listen, I'm not saying that there haven't been moments where maybe there were other options or different options, but I thought what Eric said was, really true, that Whitey Herzog said to him when he first started, and that is the intelligence of the manager is very much defined by how the bullpen's going. Because when the bullpen's not going well, it's really tough to make the right choice in the eyes of the public, because it doesn't matter who you call on. They're not getting the job done, and that's kind of what's going on here. And I know today's game wasn't a one-run game, but, again, Eric brought it up in the post, and we were talking about it, but, there are a lot of people who don't love the idea of a pitcher, no matter how well they're pitching, facing someone for a fourth time, especially if it's a really talented hitter like Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah.
But when you look at your bullpen and you're not really feeling good about your options, it kind of makes the decisions a lot tougher compared to this Mariners team. They've got 4 or 5 relievers who just, you feel confident they're going to shut the door on you when they come into the game. And I don't know that the Rangers have that right now with the way these guys are throwing.
Jared, there's no way you can slam Woody for this. He went with the best guy he can go with. I mean, I would rather lose. I would rather lose a game with my best guy. I can live with that. I can't live with Martin and other guys going out there and trying to hold a lead. If you're going to tell me that Gray has to face, a batter for the 4th time and a damn good hitter, to be honest, right there. I mean, an all-star player. I don't have a problem losing the game that way. I just, sometimes, I think very early in the season, Woody was making some really good gut calls that got them some wins, some pitch hits, manipulating the lineup, the roster with pitchers, whatever he had to do. I think they're just on that 162. Sometimes you're going to have a bad stretch with some of your decisions. I just think Woody's going through that right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's – and you're right, Broadus. I mean, I think you can make – I said this in the pregame. The way Perez and John Gray are throwing reminds me of Mike Minor and Lance Lynn in 2019, where Mike Minor was pretty much really good from the start. Lance Lynn had a bad first 5 starts of the Rangers, but then from that point moving forward, he was a total stud. And in this example, Martin Perez is Mike Minor. He was pretty much good from the start. John Gray's Lance Lynn. He got off to a rough start, dealt with the blister, the knee, the bulky knee brace, but he's been really good since. So, I'm not really too interested in taking the ball out of his hands, in a big moment, right? You're right. I'd rather live or die with my stud. I don't want to say best pitcher because, Martin Perez is right there, but it's 6 1/2, whatever that stupid saying is, with a dozen and 12, and you know what I mean.
That's the whole thing. It's like, okay, and we're talking about maybe the, with the Mavs or something. Like, I know it's a different sport, but if somebody other than Luka takes the last shot, you second guess that. But when Luka takes it, if he makes, great. If he misses, hey, that's your best player right there with the ball in hand. So I as a fan, I can live with that type of decision because his choices of what he's had to make here the last, couple of weeks, pre-All-Star game, and then what we're at now, he's damned if he does and he's damned if he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, and Twitter's a horrible place to gauge
Did you lose it last night, I heard?
I mean, I got frustrated with some people. You know,
sure, I don't blame you, man.
If you're going to name call and then you don't have, you know, you're not man enough to then call into the show, that kind of bothers me. But that's all right.
I amen to that.
But, yeah, you know, it's one tweet is, I can't believe he went to the bullpen. And then when he doesn't go to the bullpen, I can't believe he didn't go to the bullpen. You know, it's just it's tough when your pitching is the way it is. And remember, we've talked about this. This is not just something that can be evaluated in the vacuum of one game, right? You've got 2 starters in your rotation who you feel really good about. And then you've got 3 spots that you're not positive what you're going to get. And what that's resulted in here recently is a lack of length in the game. The Rangers, I think, since July 4th, their bullpen has thrown the 2nd most innings in Major League Baseball. And so you've got all sorts of things happening. You have probably a tired bullpen. You've got a bullpen that is tired and also starting to maybe regress a little bit. Those 2 things combined is not very, is not very good. And then it's tough to make those decisions when you're dealing with all that. I mean, I don't know, like for people, I get it, right? The Rangers are 11 games under 500. Let's not act like it's sunshine and lollipops and roses.
No.
But,
right. No,
but what,
right.
What I would ask someone who is saying, change the manager. So what? You think Joe Maddon would have a much different record right now? I mean, what is he going to magically turn this bullpen that's really been struggling into, a group of dominant pitchers? I mean, I just think sometimes people are reluctant to look at the guys on the field, on the court, whatever, because they wear their jerseys. They don't wear the manager's jerseys. They don't wear the head coach's jersey. It's a lot easier to be critical of those guys. And I think at some point you got to look and realize that the guys on the mound coming out of the bullpen have not been getting the job done at all here over the last month.
I think it's a 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other, Jared. I think that's what you were looking for there.
There you go. Yeah, I'm so bad at sayings, especially that one, so I appreciate you getting me on that.
You're 100%. And do you think Woody would have the guts to change his hair the same way Joe Maddon did with the mohawk, where he tried to do the one last ditch effort?
He's probably got to walk guys with the bases loaded. I mean, because clearly that made the difference for the Angels, right? Their season turned around when Joe Maddon made one of the dumbest decisions ever by walking someone with the bases loaded, and then had the nerve to then after the game say that even though they gave up 2 or 3 runs, that they won the game because of that dumb decision. That guy's a clown.
Yeah, well said, Jared. Well said.
You better watch out. I put that nose on in the dugout tomorrow.
He doesn't have a dugout to be in right now because he's a clown.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Wow, that's cold. Okay, let's get positive for a second. Do we have good news? Are we hearing good things about our guy Josh Young?
Yeah, it seems like it. Going into the year, or going into the regular season, I should say, with where Josh was. He was at spring training, obviously in a sling. Didn't have a lot of mobility, and the thought was, hey, let's get this guy at bats in minor league games before the year ends. And then you know what? Maybe he plays Arizona Fall League, he does something, gets a little third base work sometime in the offseason, comes to spring training 2023 with a chance to be the opening day third baseman. Well, he's ahead of schedule, and it seems like the possibility of Josh Young playing games in the minor leagues at third base is real, whereas, I guess it didn't just change overnight, but before we got this update, if you would have asked this same question yesterday before receiving the update, the answer would have been, as last we heard, the plan was just for him to get some swings, but that's good. And, as far as I can tell, guys, I think internally the thought is that this guy still is the guy they want playing third base when the season starts next year. He's obviously got to earn it, but he's also got to stay healthy now because one injury, hey, that happens, but he's had a few injuries since the Rangers drafted him. And so, I think the Rangers obviously need to make sure they keep this guy healthy, but it does seem like he is on the right track to getting some third base action in this year. I've been asked, what about the big leagues? I'm not going to rule it out, but I think, baby steps, right? Let's just get him swinging the bat. Let's get him on the field. Let's get him in games, and then you can go from there.
Jared, appreciate it. My friend, before we let you out of here, what's the good news on Brock Porter?
Well, they signed him, so any fear of the Rangers not being able to sign Brock Porter after drafting him in the 4th round is now no more. They signed him, so they got their two-headed monster of pitchers there at the top of the draft with Kumar Rocker in the 1st, Brock Porter in the 4th, and I know doesn't change the fact that they lost 4-2 today, but that's a big win for the organization moving forward.
Appreciate it, my friend. Enjoy tonight, and we will catch up with you again tomorrow.
You guys enjoy Southern California.
Hey, we certainly
Fight
will.
on, man.
Yep.
That's right.
There he goes, Jared Sandler after a 4-2 Mariners win over the Rangers. Rangers back at it again tomorrow as they continue this West Coast trip against the Halos. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Roddice, Eric Chiafalo. We are the G-Bag Nation. Gavin Dawson going to join us out here in Oxnard at Cowboys training camp later tonight. His flight will get in. We will talk momentarily about our flight coming in, but fellas, we're here. Welcome to training camp. 877-881-1053 to join the conversation via the truckwreck.com text line. We also have Bobby Bell, who is sitting with us as well, might be joining the conversation at any moment. We're scheduled to talk with Bobby at 7 o'clock tonight. We got Krusty's Corner coming up at 6:40. But, fellas, big thank you to Metter Dodge Chrysler, Jeep Ram, and Twin Peaks, our camp sponsor, for being out here. Can't wait to get some 3 live mics going tomorrow out at practice. But this is a dream come true. I know for Eric and myself, just walking out to camp practice today, seeing this entire setup, now being here at the tennis courts, at the tents. We've heard about this for many, many years, and now being here, living it. You can watch us on Twitch, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, YouTube as well. This is unbelievable. I'm glad that I brought about 5 or 6 pairs of underwear. I might have to join Mike and go ahead and buy some more.
And that's not because you're sweating out here,
No,
Chuck.
not at all.
It's feeling like $1 million. It really is everything that that it was cracked up to be, from the weather to just the beautiful scenery here, and then getting up close and personal with the team. We got a chance to catch up with Micah Parsons today. I think we'll give a little teasure of that.
Oh, we're
and
about
then,
to.
But just being out here with everybody, what an awesome time fellowshipping with the boys. Me and Choppy got a nice little workout in together today. It was a huge bonding moment for me and him. So all of this has just been truly outstanding.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking with Mickey Spagnola, which is funny because people think that Mickey and I hate each other, and we really do.
Well, it was right after you guys punched each other in the face.
Exactly. Mickey slugged me, and then I slugged him back, and then we started talking about how many years we've done this, and I was saying, 37 years, Mick? And he goes, well, how many years you been out here? And I'm like, okay, since 1992. He goes, okay, you're over 30 years now, that kind of thing. But, yeah, the one thing that is always, to me, is so great about training camp, and especially in this environment, and you guys said everything, players don't have to try and survive practice out here. There are times where we've trained in, those Jimmy Johnson teams, different era, different team, train in Austin. We trained in San Antonio and Wichita Falls and these areas like that, and it just kills your team. It just kills their spirit. They have to try and survive a practice. Not that way here. Mike McCarthy does a great job, I think, of practicing his team. I think if there's a lot of things I'm very critical of him, but I think he's very aware of his team and trying to keep his team fresh and ready to go. A good spirit out there today. A lot of bouncing around, guys getting out. Even though it was just T-shirts and these helmets with these new padded looks and stuff like that, it was football. It was getting out there. I mean, it was not the block and tackle and stuff, but you saw players moving around. You saw their, the athletic ability. You kind of saw, well, hey, look at this guy. Looks like he's in good shape. Boy, look at the quickness. Oh, man, that was a late pass. I mean, we were watching team period all together, and every guy picked a guy.
Yeah.
And then we were so excited to get back, like, okay, hey, what happened with Tyler Smith on that play? Oh, hey, what happened with Terrence Steele on that play? Oh, hey, Oso Digizua, good rush there. It was that just firing it back and forth, and that's what you get out here. You get players, there's bounce. They don't have to worry about surviving the practice because of the weather, and they get a lot of really great work.
Well, and the other thing that's so cool about this is you were already out here because you did the podcast at DallasCowboys.com.
Right.
So Eric and I drove over with Sean and RJ. And it's like, obviously, Eric and I don't get to spend a lot of time with Sean and RJ, right? So it's the mingling and the hanging out as Nate Newton walks by right now, as we got Nate saying what's up. We got to chat with Nate earlier as well as he was hanging out watching
Hall
practice.
of Famer Nate Newton.
No doubt, absolutely. Congratulations again as well on that, Nate. But, I mean, later on tonight we'll be going out, and that's what it's all about, is all the shows, finally getting back together and going out and doing stuff like that. I think that's what makes the station really, really fun.
Oh, it's an absolute blast, and I was a little nervous when I bumped into Nate Newton earlier, because remember the last time we talked to him on the
going to make our noses bleed.
On the nosebleed seats,
Yeah.
he said he was going to make our noses bleed. I forget why we kind of poked the bear a little bit, but very, very friendly Nate
I
Newton.
think you probably asked a shirtless question or something.
Yeah, there was probably something maybe
Inappropriate, borderline.
Inappropriate fat joke of sorts.
Excuse me?
But and just the who's who of it's just everybody. You get out here and you're seeing faces. I mean, there's I believe Mike Ducey was walking out of maybe the nicest Porta-John restroom of all time.
Hardwood floors.
As I'm walking in, I'm like, oh my gosh, Ducey just dropped a deuce here. Now I'm about to go in and take a look. This is just amazing. You mentioned the hardwood floors. They got the walls painted. It's like when we showed up, I'm like, hey, where am I?
What I think he said.
So where am I going to take a leak over here? And brought us to they got Porta-Johns. I'm like, oh, geez,
he was about to
go
behind one of these
I'm like,
tents.
okay, we're really going to be.
Meanwhile, Tim Collins is trying to hide his face over here from embarrassment. He's
Ducey
thinking, why in
just
the
dropped
world?
a Ducey. All right, I see what you did there.
I will. I was the next one in there. That was just sort of the guess that I had. But yeah, the nicest Porta-Johns of all time. Maybe they don't quite compare to the Adrian Peterson 30th birthday party. If you remember, he had those historically incredible Porta-Johns that he flew in.
Bikini dancers.
But these are like probably one step down from the Adrian Peterson 30th birthday Porta-Johns.
469 training camp, by far my favorite time to listen to the fan. Nosebleeds, enjoy the trip, guys. And 254 might have missed it, but how long are you guys on tonight? An extra hour. We're going to party with you until 8 p.m. live training camp coverage from Oxnard. So we're going to be here with you until 8 p.m. tonight, and then we'll hand things over to the Get Right. Do want to tease a little bit of our Micah Parsons interview. We got to catch up with Micah right after practice. We're going to play this tomorrow with the General Gavin Dawson when he joins us at 5 p.m. He's like, guys, I want to be there for this. 5 p.m. tomorrow, but Lucius, if we have this available, I do want to give you just a little bit of Micah as we asked him, what more is there for you to do, Micah, after what was an unbelievable all-time great rookie season?
Man, I'm trying to just keep getting more sacks, keep getting a playoff win. I'm trying to get a ring. Man, I'm trying to do a lot of things that I didn't accomplish, and it's just one of the things you just got to keep striving, keep going. When you do a lot in such quick a time, people think, it's time to get complacent and you can chill. But I think this is when you can step on people's neck, you know what I'm saying? Let people know. Now, I think I kind of get this term that, you play for people's respect, and now you play to kill now. You know what I'm saying? You got the respect factor. Now it's time to go over it. You're trying to, go for the heart now.
Going for the heart like a lion. Yeah, this dude means business. This guy's ready to go, and this guy's one of the highest probably competitor when it comes to like personalities on the team. This dude from day one. Me and Bobby were talking about it during practice at one point. Just like, man, Micah, his competitive spirit is just so extremely high. Something small like his Madden rating being less than what he would have probably liked it is something that adds fuel to the fire. And one other just little nugget of like, hey, Micah, what are you doing kind of in your off time around camp? Are you playing Madden? What are you doing? He's like, no, I'm not doing any of that. I'm just locked in. I'm focused. I'm studying. I'm working out. I'm doing my stuff on the field, and then it's lights out in bed. We do it again tomorrow. He's kind of eating and breathing and sleeping this whole deal, and you can see it. The bursts, like there was a couple of plays. We know he got after Terrence Steele a little bit, but one of the biggest plays of the day to me was watching him during team get after Tyron Smith, and it was like, oh man, yeah, this dude he's one of those guys where you can't be surprised. The guy that whoever's in front of him, he's going to take to the woodshed, boys. Mike Leach style.
Yeah, I think the thing that's interesting about him as a player, though, is he mentioned about trying to elevate his game even more, but he goes through some really, really good detail about how to attack offensive tackles and how to break them down. And he also lists some of the best ones that he went against. Yep. So worth a listen tomorrow with Micah Parsons. He's going to give you a little insight of how he attacks guys, and then also, though, he's going to tell you the really strong ones that he went against.
Yeah, really excited for you guys to get a taste of some of Micah's personality. We know he's super engaging, but it was really fun visit getting to talk with Micah. We do want to get into our travel story yesterday, but I do want to talk a little bit more about today's first opening practice and some of the things that stood out to us. I know we had one of the texters already say, "Hey guys, I don't really care about your social activities. I'd really like you to talk some football." Just one individual chiming in on that. I think everybody else is really enjoying and having
Well,
fun.
I would like that guy to know that Sean just texted us and said we'll be meeting him at the Rudder Room right after the show tonight. So
Yeah.
hopefully that texter can join us.
Yeah, come on out if you're here. But one thing that I didn't think would happen, because it's a guy that we've said might be a little bit on the bubble potentially. Tristan Hill was getting a lot of run with the first team offense.
Right. I think this
Defense.
is
The defense, excuse me,
I think this is really, Bobby and I do our podcast. We talk about it on 105.3. We went through those names of guys that, do they have 1 foot in the parking lot? Are they back in good graces? There were a couple of guys that are going to be that way. They were going to look quick today to me at defensive tackle. Tristan Hill was going to look quick. Osa Odighizuwa was going to look quick to me. And then we'll see Monday when we get the pads. Does the quickness, the explosiveness, does that carry over to being able to win? And, with Tristan, it's never been about him, it's never been about him not being able to make plays. It's just he could never – the buzzword around camp, the availability.
Sure.
It's like he makes 2 or 3 plays, and all of a sudden it's knee sprain. It's something wrong with the bicep. It's something, there was always something that you had to deal with Tristan, and I would like to see him have a training camp with complete health. And if he gets released, he gets released on his own. It's not going to be, he got screwed or something like that. It's, hey, play it out. If it's good enough, he makes the team. If not, then you move on from that right now.
Sam Williams also, I noticed, getting some run with the 3-tech. And Bobby, I know you're sitting here. You've got the headset on. If you want to chime in.
How's it going?
Oh, my God, it's Bobby Belt.
The Beeve.
What's going on? I do want to just quickly, on the Hill point, when you mentioned he was getting a lot of run with the first team, I think it's important to remember, they've got to know what they have in him.
Right.
I think
there's
this
no
is do or die.
question.
So I wouldn't necessarily read into the first team reps are about, hey, this is his standing with the team. I think it might actually reflect the other direction where it's we got to find out if this guy can do it or not. So put him out there.
No,
let's see if he
they did. They threw him in the deep end of the pool today, and they said, okay, well, let's see how you respond to this. I think you're absolutely right, Bob. When we're going to be talking about a lot of different combinations, and one of them will be, oh, hey, Connor McGovern got first-team guard reps, but there was a switch back and forth between him and Tyler Smith. And so I'm saying, no, wait a minute. Tomorrow, watch. Tyler Smith will be the starter. And I just feel like, though, don't, at least in the first week, focus on where guys are or what they're on the depth chart, but kind of see if they're at that ability to make plays.
And again, especially as we're talking about the offensive line, none of this is with pads on. So it makes it even more tough to really break down.
But you see the athletic ability, the quickness. That's why I felt like Osa and Hill and guys like that would show up, because it's about being an athlete.
Right.
That's where I thought that would be.
And I thought Tristan Hill did look good, but I think that's a great point, Bobby, and they are mixing and matching, and part of that was also Sam Williams, which we didn't see a ton of at OTA at mini camps. He was really rushing from the edge, and he dominated at points, but they kicked him inside, and we're working him at 3 technique as well. Eric, I know that's something you and I were pointing out and thinking, oh, that's interesting. Tyler Smith, I thought, did an excellent job against him, but it just shows you some of the versatility that they're playing around with when it comes to Sam Williams, their second-round pick.
Yeah, and Trayvon Diggs talked about it today with Dan Quinn, just how the exotic nature in which he likes to bring defense to the table, and where he positions guys. When you saw them do the two minute offense, where it's like, okay, this is pretty much guaranteed pass play every time. Now this is when you start getting real creative. And what do we see? We see Dan Quinn giving it, here's J-Ron Kurtz, here's Donovan Wilson, here's Malik Hooker, big nickel package all on the field, and then there's Micah Parsons on one edge. You have, maybe it's Sam Williams on the other side, or maybe it's Dante Fowler. There's
Armstrong was involved too.
Armstrong, absolutely. You have DeMarcus Lawrence Lawrence playing, rushing from inside as well. Like, they have some of these packages where you feel like you can really unleash these guys. And there was one play where you had Sam Williams lined up as the 3 technique, and they did the stunt where the end comes into the guard. Sam Williams goes around the edge. And it was
ET stunt. Yeah, twist. Yeah,
there it is. Beautiful. Thank you, Broadus. And it would have been a blow-up play, sack domination, Sam Williams. And just in regards to Tyler Smith, real quick, the body difference.
Yeah.
Like, even from OTAs to now, this dude has been putting in the work, and you can see it. It's like you double take at a guy like that because you're like, I know you're over 300 pounds, and you just look lean.
And he's getting better every time we've seen him. I mean, today I thought was another great practice for him.
He's looking like Wolchuk out there post soda for sure.
Oh my God, that's one of the biggest hot topics of the entire day.
I know.
Holy
it's like,
hell,
wow, Wolchuk's looking like a stunner. No, it's funny when you mention Sam Williams kicking inside. They played around with DeMarcus Lawrence at 3-tech today, and we just talked about Tristan Hill a second ago. I think for the first time in a practice or a game or whatever, I saw him line up at a 4-eye.
Yeah.
I've never seen, and so I mean they're putting Tristan Hill on the edge and some of these 3-down linemen look. So I think they really are just trying to figure out, like, okay, what do we? They've got so many defensive linemen. Defensive line may be their most deep position, and they've got a lot of guys who are really flexible. Watkins can go inside, outside. Golston inside, outside. And so I think right now this is a big part of just let's figure out what all these guys can do and what we want to do moving forward.
Yeah, when Bobby's talking about a 4-eye, that's an inside of the tackle or right there, the lineman, with that inside technique. If you said he was a 5, that would be a head up. So 4 is an inside eye. 5 is a head-up guy, if you're wondering what that's all about.
Head up on the tackle, right?
That was Tristan Hill going against Terrence Steele on that rep. And so and then that was that rep where actually Terrence Steele ended up on the ground.
Yeah.
Because that's, again, something that, I think Terrence Steele, some of the Twitter chatter
I don't think he was terrible today.
I think the Twitter chatter has overblown because they see that's the danger of training camp.
Yeah.
They see 2 highlight clips of Micah Parsons and they go, well, Micah was running Terrence Steele all day. It's like during 2-minute drill, Terrence Steele beat him more times than not, handled him really well.
It was interesting, yeah.
And it's because he's got the athleticism. He can beat him to the edge, but then as soon as a power player comes in there, he's on the ground.
That's what I'm saying. He can carry you wide, the head-up stuff, and we were talking about that. Lower the head and just take him back, and I hope that people don't figure that out.
But it does look like Terrence Steele was working to put on the upper body strength. Doesn't he look bigger?
He's always going to work hard.
He
looks like a monster.
Yeah, he's trying.
He's got the work ethic. That's not anything they'll ever have to question about.
Right. I mean, to me, I think that there's a guy that everyone's going to pick on. It's going to be Terrence Steele. But I'm just not overly worried about him. I think he's fine. He's going to be able to show his own.
I hope you're right, because I think that, to me, they're going to figure out the offensive line, the right tackle spot. And I know I got my buddies in Lubbock that right now are listening out there, and they're telling me, Broadus, please don't talk bad about Steele. Please don't talk bad about Steele. And they're being nice about it. I just wish that Terrence Steele was a little bit stronger.
Sure.
Because the work ethic, everything is positive about him. But I do worry when somebody just says, I'm going to lower my head and I'm going to ram it in his chest and I'm going to just push him back there as fast as I can.
Well, don't bring up TJ Vasher to your Lubbock friends. Then you might want to keep that name quiet as well.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like Micah Parsons beating anybody, that's much more to do with Micah Parsons, I think, than the person he beats.
Right.
It's
name
just
the best tackle in football. Micah Parsons is going to beat him.
Yeah, I mean the way he
undressed.
Named
a few of them that he had to, it was tough.
He did.
The way he undressed Tyron Smith
but
at one point.
he still was able to beat him.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, that's the kind we're talking about one of the best players in all of football. So when you're getting beat by that, it's one, only going to make you better, but two, it's not something for the fan base to go, oh my gosh, and get up in arms about.
Day one.
Because the rest of practice, he really was not bad at all.
Yeah,
I thought he had a good day.
Absolutely.
The other guy that last year was also, I thought, if you looked at his body of work throughout the season, but 2 games were, oh my gosh, what in the world happened? But he had a good day today, was Anthony Brown. And earlier you joined the KNC Masterpiece, and you said, bold prediction, you think he's going to lead the team in interceptions, Brian Bross.
Yeah, we talked about this. And, man, I love when we kind of can put out there, like with our podcasts or our shows or whatever we're doing, and you can, and Corey and them, you can ask a question about, well, hey, give me a bold prediction. And I'm bullish on some guys. I'm bullish on some defensive players. I'm bullish on Armstrong. I'm bullish on Anthony Brown. Those types. And, Dak was late throwing the ball outside. And Anthony Brown was in great position. Anthony Brown's got ball skills. Anthony Brown is capable of getting 4 to 6 interceptions this year. which might be one or two more than what you see from Diggs. But I would not be surprised if he leads the team in interceptions. And I said that as a bold prediction, but when you watch him drive on the football, and again, it's not him getting interception on DiNucci or Greer or Rush. Your first-team quarterback threw a ball late to the outside, and he was in position and made a great play on it.
He jumped that Jalen Tolbert route, and while Anthony Brown had a good day, I think that there wasn't a lot of highlight plays of it. There was a lot of blitzing today, a lot of quick throws Dak was having to get out, and this is just a very light practice. But I thought Jalen Tolbert was really, really great today.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you.
There was one instance where Dak was not even, the progression was not going that way, so he didn't look his way. But Jalen Tolbert hit this comeback route and put Anthony Brown on skates, and he completely fell over at the end of 2-minute drill. And I mean, he was really impressive. Made a great contested catch on the sideline.
Worked back to the ball.
Yeah, even routes where it's like he wasn't the target, he wasn't the read, the ball wasn't going his way. He was getting separation. He was beating guys. He was, the defensive backs were having issues with him, whether it was Nashawn Wright or Anthony Brown or whoever. And so Anthony Brown had a good day, but I thought Jalen Tolbert was, for me, the guy that I was like, that guy had probably the strongest all-around practice.
Yeah, super impressive. He stands out, does not come across like a rookie. And physically get up close to him, he's bigger than I was anticipating. Talk about that guy doesn't skip leg day. Well, Chuck,
no, he
does
does
not skip
not.
leg day. I think Tolbert's going to be an absolute godsend to this offense because you know how much they're going to depend on him early on in the season without Michael Gallup, and it's going to be okay. CeeDee Lamb, and then where's Jalen Tolbert? I think he could be almost security blanket style for Dak as well, where it's like I need somebody. Where's Jalen Tolbert?
And first practice, we'll see what happens, but I really do think Tolbert is their slot guy. I mean, you could see they like James Washington outside. CeeDee Lamb, I'm sure they'll still get him some work in the slot. They're not just going to say, hey, you're only going to line up outside. But Jalen Tolbert, we heard it in the draft process as well. They liked him working out of the slot, but that's where he lined up today, made that big catch that you're talking about.
Yeah, and CeeDee was still in the slot some today.
Yeah.
He had.
They get him on the move.
There were a couple, and I think that's going to be when you hear Robert Prince talk, and I think when you see what this offense is looking for, I don't know that you're going to have that's your slot kind of guy. I think Gallup, Lamb, Tolbert, I think when those guys are all healthy, I think they're all going to play a lot of, across the board. So I think you'll see some slot work from Tolbert, and then I think you'll see him out there as, he could be running the X, he could be running the Z. I think they want really flexible receivers across the board, and I think they feel like Lamb, Gallup, Tolbert, they can do anything that they need them to.
Yeah, there's no reason to pigeonhole these guys, man, if they all have that ability.
Yeah, why'd you try to do that, Zach?
That's just what I think. I think that you will see Jalen Tolbert utilized in the slot. I'm not going to.
No, absolutely.
I'm not going to back off of that. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
I think that Jalen Tolbert, the majority of his snaps are going to be in the slot.
I totally get that. I hear you. I'm not pushing back on that whatsoever.
Doesn't mean anyone's getting pigeonholed, boys.
Yeah, no. But I do like that Kellen Moore. I mean, you saw a little bit of because we saw it in mini camps and OTAs, but there's a little Zeke, there's a little Pollard. Same time.
Yeah.
Pollard getting involved in the passing game, playing a little wide receiver. And again, I don't want to get my hopes too high because we see things before, and then you get to the season, and then it kind of it vanishes.
Revert back to
teasing us.
Yeah, and right now you still have to remember that there is no Michael Gallup and things. So it's okay. Are they trying to use Tony Pollard because it's from a body standpoint, we just don't have some of the guys here? I don't know, but it was at least nice to see. Okay, there's Zeke and Pollard on the field together at the same time.
Right, and it made us kind of feel better, I think, about the wide receiver position after today, even though it's just day one.
Well, Washington practicing, I think, helped my mental state, and then also, when you
missed the deep ball though.
Yeah, that was one of those things. Dak's pretty good about that, getting that ball, that being accurate with that ball. But the fact that they tried it, I think, is a good thing.
How worried are we about Gallup? I know he's on the pup to start camp.
I'm not at all.
Are we hearing anything?
No, I think
it was great to see Jabril Cox out there.
Yeah.
And Gallup seems like he's also moving around okay.
Gallup's moving fine. I think you heard McCarthy didn't want to put a timetable on it, but McCarthy was they've been very cagey whenever they talk publicly about Gallup. That was as definitively optimistic as McCarthy has been, where he said he hasn't missed a single marker during the rehab process, and he said, I think we're in the fourth quarter here.
Good.
And so I think they feel like he's going to be really close. The thing about Pup is he's on Pup. I know that somebody had asked me on Twitter, okay, so how many games is he going to miss now?
It's active Pup, right?
Yeah. So when you're on Pup in training camp, you can come off of that at any time. You can't come on and go off and do that whole thing. But, if you're on Pup, they can bring you back. Gallup conceivably, not that this will happen, but Gallup conceivably could come off of it tomorrow in practice. It's when you get put on PUP during the regular season, then you're missing four games.
4 games, right.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. 405, what about Kelvin Joseph? Kelvin Joseph was out there. I saw him getting a one-on-one rep with CeeDee Lamb.
That's who they challenged with James Washington, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Washington had a step.
He beat him.
Yeah.
That was the only time I really noticed him out there. I noticed Tolbert was on him, or he was lined up against Tolbert at one point, but the coverage, he was just kind of guarding the flat, so he's playing a zone.
Zone coverage, yeah.
Yeah, he was. So, I mean, we didn't get to see a ton of Kelvin Joseph today, but the one time I really remember him was James Washington got around him down the field.
214, where's Gavin flying in tonight? Gavin Dawson will be joining us tonight. And speaking of the flight in, we'll have Krusty's Corner coming up on the other side, so we'll get back into more of Brian Broaddus and our overall assessment of Cowboys practice today. But
and that's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Bobcat in North Texas.
That's right, man. Those folks over there, they're built to tackle your toughest projects. So check my guys out there at Bobcat of North Texas.
It's interesting. The B in Brian and the B in Broaddus actually.
They gave me a nice lid. You notice if you're watching on the Twitch.
That is a great hat.
They gave me a hat.
Oh, they gave you a hat.
Yeah, I'm wearing a nice hat from them. Appreciate those
well,
folks.
it's going to keep the scalp from burning.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
We need that. We need the protection.
Oh, that was one of my favorite things today, is seeing all the older reporters, the vets, and maybe this is a veteran move. Maybe two rookies like me and Walchuk can learn from these guys. I saw a lot of sunscreen just caked on the faces of these guys, and they wear it like it's no problem. Like you're not supposed to look at them funny. You're supposed to talk to them like normal. And I'm like, you have sunscreen dripping off your mustache.
I thought
Charles
maybe it was
Robinson.
just a facial condition.
Charles Robinson, it was over. I didn't
Listen,
know.
did I say the name?
You did say
I think
Charles.
you just said the
You
name.
said Charles Robinson.
You just said Charles Robinson.
He was
I didn't
super
say
nice
Charles
to you,
Robinson.
by the way.
He's incredible.
Do we need to call Charles?
I think we need to call him right now.
I don't know why Broaddus would call him out.
That
wasn't fair.
I honestly
He's just trying to not get a sunburn on his face.
The worst I've
Of course, he's going to have an inch thick of sunscreen on his face.
You know,
why wouldn't he?
He's already peeling, man.
He had a Detroit Tigers hat on. That should tell you right where he's at with that skin.
The worst I've ever been burned was in a 78-degree Oxnard day. You remember in 2019 when I looked like a tomato?
Well, you shouldn't have gone shirtless.
It was brutal. No,
I respect the confidence.
Honestly, and that was the thing I was scared about today, is that when you mentioned it all kicked on, I literally, as soon as practice started, I went, oh, crap, I did not bring sunscreen. I, ran over to Slater. I was like, tell me you brought sunscreen. Just like, I forgot. Yeah. So I wasn't able to find any. I kind of feel my neck is burning, actually, so I think I did burn my neck, probably.
Yeah.
But I had the hat on today. I was kind of covered otherwise.
You're fine,
Bobby's the only one out here wearing Rangers gear.
Yeah.
Well, other than Mike Bassick,
No,
right?
Mike Bassick was definitely all. I didn't even notice Bobby's Rangers gear.
That was the best part of the day for me, was Zach going like, why is Mike wearing all Rangers gear to practice? And he's like talking to me as I'm wearing a Rangers shirt and a Rangers hat.
We got a surprise Bobby's got on Cowboys.
Meanwhile, Bobby is also in a
staring at Zach, and he's
Rangers
like, what?
hat and shirt.
What?
Yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, I just didn't assume that Bobby would be doing that. We fly in yesterday, and Broaddus has done a fantastic job of getting us in the exit row. We've got this incredible leg room when we're flying, and it's beautiful. And Broaddus was too nice. He sat in the middle. He had Eric take the window. I took the aisle. I'm like, Broaddus, you sure you don't want the aisle? He didn't want it. So we get on the plane. We board.
I got a free movie of House of Gucci. Yeah, you watched Little House of Gucci.
I watched House of Gucci, very long film, but it lasted the entire flight. We arrived about 20 to 30 minutes late. And Broaddus had told us, guys, here's the deal. We're going to get in. You've got the preferred deal, so we get to go in a little bit earlier, and we get to put our bags up. And then, you like you said, just sit back and watch the chaos.
Yeah.
Well, boys, did we get to sit back and watch the chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. 3 seats in front of us, right?
It was nuts what was going. Go ahead. You mean you guys? I'm always interested in people. Like I have my travel stories. I want to see what you guys thought of your first experience of a representative from an airline coming to get a passenger off a plane.
Yeah, that was my personal first experience with that. What brought us is like, watch the clown show. And then it ensued. Within minutes, we're sitting there on the plane, we're wondering what's going on. This guy's sitting in the wrong seat. I think that's what it ended up being, is one guy found out he was sitting in the middle, and he goes, no, I'm not sitting in the middle.
So he just goes and takes someone else's seat.
Takes a random seat, and he crosses his fingers. This guy's not going to show up. This seat's available. Or when the guy shows up, he's going to be fine being pointed into the direction of a middle seat, and everything's going to be kumbaya. That was not the case, and so I guess he put up a stink enough to where, and then my favorite part,
he was acting erratic, is what they said.
He was acting erratic.
He was acting erratic.
Yeah.
Erratic was thrown around a little bit by the.
I had to look it up. Erratic. anybody
by
on
the
there.
by the flight attendants. And then my favorite part was when he got word when the pilot came over or whatever and said, "All right, we're gonna have to go back to the tarmac." He like kind of straightened up and he like beelined for his own middle seat and he thought everything was gonna be okay. And then next thing you know, big man comes in. And the good thing was he didn't fight the security guy. Like he didn't push back and he didn't start chirping at him. He was just like, you know what, I'm gonna take this. I shot my shot. I clearly missed, and now I'm not going to LAX.
I have never seen – I should take that back because I've been on Cowboy charters where players stand up all the time and walk around while the plane's moving and stuff like that. Well, this thing was – the plane was literally backing up, and the gentleman who filed the complaint, he grabbed the stewardess and said, I'm not sitting next to him.
Well, supposedly he was taking pictures of him.
Yeah, it was a weird kind of setting, and so he says – and I'm thinking – uh-oh. And now the plane is going back to the jet bridge.
Yes.
And I'm going, that's what I told you guys ago. We're about to have a guy removed from this plane. So, and he did. He grabbed the skateboard. Remember the guy
had a skateboard.
He had a skateboard in the overhead. And I'm thinking, man, did he grab the skateboard on the way out? And everybody's like, no. I saw he grabbed the skateboard. He's good. But, yeah, that's what happens. There's honestly some people that don't need to be flying. I'm serious. I'm sorry. But I'm not being a snob, but there are people that
need to do background checks or
just
quality control
don't
here.
Need to be flying.
I think it's literally called the no-fly list.
Yeah. Well, I'm just.
Well, you
that
better
guy's
watch
on
out.
it now. That guy is
everything you own in the overhead and think it's going to work. Good luck with that.
Legend has it that guy's actually on his skateboard right now,
Yeah.
pedaling to Los Angeles.
All right, we've got Krusty's Corner coming up on the other side. We're live from Cowboys camp in Oxnard. Thank you so much to Metro Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Twin Peaks. Brian brought us his camp analysis, brought to you by Bobcat of North Texas. We got Krusty's Corner coming up on the other side here on 105 through the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. We've all heard about the supply chain issues, and the AC business is no different. As the largest factory authorized dealer in Texas, our buying power means we have a warehouse full of AC equipment in stock, ready to go. From 14 SEER all the way up to 26 SEER systems. And our factory direct volume pricing saves you money. While most companies are 2 to 3 weeks out, if you get your free estimate by noon, we can install your new Reliant Air Conditioning system the very next day, guaranteed. Right now, you can combine utility rebates with Carrier's Cool Cash to save over $5,000 on a new AC system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. Turn to the experts with Carrier and Reliant Air Conditioning.
Here he is, Krusty.
Thank you very much there, Zachary. I was really happy to hear you guys had a good first day. That made me feel good that we went out there and started watching some players. Win pads and all that, but it's always good. It's always fun to watch guys move around a little bit and kind of overreact on some things. So had a couple of overreactions for you today.
Oh, yes. The Brian brought us overreactions. This is exciting. This is very exciting. And it's all thanks to you that we had such a killer day today. You've set this up. Our itinerary's on point.
Yeah.
We had a delicious lunch. Walchuk stayed soda approved. And now we're sitting here with you talking ball. What a day.
What a day. Bobby, you're with us, I know, here. Bobby Bell, Cowboy Insider here for 105.3. Bobby, I own an apology for day one to Josh Ball.
We both do. At least one practice.
Take it back right
practice.
now.
He was better than Matt Waletzko today.
He was better than Matt Waletzko today.
His footwork looked good. He was getting into position. Well, I mean, he looked good. The little bit that we saw him. Waletzko, I think, I wrote about this in my training camp notes today. Waletzko, I think, was favoring some knee issue.
Yeah, he was taped up a little bit. Yeah.
He was taped up on the knee. And
he was a one-legged guy, yeah.
And he was, man, like, I don't know what the issue was. It's he'd get there, he'd get ready to, put his hands on the defender, and he'd just miss. And so I don't know totally what was going on with Matt Waletzko, but aside from just even in comparison to Waletzko, I thought Josh Ball, that was one of the better practices I've seen from him since he's been here.
I immediately, my eyes went out to right tackle, and I found that number 75 out there, and I said, okay, let's see how this is going to play today. And first rep, pretty good. Got off the ball, I thought with some really good quickness. He got into his block. He was able to, to get his hands inside to control his guy. It wasn't like he was bad feet, bad hands over the top of his feet. It's like he had a legitimate pass set to him. So day one, Josh Ball, I owe you an apology. You look good in day one there, so keep it up. Hopefully that will be something that we see going forward.
Stack good days on top of good
days on that.
Thanks, Coach. Yeah. By the way, how incredible is this, Walchuk? We get to sit here and marvel. We get to watch the two hosts of the Love of the Star podcast just go back and forth, chopping it up. Cowboys football, but let's go.
By the way, I hope you
guys
know this is the prep for the podcast tonight. Is the last 2 hours of G-Bag.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just use the last 2 hours if you want.
There we go.
For the podcast.
Guys, did anybody notice Rico Dowdell?
Yes.
Yeah. Dowdell. Did I say wrong? Dowdell.
You went Dowdell. It's not a biggie.
A lot of first-team reps for Dowdell.
Dowdell. He looked to me like he has some quickness to him.
He's got juice.
That's what I mean. And I know they're really, really high on him because they're looking. That third back has got to be able. We talk about this. Has got to be able to play special teams. And I wonder if this is going to be one of those guys that all of a sudden it's the Bones Fossil. Hey, I'm going to sponsor. This is going to be one of my guys. I'm going to fight for this guy. But, man, I thought the ball going to the outside with him, it got there in a little bit of a hurry. I didn't know anybody else see
that's the
number 23 carrying the ball.
Yeah.
It kind of was – it was to the edge, and then there was a cut, and it was up the field.
He's quick, and he's slippery. He's very – that was the thing that first stood out to me the first time I saw him practice in 2020 was I remember there were 2 runs to the outside going to the sideline where it was just he was there in a flash and the guys couldn't keep up with him. And, look, I think everybody relative to the normal world, all these athletes are fast. So when football fast stands out, when you're standing out as fast on a football field, it's a big deal. Mm-hmm. And so to me, Dowdell, every time I've seen him practice, every time I've seen him on the field in the 3 years he's been here, that always stands out to me is that it's like it's quick and it's, oh, wow, that happened really fast. And so I think you saw some more of that today. And I think you're right about Bones. I mean, if he didn't have the hip issue last year, I think that was going to be your kick returner last year. And so I think that if he's healthy, and he clearly is, didn't end up on PUP, got first-team reps today, if he's healthy enough to contribute, I think he's your third running back, and he's, returning kicks.
I'm glad you brought that up because that was my initial thinking was, I remember him last year being really good when it came to the return game, and that's a question mark we've had really all offseason. Who takes over those duties? You don't have Cedric Wilson anime. What's going to happen at the return game? Rico Dowdell, probably your number one option.
Once again, we're going through Krusty's Bobcats one-day knee-jerk, whatever you want to call it. That's what I saw. What do you guys think of how physically DeMarcus Lawrence looks?
A little bit light, maybe? A little bit light?
He looks really
very
light to me.
skinny. I mean, as we were talking about some of these other guys and they've put on weight.
I'd like to know why.
He still got the tank ass. I think part of it is because, and you need that. I think part of it is because.
You got to have the tank ass.
Are you going to say the hair?
Isn't it the way it goes? No, I'm not going to say the hair. I don't even know what his hair is right now. I did notice his visor.
It's close crop. He doesn't have the dreads hanging out anymore.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We
off.
saw that at mini camps. He does have the yellow kind of visor that CeeDee Lamb was also rocking today. It looked pretty sick.
He looks like a badass.
But I think what it is, as you get older, right, in athletics and in sports, these guys are always trying to drop their weight a little bit. Like, as you're getting older, to prolong yourself, it's like, okay, we gotta tighten things up. We need to shred down. And so that's my guess. And then I also think that the Cowboys probably want these guys as light on their feet as possible from like a speed and athleticism standpoint. We know that the way they've built this team, at least defensively, I wonder about why they have kind of neglected just getting pure speed on the offense. But they've done it defensively. And so if they want to be, like Dan Quinn talks about, all the versatility in things, I think that probably plays a role.
Yeah, it's absolutely the speed aspect of it. I think he's trying to get back to add that speed rushing element, right? I mean, that's been the one flaw of his game where people are a little bit, okay, where are the sack totals? And maybe he can add a little bit when it comes to some of the bend and some of his ability to get to the outside. We know that he's really good when it comes to setting the edge and playing the run.
Right.
And his pass rush win rate, all those statistics are still there. But maybe just being able to finish and being attack a quick, faster, a little bit quicker, will be able to finish him. Help him finish and close some of these plays, and maybe that's why he's trying to get a little bit leaner.
Yeah, I think that and we've talked about this on the station before and on the show before, Cowboys, Dan Quinn, 80, they would really like to see him add an inside move. Yeah. And I think if he were able to add an inside swim or like a Euro step and a leaner player would have that sort of. That's why Randy Gregory was always good at those inside swims and things like that. And so, that's something that we need to ask him about, or just ask around about. Probably is just like, is that in the name of trying to develop that inside move, trying to get that quickness? Because that would seem to be the likeliest avenue, I think, for that.
Quentin Bohanna, I noticed you for a tackle for a loss today.
I didn't see it.
He was there. The ball was going to the outside, was going to the offense's left. And he was able to beat the guard's block, center's block, and then get up the Farniak's block, and then get up the field for a tackle for loss.
Good.
So I noticed that, and that's something I think you're going to have to see a lot more. I noticed Devin Harper, the linebacker. Guy's got some speed because the ball went to the outside as well, and he was able to run it down. You could kind of see him running through trash and getting to the football. So I liked what I saw right there. And then we talked about, with Anthony Brown, what he was able to do on that the coverage. I think, to me, him being able to play the ball the way he did, I think he's very, very good man coverage. The metrics all tell you that as well. Bobby, I was going to ask you about Tyler Coyle.
Tyler Coyle, yeah.
I mean, okay, there's something going on there, right? There's something like are you coming around to me on this one?
We were really impressed with him at the end of the last OTA minicamp practices. He was standing out. I think he had a pick on Dak in the red zone, but he was really, really impressive in those final practices, and he's the best athlete in the safety group by far. He's a freak. It's like an 11 broad jump, like a 40-inch vertical.
And the dude can run. I was watching all the safety drills, and they make one of them be the running back. And it was like, oh, snap. They were all all the safeties were like, oh, damn. Okay, we're going to have to get on our horse a little bit.
So they make the safety play the running back. Tyler Coyle was playing the running back and beat Malik Hooker to the sideline.
Yes.
And I was over there talking to Nick Eatman at the time. We were talking about, man, he's physically impressive. And just as he runs over there, Malik Hooker can't catch him, and they get out of bounds. And he said, damn, 4.4, because that's what he is. He's a 4.4 athlete. And it's just like, man, that's speed. It translates. But
it was him and Jordan Lewis, and they were both chatting with each other coming back.
Joe Witt seemed very impressed with him today when they were going through drills. And I think that when you look at him and see how fluid he is, and when you take into account the fact that Malik Hooker, if you've got Jaron Kearse, Donovan Wilson, Marquise Bell, those are all strong safeties.
Yeah.
That if you're worried at all about Malik Hooker being able to stay healthy, which for most of his career he hasn't been able to, you might need to stash a Tyler Coyle, a real true free safety, to be behind Malik Hooker. But he'll have to contribute on special teams.
Kellen Moore, I saw you moving guys around today.
A little bit of pre-snap movement.
Yeah, and it wasn't all about there was the motions and things like that. To me, it was CeeDee Lamb in the slot, but it was trying to get him in other spots. Move. Don't let people just sit on him and just cover him from a spot. Make him have to move. Today we saw a little bit more with the boots, the waggles, the movement with the tight ends and stuff like that. But I did see with Lamb that motion, stop, get up the field, the option routes and things like that. So, it's about trying to get him the football. That's why I thought they did a great job at Oklahoma. It was get him the football on the move and then let him go from there. So I was impressed with what Kellen Moore was able to do, at least in day one. And then we also saw, like you guys mentioned earlier, with Pollard and Zeke both in the backfield. Well, at least Zeke as the primary back, but Pollard maybe as the slot or the wing on the outside is what we were doing.
Yeah,
there.
it feels like the way you describe them using CeeDee Lamb of like just doing what they can to get him the ball. It feels like they want to do that a little bit with Tony Pollard, as they should. I think those are the two just get him the ball guys on your offense, where get him the ball and see what they can do with it. I will say, though, when it comes to Kellen Moore, there's and it's one day, okay? But
it's one day. It's knee-jerk one day.
But I still there's just no motion at the snap. There's none of the stuff that stresses like when McVay and Shanahan and these guys come to town. And as a defense, right? We're the Cowboys defense. We're going, oh my gosh, what's happening here? Because there's a guy in full speed when the ball snapped, running across, and everybody's eyes are going crazy. You don't get any of that with this offense.
There was one play that stood out to me that I thought, okay, that looked creative, and it was with Rico Dowdle, but it ended with a typical backside, almost like a tight end screen to McEwen. And that's like just Kellen Moore's thing. He loves to somehow get a tight end back door.
Send defense one way and then have a
but it's always delay. To a tight end, right?
Right, delay, yeah. I think to me, like I say, at least I saw 88 moving around a little bit more with the option stuff and the underneath stuff there. And that part of it that I'm totally okay with. If they find ways to get him on the move, then by all means, I think this offense will be much better in that regard.
Another edition of Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Thank you very much for that, sir. And
Thank you.
Shout out to Bobcat of North Texas as well. We've got the Beeve, Bobby Belt, with us. He's going to stick around. He's going to join us on the other side. If you've got questions for Bobby Belt, our half of the Love of the Star podcast. We got the other
and
half
resident
right
golf
here.
expert,
of course, resident golf expert and massive Texas Rangers fan. As he's all
live
decked out.
tour member.
Yeah, in Rangers gear here.
They can't pay me enough.
Home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys, 105.3. The Fan will keep chatting with the Beeve, 877-881-1053. Get those questions in. We will chat with Bobby next on the Fan.
Dead Mouse presents We Are Friends Tour.
Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and we are now joined by Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, who's really been hanging out with us for the last hour or so.
I don't know that
What
you
are
can
you
say now
eating?
joined. I've been here the
I
whole
just
time.
finished eating. We were good. I just had
You
some
have a
soda.
piece of steak.
Soda Ranch chips or whatever these are. I don't know. I got a special box of food that they sent with me. Tried to get the most easy, accessible things. The chips really not so much, but doing the best I can here, guys. Doing the best I can. I just pounded a side salad earlier. You can watch that video on 1053thefan.com.
I have some Pringles in my bag if you want those.
Can't have those Pringles, okay?
I'll have some of those, Bob.
Can't have the Pringles.
We'll eat them in front of Zach.
We'll do a little Ask Us Anything Cowboys edition on the other side, 877-881-1053. We are doing an extra hour because we're live at Cowboys Training Camp, your home of the Cowboys, 1053 The Fan. But the Get Right will have you from 8 to 11. We will cross-talk with them in about 40 minutes. But get your Cowboy questions in because we want to hear from you, the Tolos. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We also have Lucius Alexander back in studio. Lucius, how the bleep are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, and I'm also doing a lot of busy work, so you guys just keep on talking.
Okay, I figured you were busy, so we got this, Lucius. You keep
That was a
doing
great.
you, brother.
LA Live was outstanding today.
Yeah, thank you. There we go.
You
That's
keep
my
doing
time,
you.
folks.
We got a full 5 hours tomorrow. We'll have Micah Parsons with us at 5 o'clock. Rumor has it as well, Anthony Brown.
Ooh.
Going to be joining the show.
Well, Anthony Brown heard that he was getting a shout-out during the Bobcat-sponsored Krusty's Corner from Brian Broaddus, and he was like, you know what? I'd like to hang out with the G-Bag Nation. And we said, we'd like to hang out with you, Anthony Brown.
Yeah.
So that sounds incredible. We already have a question, by the way, from the 989. I really like this. Who TF is going to be the kicker this year?
Brian and I disagree on this.
Hi, Alua.
Hi, Relahu.
Hi, Oahu.
No, I think
was
it'll
close.
It'll be Jonathan Garibay. Garibay is Bones is like that's who he picked coming out of the draft. So I think it just makes sense that
I worry about we get into these preseason games, and all of a sudden it's like
They start calling Greg Zuerlein.
no, that they're like he's missing some, and then it just is too much. I can't wait till they start kicking out here at camp. Because we get some kind of crazy wins out here sometime.
Dude, I hope there's no phantom field goals
okay,
where they're kicking to no goalposts like they were during
He was
OTAs.
missing that.
So they have the quarterback nets.
Do we have one on both sides?
I don't remember. They have the
No,
quarterback.
yeah, you do.
They have
Oh,
the
thank
quarterback
goodness.
nets though, with like the red net, the yellow net, and it's just this little like square that
Accuracy
the,
drills.
Yeah, that the quarterbacks practice with. And I saw Garibay today. I don't know how he can kick, but from like the 25,
Chipping him in?
threw
Oh,
it through the back of the end zone through the red hole, like first try. So he's accurate from like 30 yards
Was
out throwing the ball.
Danucci jealous?
I don't know. He was over there selling hats or something.
Ooh. He missed the pink one, though.
I'll be interested. I'm. It used to be when there were
it's
special
easy to
team
do.
drills and stuff like that you would kind of like take a break and go get a bottle of water and walk around, whatever.
Can't do it this year. We got to be charting those.
You got to chart every single kick from
Yeah,
these
no
two
kidding.
from these two guys for sure.
I actually told Eric Garibay went to Tulsa. He was like, oh, man.
Went to Tech.
Went to Tech.
Yeah, he didn't go to Tulsa. The Cowboys
He's
wouldn't
like
have
he's
him
in
on
the
team.
NFL. Why?
Yeah,
he
you kidding
clearly
me?
didn't go to Tulsa.
You can
yeah.
there's a rule in the league you can only have, just from a competition standpoint, you can only have one Tulsa guy on your team, and that, of course, for us is going to be Tyler Smith for the next decade.
Yeah, let's ask Barry Church about it.
I
Do
will.
you know what Tulsa spelled backwards is?
Um,
Don't worry.
I do now. I never considered it until right now.
It popped into my head.
What is it? Are we not allowed to say it?
I mean, I think we can, but just move on.
We shouldn't. Bobby,
Yep.
you, of course, everybody knows your opinion and affinity for number 4, Dak Prescott.
Yep.
And today it wasn't
I
exactly.
like good players.
Well, I think most of us do.
We do.
Brian Broaddus also likes to, continue to bash on Dak, and he's the noted Dak hater of the show.
Oh, jeez.
No question.
No, I thought
about
that was
Only because
I thought that-
Dawson's on an airplane
I was
right
going
now.
to say, I thought that was Dawson.
I was on the show earlier today that talking about how great Dak is going to be. So,
Okay,
yeah,
thank goodness.
Yeah.
I think all of us like Dak Prescott. But what'd you think of Dak in day one? Can we overreact about him and how amazing he
No,
was?
I mean, like, honestly, like,
What about that late read?
I
See,
mean,
there it is.
but I mean, also,
Right on cue.
I just totally
No,
couldn't do it.
I mean, but you've also got, like,
It was
when-
surprising, though. It was surprising.
one of those ones where Micah Parsons kind of like beat
Baited it,
Terrence
yeah,
Steele
yeah.
and got inside. Like Dak did a really good job of kind of sidestepping and like getting the ball out quick to Dalton Schultz. So I mean, there were things there that's like, oh, that's nice. But I mean, there was one deep shot downfield. Otherwise, I think everything else that was thrown was like
Waggles
8 yards
boots,
downfield the whole day.
A lot of Dalton Schultz,
So-
6.5 yards at a time.
I don't know. We didn't have any Cole
McEwen.
Holcomb moments, so
Yeah.
that's a positive. But I don't think we can take much from these. And as Brian has said over the years, Dak is not the greatest practice player. Never
is
has
not.
been. He's a gamer.
Dan Mullen, his old coach at Mississippi State, will tell you that.
He's a gamer.
He is a gamer. He
And
is a
so,
gamer.
but no, I honestly, I wasn't even paying attention to the quarterbacks today. Honestly, I was looking at everything else because I feel like the quarterbacks today wasn't a day where you were going to see much.
Did he answer your question?
No.
Yes, I did. Are we concerned? I said no.
No, you danced around it.
I didn't.
You
I
did.
very directly said no right out of the gate.
Day one knee jerk. Bobby's not.
He's
worried.
not. He's kind of like downing on Dak a little bit. Is it just me, or is he?
A little bit.
He's kind of role reversal here.
I mean, it's past 7 o'clock. Got to get edgy.
Your favorite player was Jalen Tolbert?
Yeah, and like I don't think Tolbert had a lot of like big splashy plays.
Can
He
you
had
stop
the one.
smacking on the mic, Bobby? Please. We got 214. Stop with the mouth smacking.
I thought that was Walchuk eating his chips on the way into the segment. Maybe it was.
No,
Maybe it is
McCarthy.
Bobby.
It was
Mike
Bobby.
McCarthy does the same
I thought it
thing.
might have been me. It wasn't me. It was Bobby.
Anyway, yeah, Jalen Tolbert was awesome.
He was awesome.
Yeah, he was great. Loved him.
Don't you start.
I'm preventing myself from lip smacking.
Bobby, this is your segment. I need you here.
All right. Let's go.
Now, yesterday overall, you got stuck with Mike and Corey.
It was a good trip. I enjoyed it. We actually had a good time. We went down to the worst part for us. You guys had somebody getting kicked off the plane. We were at the gate getting ready to leave DFW, and they have those chairs there at the gate with like the charging ports in them and everything like that. And Corey just kind of moved in his seat a couple times, like while we were talking, just adjusted his leg up on his knee and then put it down on the ground and stuff like that.
He was actually farting.
And this woman just like kind of kept shifting down away from him. It's like, okay, that's weird. And then at one point he moved again, and she just goes, "Oh my God, will you stop moving? You're shaking the whole thing." And it was like, that was an aggressive reaction to this. But other than that, it was a good trip. We couldn't get off the plane for 20 minutes because the bridge was broken, which is always something you want to hear. Like, hey, don't walk out the door. You may fall, and hurt yourself. But then we went to Mike wanted to go to Pink's Hot Dogs in West Hollywood, so we went 30 minutes that way and then drove like an hour 10 back to Oxnard. But it was a good trip. The hot dogs were good. Everything was a lot of good bonding.
Weren't overrated, the hot dogs. I had the Pinks in Vegas.
They were good. I mean,
I don't think it's never as good.
But see, I got like a chili dog. I feel like that their whole shtick is like, wow, we do all these exotic things. So the fact that I got a chili dog, I don't know that I'm going to have the total experience of what they want you to.
I thought the best part of your trip was when you took the picture of the little window on the plane. It says,
and got rid of Chi-Chi?
California's beautiful.
That one. Out the window. I thought you were talking about the one where I erased Chi-Chi from the photo that he posted of you guys.
That was not very nice. But I do respect the abilities to do the Photoshop.
No, that's the superior Android product. It's literally I press on you and then hit erase, and it erases you from the photo.
Okay, there is one ability that
It took me
Android
10
has
seconds
that
to
I
get
think
you
is
out of the
pretty
photo.
cool.
Bobby, if there's one camp battle that you think is going to end up being the most intriguing in the next couple of weeks, what's the one that you think we should have our eye on?
I mean, I think we're all, just for the sake of how important it is, going to be looking at the left guard spot. But
don't you know?
I think this is going to be Tyler Smith. It's Tyler Smith's job, and that's, I think that we're just kind of going through the motions a little bit. They want him to earn it. It's like the whole, you can't have a star on your helmet because you're a rookie. You got to earn it, or like it's kind of like that.
Even though we all have a lot of love for the star.
Right, of course. So I think that's more because we saw Connor McGovern taking like all the snaps at left guard during the summer practices, and then we get to camp, and now it's split. And I think even by the end of practice, it felt like it was more Tyler Smith than Connor McGovern. And so I still feel really confident that week one he's starting at left guard. So that's the most critical. We feel like we know where it's going, but we don't know for sure yet. That's probably the biggest one. But I'm really going to be interested to see the one that goes into the regular season, which is when Michael Gallup gets back. Are they going to defer to the veteran in James Washington, or are they going to trust Jalen Tolbert and let him step up and be that number 3 receiver? And so those are the ones that, and I'm obviously really interested to see how they do this defensive line rotation.
Yeah. The defensive tackle one I mentioned, but can I give you another one to maybe keep an eye on? Because I was watching how the rotation with Jabril Cox at linebacker, and I wonder if Jabril Cox, is he going to be the first linebacker off the bench? I think Van Der Esch is. I'll be interested to see if Van Der Esch holds his starting job. I think he can when you talk about Parsons. But in the twos, it was Luke Gifford, and then it was Jabril Cox. To me, that doesn't seem like a fair fight, right? It seems like Jabril Cox would be that guy, right?
Well, I mean, McCarthy did say he's basically on a pitch count right now, though.
Yeah.
During his press conference, which made me a little like, okay, that's a little. That makes me a little nervous because I kind of had the sense that he was going to come in here and be ready to go. I mean,
he might just be, hey, let's ease him back in.
But
I know, but he tore that ACL in October, and we're talking about Gallup being back in a month, and he tore it at the beginning of January.
Heck, look at David Bakhtiari, man. Yeah. With the Packers.
Yeah, and so I mean, just I hadn't had any sense that he wasn't going to be ready, and I mean, he's not on PUP. He's out here. That's great, but he's out here, and then they're talking about, well, yeah, we're definitely going to be monitoring him and have him on a rep count.
I kind of feel
that's a little odd.
I kind of feel like when you talk about coverage, like Gifford and Jabril Cox, maybe a little bit of the same guy there. So who is going to be that guy if, all of a sudden it turns into, do they just go ahead and go big nickel and just put the safety down at the linebacker spot and then put Micah?
For the most part, I think that's what you're going to get. Yes.
Don't you think that's going to be Curse?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just looking. I mean, we're all talking about the left guards and receivers. And all. Linebacker just popped in my head because I'm watching Jabril Cox and I'm watching Luke Gifford. And I'm thinking, if they had, which guy would they put on the field first of those two? That's where I was trying to.
I think in a perfect world, if Jabril Cox shows, hey, I'm healthy, no issues, it's easily Jabril Cox.
I did love that very first impression for Malik Jefferson out here at training camp today.
He got yelled at.
They were doing a ball security drill, and he's like running with the ball outside, and Dan Quinn just yells, "Ball security! Oh my God!"
Yeah. It might be. You see a guy like Devin Harper. I mentioned him. Maybe Devin Harper starts to get
Harper's been really – I really like Harper's instincts in the run game.
There you go then. If that's the case, maybe it's going to be Jabril Cox and then Devin Harper being a part of that.
Especially if you're going to say the run game, right? Because Jabril Cox makes a lot of sense. Coverage is his specialty.
Right.
So he comes in sub-packages, especially, let's say, third down. It's going to be a passing down. But I like what you're saying about Devin Harper here. He's a guy that seems like he's just flashing every time we watch.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really fantastic athlete. And, I think when they picked him, it was one of these, all right, well, that's a lottery ticket. That he's got the traits and everything else. They were throwing a lot of darts at traits players on the third day. And I think Devin Harper was one of those. So it was kind of like, okay, well, what kind of a player is he? Is he like a legit football player? And I think we've seen good instincts from him in these practices over the summer, especially in the run game. So that's encouraging. The guy that I was excited for, I put on my final 53-man roster, y'all's best friend, Aaron Hansford. No, Aaron Hansford, the linebacker.
Oh, yes.
And then they come out today and say Aaron Hansford's on PUP. It's like, okay, well, that's disappointing because he can't afford to be missing snaps. No. But apparently he's got a lingering calf strain. He's going to be out about a week or two.
Oh, he's got great calves.
Yeah, I mean, they're not RJ Choppy calves, but nobody's got those.
And they're not Micah Parsons calves either, because when we recorded with him today, that was actually Tim Collins, his one big takeaway from our Parsons interview, which hopefully will go viral because he said some crazy stuff with us. But it was the calves that was very, very impressive. And I do want to do that. I will be objectifying these players a little bit more, and I'm going to try and piece together body part by body part of the current Cowboy roster. The perfect Cowboy, limb by limb. And I think right now, leader of the clubhouse for the Cavs is going to be Micah Parsons.
We will have the Micah Parsons interview tomorrow, full 5-hour show for you, normal time, 5 o'clock. We'll be airing that for you tomorrow. Micah Parsons was with us. We got to catch up with him earlier. We'll also have Anthony Brown on the show as well. The General Gavin Dawson will be flying in tonight. He will be back with us. Bobby, speaking of all these interviews, we know some of the heavy hitters. Zach Martin was great this morning with Sean and RJ, but do you think there's an under-the-radar Cowboy that might end up winning over as the best interview?
I'm glad you asked, because this is something that Sean and I were talking about this recently. We were trying to figure out, like, okay, who are some good interviews to have, and I actually made a list of the guys that I think are sneaky good interviews. So some of the guys that come to mind for me, Jordan Lewis, Mike Parsons, obviously, J-Ron Curse. Van Der Esch is pretty good. Van Der Esch is not like, he's not necessarily going to be like the joke around, like make a bunch of cracks, but like he'll give you a really thoughtful answer to just about anything. Dante Fowler is one that's really good. The guy that's going to be the viral star if he sits down with any of the shows is going to be Terrell Basham. Basham is like the
Get your Rush bash.
comedian. Yeah, he's a big comedian. He owns a chain. Like all these players, they have their big chains. Like
what food chain?
A number or like
Not
the
a fast
vibe
food
or
chain.
whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, they have the chains around their neck. He has a Peter Griffin chain. He's got like a diamond Peter Griffin from Family Guy chain that he wears around.
Oh, that's outstanding.
You don't say.
Well,
So-
that's a guy that we need to get on the G-Bag Nation then. And I will say physically, I think he's like the biggest of the defensive ends. Seeing him out there today, I'm like
The arms, baby.
Well,
Sam Williams is a good-looking guy.
Yeah, no, Sam Williams
Excuse
wins
me?
the arm contest.
Yeah.
Pause.
But the just overall big body, like Terrell Basham looks like
I
a
think
big.
Dorrance is bigger than him. I think
Okay.
Dorrance
Should we
is
get
bigger.
a side by side?
I mean, I know Eric will for sure.
That's true. He's trying
I'm
to
on it,
build
boys.
the perfect cowboy.
I'm on it.
Bobby, I know you want to get back and you want to shower, and we've got a new
I need to
episode
prepare myself for
of
y'all.
Love of the Star.
Yeah. We're going to be taping tonight. We're basically just going to chop up these last hour and 15 minutes and then repackage it and say we recorded something.
Can't
So-
wait.
No, but we're going to touch on a bunch of different things about camp today, and excited to have you guys on. We get to all sit together and do the podcast. So along with our buddy Peyton Russell. So
Oh, I love Peyton Russell. He's so cute.
Are we broadcasting this in y'all's hotel room? Are
it's
we
not
gonna
going to.
go?
We're going to record it there in the hotel room.
Or I say broadcast, but yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna
we do
record this.
Facebook Live. I only do Facebook Live.
Yeah, that's why it's
Twitch
critical
Lives.
that you bring my laptop back since I'm going ahead and you're using it right now. So
Yes, I
bring
am.
that back so we can record.
I got you.
All right, Bobby. Safe travels, man.
I love you all.
Have a good flight back to Dallas. We only booked you one day.
Sweet.
All right, there he goes,
So
Bobby.
much for
Belt.
being an insider.
Our Cowboys insider here as our live training camp coverage from Oxnard rolls on here on your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. We want to hear from you. 877-881-1053. Let's do a little Ask Us Anything Cowboys edition. What are some of your Cowboys burning questions, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on YouTube, the truckwreck.com text line. Ask Us Anything Cowboys style next on The Fan.
In the midst of the summer, are you going to the pool, maybe going to the lake, not liking how you look in your swimsuit? I felt that way and was always the person who wore a shirt in the pool. That is before I was able to change my body and
Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. We serve top-shelf liquor, great wine selections, and have private rooms available. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. Mark your calendar for Tuesday, August 2nd. It's the famous Baby Dolls anniversary party with Chef Mario's buffet till 10 p.m. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Why would you buy your Ford from any other dealership when the best Ford dealership is on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell? Of course, I'm talking about Platinum Ford. What's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. Not only talking about the greatness of Platinum Ford, but also I'm a Platinum customer myself. And you can be one as well because they have plenty of Super Duties and much more on the ground and ready for you to drive for the rest of 2022 and beyond, courtesy of Platinum Ford. So start shopping right now at PlatinumFord.com and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
All right, I got a couple around the NFL notes for you here in the G-Bag Nation, broadcasting live from Oxnard, California. It is Cowboys training camp, thanks to the good folks at Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and brought us his good buddies over there at Bobcat in North Texas for having us.
Yes, sir.
How about this? The new, well, actually, I don't want to say the name, but did you see who is the new betting favorite for landing the services for one Jimmy Garoppolo, who at this point it seems like the divorce is absolutely happening. It's seemingly amicable though, and we have Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. They're basically saying, "Yep, we're going with Trey now." Jimmy Garoppolo is aware of this, and he's at camp, but they're keeping him in the bubble wrap. He's not really participating or anything like that. They of course want to trade him, but now they're getting to a point now where if the season starts and he has not been traded, they're just going to outright release him. So that's kind of the new evolution here when it comes to Jimmy G, and there's a new betting favorite, and I think Broadus is going to love it.
Giants?
The New York bleeping Giants.
Wow.
The team that you said should go get him is now the team, according to BetOnline, with the best odds to land his services. And if it's because of him being released, it makes plenty of sense.
Well,
I think trading for him at that number only for 1 year, is it going to be a rental? It seems a little nuts. But if they're going to release him, then yes, if you're the Giants, you absolutely go get him.
I think that if I was the Giants, I wouldn't want to have to fight for him when he's out there free on the street. If you trade for him right now, you get his rights, and you get to work with the contract and all those things, and you get his services. If he somehow gets released, then of course he gets to pick where he wants to go, and he might not give you the time of day at the Giants. So if I'm the Giants, I don't want to fight maybe other teams to have to get him. I'd like to secure him because I believe, let's be honest, the Giants, the culture there has been awful. The head coaches, the offensive coordinator, they've struggled with the draft. The general manager was bad. That team was once a proud organization, but they've been terrible. And I think when you start to talk about building culture and changing idea, you can't go out there and run. You can't go out there and run Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones go out there and loses 2-3 games or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, here we go again, and everybody's beat down and you're fighting all that. Go out and get you. If Daniel Jones, if you want to bring Garoppolo in and let him compete against Daniel Jones, there's nothing wrong with that. You're not the staff that drafted Daniel Jones. Another staff drafted him. Another general manager brought him in. So if you have to move on from Daniel Jones, no problems. We'll just bring in. But I think if you're the Giants and Brian Daboll, you want to create a culture. If it's at least, if it's 9-8. Or something like that.
You just want to get this going in the right direction.
You want everybody to talk about you, not that you have the 3rd or 4th overall pick, but you have the 15th, the 18th overall pick.
Build some foundation.
Yeah, you were playing 500 ball.
Yeah.
You looked better on defense. Your offense was scoring some points. So to me, I definitely look at this thing if I'm the Giants, but they're in that cap problem.
That's what I was waiting to get to.
Their situation, and maybe they can release enough guys or whatever, get around it. I think they got like $5 million in cap space right now. So if you did something with Jimmy Garoppolo,
right,
that would you'd have to clear the decks on some stuff.
And Eric and myself, we're believers. If you want to make something work, you can always find a way. Hey, we're going to move a little something here. We're going to move a little something there. And they might end up biting themselves a little bit for the future. But if they really say, hey, Jimmy G is a guy that we're interested in, it would be worth it for them. The other team that I think it'd be interesting is the New Orleans Saints. That's also a roster that I think is solid. And you have a guy in Jameis who, hey, look, maybe the eye stuff, maybe Jameis this is correctable, and Jameis isn't as turnover prone as he typically is. But the issue with Jameis throughout his career, right, is, okay, he's a gunslinger. He can certainly keep you in games, but he can throw you out of games as well. I think the reason Jimmy G's been so successful is he's not going to lose you football games necessarily. No. He might be able to be that bus driver that can keep you in it.
I think he's 33-14, career record, and this, okay, I'm going to give you another team then. We've talked about Seattle. If I'm John Snyder, and maybe the 49ers want to get something for Garoppolo. Maybe they want something. Give me. But if I'm Seattle, I dangle something at them and say, okay, how bad do you really want to get rid of him? Maybe you don't give them the real value of the player. Instead of saying, oh, well, a third-round pick or something like that, you say, hey, we'll give you a fourth, or we'll give you 2 5s or something like that, and see how bad they really, really want to trade. Because if you're Seattle, you might get Jimmy Garoppolo cheap because San Francisco's at a point right now. It's much like with what happened with the Cowboys and Amari Cooper. We're gonna let go of Amari Cooper if we can't find a trade partner. Well, the Cowboys took a 5th-round pick for Amari Cooper. Maybe if I'm Seattle and I don't have a quarterback, I say, listen, I'll give you a 5. I'll give you maybe a 4 to see how bad you really want to trade this guy.
877-881-1053, the number to text here in the G-Bag Nation, broadcasting live from Oxnard, California. It is Cowboys training camp. A couple around the NFL Nuggets continuing here. Would love to get your Cowboys questions as well. But we also have 3 interesting names doing the same thing with their respective teams. You have DK Metcalf in Seattle, you have Deebo Samuel in San Francisco, and you have Derwin James in Los Angeles with the Chargers as players who are at training camp, but they are not practicing due to unresolved contract issues. Now, we knew this a little bit for sure with Deebo, and then the Derwin James, DK Metcalf stuff, maybe a little bit surprising, but just the whole idea of, it's kind of the half-ass holdout where I don't really understand what's the deal. Are they just trying to find the loophole to avoid fines? Hey, I'm here, but I'm refusing to practice. It's just a weird dynamic that I'm not used to this time every year. It's either they're holding out and they're not there, Zeke style a few years ago, or they're here and they're practicing, but they keep talking about how they want to have the contract. I'm not used to seeing, hey, we're here, but I'm not going to actually participate in anything. And now we got 3 guys doing it. It's a new trendy thing. NFL agents are coming together and saying, this is how we need to do it, boys.
It's kind of an ingenious way of saying, look, I'm here, so you can't find me.
Right.
So I'm not going to lose out of any money, but I'm not happy. And we were talking off air about this. Maybe it does show a little bit of faith within the organization, like, hey, we don't have a poor relationship. We do believe this is going to get done. So it's a sign of good faith that I'm here. I'm just not yet going to do anything because I want you to know, hey, I still want to get paid. Now the ball's in your court. I'm here, all right, but you guys now need to go ahead and ink on the dotted line. Let's finish the deal here before I actually start lacing them up and start playing.
Oh, you're showing good faith by showing up. Yeah, you're just not practicing.
Yeah.
I think it's very, very smart there. With the new collective bargaining agreement, the fines for missing practices are steep. And so I don't think you want to get into a Ben Simmons deal where you're just missing a bunch of practices and it's costing you millions of dollars. I think you show up, you show the team. There are negotiators who will say, listen, I'm not going to talk to you unless you're here. And that's what I think a lot of people are trying to do right now.
It's interesting. It's just not something I had seen before, but I do kind of respect it from a negotiation tactic of, hey, we're gonna get this thing done. We're gonna be here, but I'm just gonna tease you with my presence. No, as Deebo Samuel, no, you cannot hand me the ball, Kyle Shanahan, and then on the very next play, throw me the ball and have fun with your offense here. You better pay me first. Aaron Rodgers was asked about Devontae Adams, going from Devontae Adams as his wide receiver 1 to now Allen Lazard being his wide receiver 1 in Green Bay, and his response was, well, it says, quote, I mean, it's always tough going from one Hall of Famer to another Hall of Famer. from Devontae to Allen. It's going to be a transition, but he's capable of a lot. This is Aaron Rodgers, of course, being facetious and poking fun at Devontae Adams for kind of acting like going from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr is not a big drop-off at all. And so Aaron Rodgers is trying to do the same thing in regards to, it's not that big of a drop-off going from Devontae Adams to name that random wide receiver. In this case, it happens to be Allen Lazard. I'd never seen a player do this. Aaron Rodgers did it yesterday. I'd never seen it where he shows up looking like Con Air and Nicolas Cage. Pretty funny. But I've never seen a player like Russell Wilson do what he did today, where he shows up to camp wearing his own jersey.
His own jersey.
He wore, I don't know, is that something we're used to seeing here? Like he shows up to the facility and he's wearing his number 3 Broncos jersey.
I heard he wore a jersey. Was it the Throwbacks jersey, though? Was it the Broncos jersey from back in the
Orange Crush?
It is the Orange Crush.
So he went 1980s Orange Crush is what he did. So, yeah, he went throwbacks on his own jersey.
I like that.
Not a bad plan.
No, it's just Russell Wilson's always doing just like what people would say would describe as corny or whatever. But that kind of went a little bit viral today. There's a question mark at left tackle for the Packers. David Bakhtiari had another procedure on his knee this offseason. He missed all of last year with the ACL injury. They're saying cautiously optimistic about his recovery, but he is starting camp on the PUP list. So we'll see if they can get him off that before the season starts. Of course, you have Dan Campbell, head coach in Detroit, doing up downs and bear crawls with his team in Detroit. Stylistically, that's no surprise. And then let's see here. Allen Robinson is already making heads turn at Rams camp with
surprise.
Yeah, that's
surprise.
Gosh, that's going to be tough for defenses. Here's Cooper
Happy
Kupp.
Chinooka.
Here's Allen Robinson, but there's a little around the NFL, around some NFL training camps for you. We're out here in Oxnard talking some Cowboys. 877-881-1053. We got a lot of questions about Tony Pollard here on the text line, and just kind of what's the latest on him. Is he working with the running backs? Is he doing some stuff with the wide receivers? Certainly still working with the running backs, but when they go to team, you see a decent amount of Pollard at wide receiver, and that's something.
At least today you did.
You saw it throughout minicamps and OTAs, and then you saw it again today, and you got to start thinking, okay, maybe this is going to be a concerted effort to make sure that we have our best guys on the field, and oftentimes that's going to include Tony Pollard, Zeke, CD, Tolbert, all these dudes.
Yeah, Stephen Jones was on with
KNC
today, and he talked about the wide receiver position and maybe looking at the wide receiver position. And it didn't surprise me because I felt like the wide receiver position and maybe the linebacker, I know I mentioned it earlier, might be a spot where they add a guy off the waiver wire or maybe you go make a trade for. So this might be their answer initially to see if, put Pollard at wide receiver in the formation. Let's see how that works. If it's something that's got some traction to it, it's got some legs, maybe you go with it and then you don't have to go make that move. You can get by with Tolbert and Washington and guys like that.
I'd really love to see like a Simi Fehoko step up here in practice. I know we get a lot of texts about a TJ Vasher. It's day one, but TJ Vasher didn't really get a whole lot of work in today, so we'll have to wait and see, to see step up as the practices progress here in training camp. But certainly, at least getting James Washington back out on the field, and I think as good as day one, and it is an overreaction, but just day one, Jalen Tolbert looked really, really good. For somebody that doesn't know what the Cowboys did or who's a rookie, who's not, for somebody that just came out and watched practice for the first time and they didn't know Jalen Tolbert was a rookie, there's no way they would have guessed that. He looked very comfortable. He looked like he belonged, and I think that maybe puts my mind at ease a little bit about this receiver group.
Yeah, I need to just carry that thing on, stack those days, get through this week, and then like Mike McCarthy talked about, next week, 4 of the 5 days are padded practices. Excited about that, and get to see really that physical confrontation between the receivers, the defensive backs, and then with the rush and things where can he get open, can he separate, can he finish? He's just got to stay healthy. You got to fight through any soreness. Tomorrow, we'll see. I mean, there was a lot of running around out today. They'll continue these practices. Are a lot of running for this wide receiver. let's see if he has the mental toughness to fight through it all.
Still, the biggest surprise at camp is the physical condition of head coach Mike McCarthy. And when we talk about maybe building our perfect Cowboy right now physically, I wonder if there's a part of Mike McCarthy that can make an appearance there as we build our perfect Cowboy. So
you and I both know the answer is no.
It's probably going to be no, but I'd like to.
Did he mention Zeke's head size today? Did you hear about that? Like when Zeke was like on the sidelines of a game, and Zeke went running by him when he was in Green Bay, and he says, "God, he's got a big head." You know, he was talking about
all these guys' heads look huge with their helmets on, and they got this
with
extra
that rugby helmet
on.
type thing on top of the helmet. It's nuts.
But we're very, very much so trying to keep these dudes from banging heads, even though you're not doing much of that right now without some of the pads on. 8:04, how did Anthony Brown look? He had an awesome day today. Bobby Belt did describe a couple of moments where the rookie Jalen Tolbert kind of took advantage of him, but he had the pick six. He had a couple of nice batted balls. Saw Jordan Lewis doing some batted balls. It's still weird to see Jordan Lewis wearing the number 2 jersey and Anthony Brown wearing the number 3 jersey. It kind of throws you off, but that's where we're at right now. You got 7 in Diggs, 2 in Lewis, and 3 in Anthony Brown.
And 1 in Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah, that's right, and Kelvin Joseph for sure. And he's a guy that I need to watch a little bit more.
Tomorrow will be a good day.
Didn't stand out much today. He definitely got in there. I'm sure he feels great with all the off-the-field stuff kind of handled, but didn't notice him really bad or good today.
Besides James Washington beating him on that go, and then he got him stacked pretty good, and him and Dak were just a little bit, timing was off on the deep ball. They just weren't able to connect, but he did have Kelvin Joseph beat. Otherwise, it was an average day for Kelvin Joseph today. Nothing good, nothing bad.
All right, let's get you set for the Get Right. 8 to 11 tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Reg and KG. We'll crosstalk with them next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, our Cowboys guest of the day will be stopping
Trump might face 3 big threats, including Hillary Clinton. Still, Dick Morris says Trump can win. Newsmax says The Return is the book of the year. An Amazon #1 bestseller. Get Dick Morris's The Return, or see the free offer and save $28. Go to thereturn911.com. That's thereturn911.com.
The Fan is live all day at Cowboys training camp in Oxnard with exclusive interviews with players and coaches, reaction from the field as it happens, and any other hijinks the guys might get into while in Cali. Cowboys training camp coverage is brought to you by Meta Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, if you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, y'all. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Luke Alexander, producing for us back at our Odyssey studios. We are out here at the tennis courts at Cowboys Camp in Oxnard. The G-Bag Nation, myself, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. Thank you to Bobby Belt for hanging out with us as well. The General Gavin Dawson flying in tonight. We will be seeing him tomorrow, and he will be joining us for a full 5-hour show from 2 to 7. We got Micah Parsons on at 5 o'clock, and we should also be visiting tomorrow after practice with Anthony Brown as well. But right now it's time to cross-talk with the fellas from the Get Right. We got Reginald Atatula and Kevin Gray. Gentlemen, how are you?
What's happening? Just look, we're right next to you. Look to your left.
Oh, my gosh. Guys, what's up?
He actually, look, I don't know what's wrong. No, we're here in Dallas holding you down.
We're like wanting them to like let us into the Zoom so you all can see our faces.
Oh, I was not gonna. I mean, look,
Can I let you in?
I mean, do you have control of? I don't think you have control of the Zoom.
Carter's working from home. He's
get with it, Carter. Jeez.
Hey, look, I get everything y'all are saying. It is 7:45. Carter, get off at 7.
All right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll let the Zoom go for today. All right, no problem.
So what do we have planned? We got 3 hours. We got the
it did come in. Somebody heard us.
All right, my bad, Carter.
Oh, my bad, Carter. Yeah, I'm talking.
Does that mean I need to hop in the Zoom now so I can see your faces?
Oh, yeah, you better.
Hey, there you are.
Okay.
So you got left out now. There you go. It looks very comfortable and cool there. Who was the other gentleman behind you there, Chiafalo?
It looks
bad
like
radio right
filter.
now.
It looks like that new filter where people are like the guy comes up over your shoulder and people are getting scared.
Yes.
Tim Collins.
Oh, that was Tim Collins? Oh, what's up, Tim?
That was T-Sizzle.
Tim Collins in the building. There he is. All right. Good to see Tim there. Y'all having fun? You look like you're having a good time. Bryce, I don't know what you're doing with this whole cap and sunglasses thing.
What are
we doing over here? I don't know what we're doing.
He's killing the game is what he's doing.
Man, these are like prescription sunglasses.
Oh, my bad. He's like, I need these to see, okay?
And then I got my Bobcat folks sent me a nice hat.
Oh,
so
paying the bills. There you go, Broaddus. Pay them bills, man. Pay the bills.
Man, North Texas Bobcat.
There you go.
Chuck and I are striving to be able to wear hats out here as well one of these days. Because that's exactly right. He's got the Bobcat sponsor. So
any day, Reg, on getting into this thing.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, Chiafalo, sounds like you need to get with it. Hey, there he is.
Excellent radio for everybody listening.
Yes. They're like, why is there not anyone talking about what's actually happening right now?
Okay, so what kind of hat? Because Chiafalo, you're there talking, as I noticed that you're under the name Bobby Belt. That's fantastic.
I am, yes.
What you talk about getting a hat and maybe you guys going that way. What kind of hats do you think that you're going to go with? Because I feel like that is some way expressive of your personality, whatever hat you just go with.
I'm making a prediction. For the guys here. I'm going to make a prediction. This company right here, you see me on my shirt? What I got
okay. All right.
The Miller Lite.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying that maybe one of these cats might show up with something like that.
All right.
These are very, very personable young guys. So maybe Miller Lite, if you're listening, help out our guys here. They're good folk.
Broaddus is hooking it up. Yeah, I would love to have a Miller Lite hat. I'm going to go drink some Miller Lite here right after the show, which is very, very exciting.
I'm going to go get Dawson at the airport. That's what I'm going to go do.
Because Broaddus is a great teammate. We all know that.
Yeah, we said take an Uber. Come party with us. But Dawson's like, no, I'll go pick him up.
That's good. I think I'd do the Rangers victory hat, but it'd be Miller Lite style, right?
Okay.
For when they win and you're the MVP of the game, I'd probably just go cowboy hat, Miller Lite style, and that's probably how I'd crush with that. I think Walchuk would do the bucket hat, look sharp, maybe a straw hat even.
Maybe a straw hat.
Good.
Yeah,
I can see the straw hat.
Oh, the straw
sure.
hat. Okay, you might want to talk to Chop about that. You know, he could get you hooked up with a nice, straw hat and help you out there.
Okay.
Yeah, Chop could take care of you there.
Look
Yeah.
like the old ball coach out there. Yeah, I think you could do that.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Shout out to Steve Spurrier.
Shout out to Steve Spurrier, man.
Absolutely. All right, so we got a 3-hour extravaganza. What do you have in store for us?
Stephen Jones said something today with the KNC masterpiece.
All he had to say was Stephen Jones. All he had to say.
Oh, my bad. Was that all that needed to be said? Was
Stephen Jones one day, and Reggie's gonna.
It's gonna be an ISO moment.
It's his show. I swear.
He's gonna clear out just for me to take over with Stephen. But Stephen said something today that I got me charged up and got a lot of Cowboys fans charged up today on the old Cowboys Nation Twitter that we'll have to explore a little bit later on in the show today, for sure.
And you guys know I've been doing my rewatch of the 21 Cowboys. I got to week 11, which was, as soon as I said it, I forgot. Oh, this was Kansas City at GEHA Field.
The second half.
Yeah,
no
dog. So
No
that's going to be a very interesting discussion. And then I think I would like to juxtapose that with some of the things that you guys saw at camp. So I know that I heard you guys when I was coming in, you guys were talking to Bobby Belt, and you guys, of course, talking about number 4, Dak Prescott. I found it interesting, because I know Bobby wasn't paying attention, but can you break down more of what you guys saw from Dak Prescott in this game? Because deep passing was something that I actually talked about or looked about a lot this week, looking at that Kansas City Chiefs game.
So we didn't get to see, so what they do is basically each series they'll rotate the quarterbacks out.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like, okay, we got to see a ton of Dak specifically today. I think we only really got to see one true deep shot, and it was the one to James Washington, and it was just a
left side,
just maybe a half a yard overthrown, if you will.
It was going away from us, so I couldn't tell. I saw the flight of the ball. I'm thinking Washington's got a shot here.
He did,
because there was some separation at the end of the route, and I'm thinking, Dak can usually lay that thing right in there. But to Wolchuk's point, Reggie, a lot of movement of the pocket today. It was the send the run one way, send the flow one way. Oh, well, here we're going to tight end drag, tight end delay. It was that boots, the waggles, and stuff like that. When they went to 2-minute, man, there was some pressure from the defense. I mean, there were guys kind of collapsing around the pocket, so the ball wasn't flying like it. But Wolchuk's right. That one shot down the left side, I was happy that they had some separation on that. That was the thing I was encouraged about, because I think Dak can find a way to get that done.
Yeah, because James Washington won on that, and you got to think
Kelvin Joseph.
Right. Remember, both Washington missed OTAs and minicamps. He was hurt. So that's the first time we've gotten to see James Washington out there. So I really feel like timing more reps when they get that down, that's going to be there, and that should be exciting. I mean, that's the one thing that coming out of Oklahoma State, we saw from James Washington. Once they're able to get that rapport, I think that'll be good. But one thing from Dak as well brought us, and then absolutely I want to hear your thoughts there. That I liked, and we've seen this with Aaron Rodgers throughout his entire career.
I know where you're going here. This was exactly what I was going to say.
Sam Williams jumped off sides on a play.
Yeah.
Dak knew he had a free play. CeeDee Lamb's wide open over the middle. Dak doesn't hesitate. Boom, balls out,
Between
hits him.
the safeties,
it's like
right
a
there,
15 to 20-yard chunk.
The 2-minute drill,
In the 2-minute drill.
Right.
The Cowboys take that. That's something I'd love to see the Cowboys offense and Dak specifically try and take advantage of more this year.
Okay.
It's just little things like that where it's like, okay, you're stepping into year 7 from a cerebral standpoint, the understanding of the game, little things like that. And, of course, it's the rookie that jumps off sides, and it's the perfect juxtaposition of this is a vet just toying with the rookie
again.
Here.
Juxtaposition.
Yeah.
I like this.
It's a good word.
Reggie said
how do you grade that?
Oh, was that the word? See, somebody texted in from the 512, stop using the SAT words, and I didn't even realize what word I used, so my bad, yo.
It's the second time this week you've used the word. I noticed it before. I'm like, man, I got to look this word up.
I think it's the first time I've ever said into a microphone. I don't even know if I used it properly.
You did it.
But
You did it beautifully, honestly.
You actually used it in the correct way. Good job, Chiafalo. Good for you.
Well, thank you.
There you go.
It's those type of vet moves, heady play kind of things that I think can really allow Dak and the offense to take that next step. Just small stuff like that, man. And now you feel like he's at a place where he should have that comfort level at the line of scrimmage, being in command, being in control, and little stuff like that goes a long way.
Oh, man, it's going to be fun cross-talking with you guys as you guys are out there at camp, because I just love this as a little dissemination of your information of what you guys have seen through camp. Can we just do this?
Peppering you with random things.
Yeah.
I'll
take all of it.
Here's the thing, though.
Right now.
We got to let Broadus go because, Broadus is working, 5 different shows a day now.
That's true.
Somebody decided to jump on Cowboys break today, Broadus, and decided to,
You keeping tabs on Broadus, aren't you?
It was a good show. Like, it was him, and Derek Eagleton, Amber Garcia, and Nick Eamon doing their thing. So
You know the whole lineup.
I mean, yeah. How could you not? It's the break, man.
What did I say I was on? I said it was.
You dominated the show. Let me give you a piece of advice, Broadus. Hey, don't dominate the entire show the entire time, okay? Like, let somebody else talk for once, all right?
Jeez.
Good gracious.
I tried to be quiet. I did. I honestly tried to be quiet.
He heard a piece of silence, like, I got to step in. I got to say something real smart here. I got to say something,
Broadus has Super Bowl winning scout eyes. Sometimes just those things jump off your spirit. I'm here for you.
Hidden by sunglasses.
That's right.
Honestly,
they don't need to see. They don't need to see what you got going on behind them sunglasses.
Here we
today.
go.
Here we go. Put the glasses back on. Put it back on.
Glad y'all pointed that out.
At least they're not red.
Not yet.
Right.
We've been dropping the ball. We've been dropping the ball for the last 2 hours, not respecting the drip that Broadus is showing right now. He's got the vest on.
Yep. Paying the bills with the hat. He's doing it all, man.
He really is. He is bringing it so
when
damn
you boys
strong
get 58
today.
years old, you'll learn my drip.
You guys should have seen.
Man.
If that drip come with a Super Bowl ring, man, we're good to go.
That's right. That's all the drip you need.
You should have seen the baggie he was with traveling yesterday. He didn't want any of us to take a picture of it. We thought about making a poll.
Oh, he had his diamond encrusted Louis just walking around, with the Super Bowl ring in it.
Wolchuk said I got it at the '87 Sugar Bowl game when we played Nebraska.
Oh, damn.
It was like a bowl gift.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're doing your best, Bill Snyder wearing the bowl game stuff from way back when.
I wear the old 1994 bowl game stuff. Get ready.
That's right.
It's the suitcase that you would imagine your great grandmother carrying through.
He's not lying.
It's a trunk.
Vintage
He had
is
a
what you're saying.
bellhop carrying it for him.
Vintage.
He's not lying.
Fellas, we look forward to the next 3 hours of the Get Right. We will catch up with you all tomorrow.
All right, sounds
easy,
good.
fellas.
All right, from training camp here in Oxnard, we'll be back tomorrow, full 5 hours, and the General Gavin Dawson will be with us. For Eric Chiafalo, for Brian Broadus, for, of course, the General Lucius Alexander, and Tim Collins, who's engineering out here for us. I'm Zach Wolchuk. Until tomorrow, hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
We're in Cali, and the living is easy.
D1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's time for The Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Attitula.
What's happening, baby?
My man Ruben holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Day one of training camp in the books for your Dallas Cowboys. You can follow us on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Attitula. Make sure you are following us all over social media on 105 The Fan. TheTruckRate.com text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation.
Or point out when I'm using words that are too big for you. I don't do it on purpose, I promise.
Or find a dictionary, and you can follow along with Reg as he uses the words throughout the course of tonight's 3-hour program. We should do that one day, like have a whole segment where just Reg uses the biggest words that he possibly can, and then people will text in like the definition of said word.
But that's not fun for me either. Like, I'm not doing this just because I'm
you
trying to
naturally
use
do
words.
it. So it's not like you going out of your way to use, the words that only, second year grad students
It's not
use
that crucial.
in
It's
the
really not.
middle of, college or whatever.
Okay.
But
All right.
the question we want to pose to start off tonight's show with, what's the position group or cowboy you feel like you can lean on most going into 2022? We set the backdrop today. The Dallas Cowboys open up training camp 2022 in Oxnard, California. Our training camp coverage presented by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. And if you were with all of our shows today,
why wouldn't you be?
But yes, because all the coverage was terrific, starting with Sean and RJ this morning, having Zach Martin all the way through the G-Bag Nation today.
Wait, can I take a second? Because obviously I tried to get in with all this content, and I know this is not even where we're going. The heck is Choppy talking about? Right? Let me just start there, because obviously that can go a whole bunch of different directions.
Right.
In their interview with Zach Martin, obviously he found out that Zach Martin is a big Peyton Manning fan. So Choppy was in love, right? They did a little quiz for Zach Martin, and in this quiz we found out two things. RJ Choppy thinks that Jim Caldwell is a ridiculous. What was the words that he used? He called him.
You took notes on this.
Yes, I did. I did take notes on this because I was like, "What are you talking about, Chop?" He called Jim Caldwell a useless coach.
I'm sorry. What?
That was one. And then he also said that Tim Tebow is the greatest college football quarterback of all time. So those two things I just found. I was like, look, we don't have to get deep into that, but I was just like, Chop, what are you doing? Other than that, fantastic coverage from Oxnard from all the boys.
I mean, he didn't have to go full Bart Scott with the whole, Jim Caldwell comment.
I just didn't understand that at all.
I mean, the Tim Tebow greatest college football player. Now, did he mean greatest college football player or greatest college quarterback?
Quarterback.
Wow. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. Because, I mean, Tim Tebow may be one of the greatest college football players of all time, but he's certainly
definitely up there.
Nowhere near the greatest quarterback.
That one I'll give him a little bit more slack on. Like, I absolutely see the argument.
I guess we're talking about college, not necessarily.
Yeah, college. Definitely college.
Okay.
And look, it's up there. But I can never shake the fact that Cam Newton carried dudes to a no doubt national championship at Auburn. And not just dudes. Does anybody think that Gus Malzahn is a good head coach?
That wasn't even Gus Malzahn's title. That was your man Gene Chizik.
Oh, that was Chizik.
Yeah, that was your man Gene Chizik when they helped beat the brakes off of Oregon, or when they beat Oregon and won that national championship. Yeah, that's when we thought, Gene Chizik is a decent coach. No, it was just Cam Newton and his singular greatness.
Off the singular strength.
Yes.
Anyways, that's far from what we were talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, but Chop's wilding on the Jim
Camp
Caldwell
coverage.
thing. Yeah, camp coverage, of course, for
morning till night. I want to 5 through the fan.
No, literally from 5:30 a.m. to 11 o'clock at night with a little Rangers baseball mixed in between every now and then, you will have your Dallas Cowboys covered throughout the course of training camp. And look, you saw some highlights today. Your man Anthony Brown got out there, picked off Dak Prescott, Trayvon Diggs shaking somebody out their boots today, Micah Parsons doing Micah Parsons things.
Being fast.
Right. Apparently, he was out here whooping, Terrence Hill and Tyron Smith at one point today.
He said, lest you forget, 4.3 speed.
Yeah, exactly. That's very true. So there's a lot of things. Again, it's day one. There's no reason to overreact to much of what you see today, but it's good, more importantly, to see these guys on the football field. But as we get into this conversation, it starts to get us to thinking about which players or position groups do you feel like you can lean on or you can trust going into 2022. And some of this spurred off of a conversation that you heard with Dominic Foxworth.
Yeah, Dominic Foxworth and Charles McDonald on the exempt list. Charles McDonald, friend of the show, mind you. They were doing an NFC East preview, and with that, as they were talking about the defense, obviously, especially from a national perspective, the conversation with the defense is the idea of turnover regression. Right. And so what could this defense be when that expected turnover regression hits, and, what ways could they maybe, counteract that effect of not getting nearly as many turnovers as they got last year? And so Dominic Foxworth, who played in this league for a good amount of time, was an NFLPA executive. He's just got a lot of bona fides when it comes to football. He brought up this idea that, at least when you're talking about an NFL defense, you always at least want to look for one position group that you can kind of hang your hat on, or one that you can
lean on me.
Lean on. There you go. I thought he was going to give me more. No. Ruben, did you expect more? Because I thought the way that he jumped in there, I thought he was going to give us a verse.
From hearing Kevin's previous singing, I did expect more.
Just a little teaser. Little tease in the business. Little tease in the business. You might get some more later, but there's a little tease in the business.
All right. But yes, so with that being the case, he kind of ran through it, and he was like, I don't know that there is a position group on this defense that I would like to lean on. And that I found that wildly interesting, because do you agree with that assessment?
I mean, look, we've talked about the idea that the turnover variance is going to be, is from year to year, it's going to be wildly different. You can't expect this team to have the kind of turnovers that they did last year. But what you're hoping going into year 2 under Dan Quinn's defense is that the understanding of what he wants to see done on the field from play to play, and with the scheme that he's bringing to this team, that the understanding grows. And more importantly, when you think about who you want to lean on in that case, Micah Parsons comes to the forefront, because obviously the skill set that he has, the things that he was doing just off sheer talent alone, now you're hoping that the understanding of the game continues to grow for him, and the IQ continues to grow, so that he can marry all the talent, the God-given talent that he has, with the understanding and the IQ of the game that will make him that much more of a complete football player. So when you can't depend on, turnovers or those big splash plays, can you depend on the fundamentals of the scheme that you're trying to run, and understanding what you want to do play in and play out, that will have you much more consistent, so that even if you're not getting the kinds of turnovers, you're still able to have an effective defense play in and play out, game in and game out, to give your team the best chance to succeed when they get on the field.
Yeah, I think that Micah is always an interesting point, because he was so good that sometimes you wonder, can he replicate that? But especially being somebody who has been recently rewatching these games, so it's fresh in my mind, I could see the places in which you go, ooh, that's a rookie. That's a dude who is kind of feeling this. There's instances, particularly when he's playing linebacker, where it's like, oh, he's flowing in the wrong direction, or he's not fitting that gap at the right time. Maybe more about the flowing and less about the fitting, because we know Micah likes to get downfield. But that brought me to this idea of the linebackers, and I don't know how fair it is to put all of that on one player. And that linebacker, the idea that, everybody's just going to do their job and that'll get over on the scheme. The linebackers gives me a lot of pause with that, because I don't know that you have the personnel to do that, to do that and feel comfortable about it. Leighton Vander Esch has been in this league for a while, and we still saw last year him, kind of flow incorrectly, for lack of a better term. The right term is not coming in, but, kind of maybe be slow to read, or not quite read what's happening in the right ways. And then next to him, you're going to have Micah, who's obviously going to have another year under his belt, and you hope that development, especially from the football knowledge and experience, takes another level. But who else are you putting out there, right? Is Jabril Cox going to be in that place where you feel great about it, especially understanding that Jabril Cox is somebody, at least with evaluators, that we know he could cover, but it's the other stuff. It's like the more traditional linebacker stuff that we have questions about. I'm not saying it's impossible by any means, but the, fitting the gap, it's the contain, it's the, flowing with the football. Mm-hmm. Those things that we need to see development on. Luke Gifford has been a perpetual backup, linebacker. Is that the guy that you anticipate being steady and solid? I think that linebacker core is one where, and I've heard, obviously, if you were listening to the G-Bag Nation just before us on 105.3 The Fan, Brian Broaddus had that same concern. He's looking at this linebacking core, and there is some questions as to who is going to be there, because it can't just be replacement level player X doing their job. It has to be someone competent doing their job.
from the 817, Dak is someone that they feel like they can lean on and trust most going into 2022. Obviously, for him, a big year going into year 7. How does he continue to take the next steps in his game to elevate not only his play for himself individually, but the play of his wide receivers around him? One of the plays that was being talked about today was a play where he had a deep ball throwing to James Washington, unable to connect there, had an opportunity to do some things with Jalen Tolbert today. So we're going to see all of these things continue to play out throughout the course of training camp. But if you feel like this team can have a chance to make a run in the playoffs, they're going to have to lean on Ford to be able to carry this offense the way that they need to. And another player that some may feel like they need to lean on going into this upcoming year, who spoke today as well, is Ezekiel Elliott. Ezekiel Elliott talking about how he was feeling after the course of a difficult season where he dealt with a torn PCL. And he was saying today that it took him a month or two before he felt like he was healthy enough to be at 100% going into this upcoming year. And obviously a big year for him too, because he is in the final year of his contract. No more guaranteed money after this year. And if you feel like he's a guy that can stick around if he has a good year, or if he's in the final year, he's still a guy that you feel like has to be a big part of this team, given the importance that this offensive line has and how he can perform and getting back to some of what he feels like he is as a player on this team.
What do you feel like Ezekiel? I mean, nobody's talked enough about Ezekiel over the last few years, so let's do that. What do you think that Ezekiel Elliott actually is? Because early on last year, we did see a good running back. And he still was one
First
of the
4 or 5 weeks are very good from him.
Still one of the few running backs that cracked 1,000 yards last season, even with the noted PCL injury and the slowdown. But you can also still look at the fact that every year that he's been in the NFL, that yards per carry has gone down. And, you know, there's even ways outside of that numerical value, you know, just tangibly or, you know, just kind of visibly what you could see. You could see maybe a lesser running back. I know that some people will just talk about the basic burst that, you know, feels like is missing. What do you think that Ezekiel Elliott is now?
I still think he's one of the best pass blocking and one of the best blocking backs in the NFL, which is a big part of this offense. I think for him, he's still a guy that can get you those dirty yards, those 2, 3, 4, 5 yards that you need in order to continue to move the chains. What he's not anymore is a guy that can hit that kind of home run, you know, the 40, 50-yard gains that we have seen from him earlier on in his career.
But he can still hit the 25-30.
Exactly, which are still obviously big splash plays that you'll need in an offense that needs to be explosive on multiple levels to continue to put pressure on defenses. So if Ezekiel Elliott can be a guy this year that can give you 1,100 yards, 1,200 yards on the ground, and do so at a 4.5 yard, you know, per carry average, you're going to be good with that in terms of his production because of what he has not been over the last couple of years. And if he can get back to some of that, I think that bodes well for this offense and their ability to consistently move the football on teams and have the multiple dimensions that we think this offense can have this year.
All right, we've just done a lot of stuff here. And one of the things that this team has talked about or has leaned on a lot, and I know that has kind of become a national narrative of how this position group is weakened a little bit, is the offensive line. And everything that they do offensively is going to be predicated on this. I'm starting to develop a theory about, like, and I don't know that it's novel in any way, but that the offensive line's deterioration was a good factor in what also happened with the offense in general.
Sure it was.
Last year. You talk about Zeke getting 4.5 yards. That's predicated on the offense. You talk about Dak Prescott being able to, especially if we're talking about, you know, pushing the ball down the field, that's going to be in part predicated on the offense holding up and giving him the time to do that and the ability to step into throws. What are we feeling about the offensive line, especially when you do the thing of how much do we take from the fact that Micah Parsons was torching both of your tackles?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Micah's going to do that to everybody.
Right.
Like, let's just get out to the top. He's going to do that to everybody. But the consistency at which this offensive line is going to have to play with, because you were thinking that it's going to be Tyron Smith, Tyler Biadasz, obviously Zach Martin as your Hall of Fame right guard. And then
a lot of ties on there.
It is, exactly. I thought the same thing as I was rattling off the names. And then, of course, Terrence Steele, you know, as your right tackle. Both of these offensive and defensive lines are, I think, going to tell us a lot about this football team this year. But focusing on the offensive line,
I've heard that games are won and lost in the trenches.
And that would be 100% correct in my mind. And for this team particularly, the protection of Dak Prescott, giving him that extra second or two to be able to get his playmakers down the field, for Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard to be effective in the run and the passing game, the foundation of what this team has been offensively over the last several years, and when they're at their best, is when their offensive line is clicking on all cylinders. They have to get back to some of that this year in order for this offense to be as potent as it's potentially going to be, just like they did last year when they did set a franchise record for points in a season last year.
Can we talk a little bit more about this on the other side? I know you wanted to get to a Stephen Jones quote, but there's another thing in a text that just came in. As we're starting up camp, this first day we get to see the guys today. There's something that came in on the text line that sparked an interesting thought. So maybe a couple minutes of that on the other side.
We'll do that on the other side of the break. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Cowboys, day one in training camp wrapped up. We'll get you more next on 105 through the Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks.
vehicle you want, go to PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Tolos, do you think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? You better think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so you better get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. You can visit them at truckwreck.com. Also, like I said again, you better visit them at truckwreck.com.
Here you go, being all demanding again. Like, what's going on with you these days?
I'm just doing my job.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. That's
paid.
Ruben, hold it down for you here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. Continuing our Cowboys conversation that we started off the top of the show with, there was an interesting text, Reg, that you saw came in that wanted to facilitate this discussion a little bit longer, and I want to know what that was and what they were feeling on the truckbreak.com text line.
Yeah, shout out to the 469. Someone said, has anyone gotten an eye on Dante Fowler Jr.? And that brought me to the idea of, obviously, he's going to factor in major into your pass rush and your defensive line play. And your defensive line play is another one of these things, another one of these units that I think you leaned on in some ways last year, having two bookends in DeMarcus Lawrence and Randy Gregory, although they missed a little bit of time here and there. I don't know that you have that as solidly now, especially knowing that Micah Parsons is going to kind of move around. I think you were the one who was talking to me about the idea that he is both in the pass rush and the linebacker meetings. So he's full participant in both of those, meaning we will see him at defensive end some, but Sam Williams, Dante Fowler Jr., Dorrance Armstrong, like the group of those guys are all going to be featured in this. Did you hear anything about Dante Fowler in particular? Because I don't think I heard anything.
I didn't see much when it came to Dante Fowler Jr. today. And again, with it being day one, there's going to be plenty of opportunities, I think, to get ideas on what that rotation at defensive end opposite of DeMarcus Lawrence will look like, because between Sam Williams, Dorrance Armstrong, and obviously what they've got with Dante Fowler Jr. there, that right side is going to have to be productive there. They're going to have to get something from those three, or hopefully one of those three kind of takes the reins of that job to be able to get pressure on the quarterback, because for all the things that we want to say about Randy Gregory, unavailable this, unavailable that, Triple C on the field this or whatever, last year, this was a productive player, whether it be getting after the quarterback. I think he had, 6 sacks last year, or the pressure that he was generating. We finally saw that right side start to come to fruition with Randy Gregory and his play last year. So you're needing to see that continuity continue with one of those three guys stepping up and being able to take the reins of that job to give this defensive line consistency and confidence that opposite of DeMarcus Lawrence, you'll be able to get production from that edge, especially knowing that if the turnovers aren't necessarily going to be there,
right, pressure,
you've got to be able to generate pressure on this defensive line.
Like, to go nerdy on you when we talk about like the expected points added when it comes to that type of metric, obviously interceptions, takeaways are the highest that you can get on defense. Outside of that, sacks and pressures after that matter a good amount. So the pressures still make a big difference. So even if you aren't ultimately getting to the quarterback, and Randy Gregory did get to the quarterback, but even outside of that, he did a great job of rushing, speeding quarterbacks up, stunting and getting up the middle and, changing the view and the angle on some of these throws. And I think those are the things that you're going to need to see as well. If you want to continue to give your back end opportunities to get interceptions, you need to start at the front by making it tough on the quarterback.
And if they can, then we talked about was Micah Parsons being able to be moved around and the different kind of plays that you could, or the different ways you could see him use within this defense. That again just allows for that much more creativity on the defensive end for Dan Quinn. So as when it comes to all the things that they'll need to have, whether it be the defensive line getting pressure on the quarterback, not just on the edges, but also up the middle, hopefully you'll see some more of that, not just with the run game, the run defense improving, with guys like Neville Gallimore and Osa Odighizuwa. I want to see them be able to generate some pressure up the middle and maybe get to the quarterback a little bit, because that's when I think things really start to pick up when it comes to this defensive line.
But you know what's funny? Sorry to cut you off there, but you know what's funny is like getting to the quarterback isn't actually the thing that I worry about with these D tackles. I actually it's one of the reasons why I've loved rewatching these games and seeing Osa. Osa does a good job of kind of slipping past these centers and guards and, you know, kind of adding some pressure up the middle. It's when they're getting washed out on run plays.
Mm-hmm.
It's those things. So it's funny because I know you're right. You do need that interior pressure. I'm really worried about, can you guys be in instances where you're not in your linebackers' laps on run plays and ceding the first 2 yards before the running back even has to touch anybody? You know, like those are the things I'm more concerned about on the interior defensive line.
Yeah, because you don't want to see, you know, the Neville Gallimores and the Osa Odighizuwas get blown up and pushed back, you know, into the second level. But that's why the interior of this defensive line is going to be so important, because now you get the chance to free up Leighton Vander Esch. You can free up Micah Parsons, Jabril Cox, and others to be able to fly around and make plays on the football, not just getting after the quarterback in the backfield, making plays in the run game, but now they can feel free to be creative within that defense. So this team, while we may not see necessarily the turnover machine that we saw last year, each of these three levels of this defense, whether it be on the defensive line, in the second, you know, level with the linebacker core, and then obviously extending into the secondary, they're going to have to be as cohesive as ever in order to be consistent week in and week out, knowing, especially in the first 2 weeks of the season, who you're going to be taking on in a Tampa Bay with Tom Brady, who just got another weapon in Julio Jones. I know he's not the Julio Jones of 4 or 5 years ago, but still a good football player that could help.
Really? Are we sure? The Julio Jones of last year, I'm not sure is a good football player.
Well, and I think in that offense, what he's not going to have the pressure on him to have to perform like he has been in the last 4 or 5 years when he was one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. If anything we've learned, when you play with Tom Brady, you're going to be productive when you play with Tom Brady. And I think he will be so even in this offense this year.
I'm skeptical. I'm sorry. Like, and look, I know
there's reason to have healthy skepticism.
Right, as I step back and look at myself from the outside, I'm being skeptical of Julio Jones in this instance. It feels weird to say. However, like, again, I get it. The offense will be more catered, but have we seen somebody as, let's face it, washed as Julio Jones has been in that offense, and we've called it some level of rejuvenation? I don't know that we have.
Like, the way I think about it is I think about how we felt about Odell Beckham Jr. before he went to Los Angeles.
Who felt that? Well, I guess the people.
There was a lot of people who felt like Odell was washed before he went to Los Angeles.
All right, I'm gonna be a jerk real quick. This is your jerk alert for Reggie Jerk Alert. All right, Odell Beckham Jr. wasn't watching. Everybody thought that was being dumb. Sorry.
I tried to tell people, like, Odell got a lot left in the tank.
Like, that is not the same as Julio Jones by any means.
And we found out when he went to Los Angeles. Now, again, the problem with Julio is the question of whether or not he can remain healthy consistently throughout the course of a season, which has obviously been a problem for him for the last, several years. But if he's to be believed, with best shape in your life season, he says he's fully healthy. Again, if he's to be believed, then you feel like he and that offense could do some damage with Mike Williams, Chris Godwin, and others there. But again, this goes back to what the Cowboys are going to be facing those first 2 weeks. A weapon-filled Tampa Bay Buccaneer football team and a Cincinnati Bengals team that's got weapons galore, with Joe Burrow continuing his improvement and ascent as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So they're going to be tested early and often in this first couple of games, will this defense. And if you feel like that's the unit that you're going to lean on, then that's going to be tested rather quickly in the first 2 weeks of this season.
I don't want to continue this because you really wanted to get this off your chest when it came to Stephen Jones joining the KNC Masterpiece earlier, but the 817, someone said same thing they thought with AB in Tampa. I don't know. Did anybody think that AB was actually washed, or did we just think that he was a nuisance? Because I think those are also different things.
Yeah, because the last time we had saw Antonio Brown productive with Tom Brady before, the one game that he played with him before he, got cut with, New England, he scored a touchdown.
It was just can you keep him out from doing...
Exactly. So, I don't think I look at Julio Jones in the same vein as I do Antonio Brown. I think Julio Jones will be very productive with that particular football team. But good conversation. I appreciate the truckred.com text line weighing in on that. Stephen Jones today joined the KNC Masterpiece, and there was one particular quote that he had today, which you will hear in just a second, that got me, Cowboys Twitter, and all of Cowboys Nation charged up. And it was Kevin Hagelin who posed a very good question about how Cowboys fans are feeling relative to what they did this offseason Here is what Stephen Jones, COO Stephen Jones, had to say today.
Well, winning off seasons have gotten us nowhere. And when you say, hey, what are you doing to change? What are you doing to do something different that's going to change the narrative? So when you do get to the playoffs, you do, you're able to have some success. How do you change the narrative that you win some playoff games and you compete for a championship? Well, winning off seasons and getting veteran players, I know there's no question when the Rams step up and do what they did and they win a Super Bowl championship. And, of course, their mantra was, to get some big-name players who did show up for them in the postseason. Then that becomes, hey, look at the Rams. Look at what they did. Everybody needs to emulate it. I mean, it's a copycat league, and people look, well, they're doing it. They won one. Let's do it the way the Rams did it. So I get that. I understand our fans and what we're doing here. It's certainly not a flashy, sexy way we went about it this offseason, but we feel really good that the results are going to be much better.
Okay, Steven. Okay, because the way that you let off that quote, winning off seasons hasn't gotten us nowhere. First of all, the question is, when was the last time you felt like the Dallas Cowboys won an off season? Because that, to me, is kind of the genesis of why Cowboys fans themselves feel like this team did much of nothing this offseason. They signed James Washington. They signed Dante Fowler Jr. They made very minor moves that when you look at what they lost relative to what they brought in, it doesn't look like much. Here are some of the responses just from Cowboys Nation and Cowboys Twitter today. Once they heard and seen that particular quote, that didn't necessarily get them to understand what was going on here. One person responded, the last time they won an offseason is when they signed Deion Sanders.
Ooh.
Okay. Again, that's when they signed Deion Sanders, and then, of course, they went on to win a Super Bowl. Another response, we haven't won an offseason in more than a decade. So I'm not sure what Stephen Jones is talking about. Another response, the Cowboys are a high floor, low ceiling team every single year. I mean, again, these are just some of the responses that you've seen from another person. 1995 was the last time we won an offseason. That just gives you a little bit of the pulse of how people are feeling when it comes to this team. And we were talking about this a little bit during the break. You know, how Cowboys fans are feeling going after the playoff loss, the State of the Cowboys address yesterday. People aren't with it anymore in a lot of ways. I think there was a lot of selling of hope, a lot of selling of dreams, and trying to distract from what was, for a lot of fans, a disappointing offseason from the 210 on the chartradio.com text line. I'm not a Stephen Jones fan either, but hear me out. His point about winning off seasons is a valid point. And in theory,
in a vacuum,
I think that's what this particular person may be trying to say. Help us out if we're not getting your point across the way that we feel like you need it to be. Because in a vacuum, yes. But here's the thing. You can't win a Super Bowl in the offseason, but you damn sure can lose one in the offseason. And whether you look at the Rams, whether you look at the Bucks, whomever you want to look at, there have been teams, whether it be in the offseason or in season, that made moves that made the difference between winning just a playoff game or two or winning a Super Bowl. And when you feel like a franchise like this haven't even done that in the past decade or so, however you may feel, that's the part to me that I get confused on, is that, yes, in a vacuum, winning off seasons doesn't get you much anywhere. But again, the idea that you've won off seasons, I don't know where that idea comes from. Am I crazy here? Because that's where my mind goes, is what off season do you think you've won in the last 10, 15 years? Because I look around and I don't see it. And maybe that's just me. Someone on the chartradio.com, 972-0607. Again, that's 15 years ago. Like, what are we really talking about here?
Yeah, I think the Joneses engage in something that's kind of, all right, this is real nerdy. I'm sorry. And I know there's going to be a lot of lawyers.
Lean
and
into
stuff
it,
that
Rez. Just lean
listening.
into it now. Lean into it.
Help me out if you're legally inclined and I go wrong anywhere here. Like, there's a legal concept called alternative pleading, in which, you can plead and allege 2 or more claims that are actually inconsistent, that kind of run up against each other, but you throw them out there and you hope that one of them sticks, basically. And I feel like that's what they do.
Okay, I'm gonna throw just a bunch of stuff at the wall and see which one you feel like you're gonna believe and stick with.
But that's kind of what it's when they talk about roster building. It's it's a 365 day a year thing, but at the same time, championships aren't won in the offseason. At the same time, we want to keep our powder dry. At the same time, we're more than willing to, spend on a player that's going to help us win. At the same time, because Kevin asked Stephen Jones directly in Kansas City, you have this space, this $21 million in cap space, which is the second most in the league. Have you considered utilizing that space for maybe like a Lyle Collins or something that you're going to carry that cap hit, and currently you would carry it into next season? Why not carry all of that this year? Stephen Jones is saying, well, you're going to have $15 million of that for your practice squad. And it's just like all of these things seem to run up against each other, and they're telling us all these things. And I think that's why, Kevin, when you're talking about yourself, when you're talking about lots of members of the media, and when you're talking about a large swath of Cowboys Nation, there's a lot of folks that are like, this doesn't make sense anymore. And not that for some folks, it never made sense.
Those questions will continue to be answered. Of course, we are your home of the Cowboys. We will be talking plenty about this. You can continue to weigh in on the TruckRick.com text line 877-881-1053. Coming up next on the Get Right with Reg and KG, we're going to go around the National Football League. A new little trend is starting with some high-profile players when it comes to holding in. I'll tell you what it is next on 105 Through the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, our Cowboys guest of the day will be stopping by at 9 a.m. and what stood out from the first day of practice. It's a Thursday from Oxnard with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
I'm Chris Summer, and I am so proud to tell you I have officially reached my 5-year soda weight loss
and any other hijinks the guys might get into while in Cali. Cowboys training camp coverage is brought to you by Meta Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're needing any traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It's Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority barricade rental. It's buyersbarricade.com.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. About to go
having very interesting off-air conversations.
If people could like listen to like the commercial breaks, like we continue the show like in the middle of the commercial break.
Do we want to bring that one around? That conversation I thought was fairly interesting. Let's bring that around later in the show.
We'll have to do that for sure. By the way, at 10 o'clock tonight, we will be joined by our Dallas Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, out in California. He's currently, recording the next episode of Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Walchuk tonight. So looking forward to that episode with those
they
gentlemen.
get to be in Southern California, but they also got to work. We're going to make them earn it.
Yeah, they definitely work out there as far as their duties are concerned. So
I said duty.
Yeah, that's what it is. So we appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Ruben, let's go around the NFL right here on the Get Right with Reg and KG. As we do, we start with apparently kind of a new trend starting to happen among some of the bigger names in the National Football League, and another one joining them today, DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf reports to camp for the Seattle Seahawks, holding in amid contract negotiations. Now, he joins players like Deebo Samuel and also Derwin James, the talented safety in Los Angeles for the Chargers, as he looks to become the highest paid safety in the National Football League, Jamal Adams. So DK Metcalf, though, looking for a new deal. He has decided to hold in. Pete Carroll saying, quote, "We're working. I don't have any update for you, but we're working with respect to DK Metcalf's contract negotiations." Now, it's interesting because, if you look at the CBA and the collective bargaining agreement, that now it is much more punitive for these dudes to be holding out and missing practice when it comes to trying to secure a new deal or whatever the case may be.
He said punitive. Look at that.
Yeah, nice word that you can
spell that out.
Punitive?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Punitive.
He did it.
What, are we running the spelling bee now, Ruben? What are we doing here?
I guess so, since we're using big words. If you're going to use a big word, we got to spell it out.
Oh, then we don't got time for that.
Yeah, we don't have time for all that.
We're just going to spend too much time
we're
spelling.
going to be here for 3-4 hours trying to do all that.
And let's face it, like some of these words we know how to say, we don't know how to spell. It'd be like that sometimes.
Facts. Facts. Hence a dictionary.
And I will use one very quickly. It's not just punitive. They've made it prohibitive. Like, they've made it so that that's the whole reason why they put this into the salary cap, is the idea that we don't want people holding out anymore. But the fact of the matter is, ultimately, folks are going to use the leverage that they can get to, and holding in, I guess, is another instance of that. Or, finding the faux injury, or, like there's a whole bunch of different ways, like a slowdown of some sort of just getting out here and not quite doing it to the fullest extent of what it needs to be done, right? Like, there's different ways, but ultimately a labor dispute is going to be, a labor dispute. So, yeah, those guys are going to find a way to get the leverage that they can to hopefully make that happen. And really, when it comes down to it, it's just how valuable are you to the team that extracting your labor, holding your labor back from the team will get them to do something. And in the case of Derwin James, go ahead and probably need to make that one happen. Deebo Samuel, probably need to make that one happen. Who was the other one that we was talking about?
DK Metcalf here?
DK Metcalf?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, that's a really tough one with the way that they're constructed, because they're in a rebuild time, and I don't know that he's one of the elite wide receivers, but also like he's still very good. And when you look at the market wider, so yeah, I know that one of those for sure, I'm like, yeah, y'all should probably have already gotten this done. I don't know what the issue is. All right, well, I guess the issue is injury, but yeah.
Here's how I imagine how DK Metcalf, was out here, thinking about his situation. Look, if you're going to be having me catch passes possibly from either Drew Lock or Geno Smith, you're going to pay me all the money, because I'm going to be putting my body on the line to catch errant passes from those two dudes throughout the course of this NFL season. So you're going to have to pay me more than the $4 million that you're paying me this year, because I've been a productive player. He's a 2020 Pro Bowler. He's got 216 catches for nearly 3,200 yards and 29 touchdowns through his first 3 seasons when Seattle took him in the second round back in 2019. He's scheduled to make $3.98 million in base salary this year. He's looking to get his money, and rightfully so, if you're going to be catching passes from Drew Lock this upcoming year. So get your money, young man, and do what you got to do to collect that money.
Unless it's bad money, because not all money's good money.
I mean, not all money is good money. I am surprised, though, he did not officially demand to trade out of there. Because once Russell Wilson's gone, I got to go. Like, you're going to have me out here catching passes from one of these two dudes? No.
Well, maybe he looked up and was like, more salary cap for me.
Right. Either more cash for me because I'm going to be the only one commanding that kind of money, or you can get me out of here. And I probably would have been on the train of get me out of here, because who knows how that situation is going to turn out in Seattle. Todd Bowles calling Julio Jones, quote, an added luxury. Yep, I think that's a good way to put it. If you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Julio Jones officially signing his deal today, as he is now going to be a part of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that has a wide receiver core that includes Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Russell Gage as part of their offensive.
Hey, they got Russell Gage too?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
Russell Gage was a nice little player for Atlanta, man.
Nice player in Atlanta. So Tampa's offense is going to – here's the funny part about Tom Brady, right? He's going in the year 23.
He's going to be 45, dog.
But we forget that 44-year-old last year threw for over 5,000 yards in the NFL and led the NFL in passing last year at 44 years old.
What you want me to say? I'm not trying to say anything or I'm not trying to say.
My point is, he's
anything
still
OD
really,
nice
really good.
I'm tired of him. Go away, leave me alone.
Same, right there with you. But he's still really, really good.
Sure,
and he's going to
be
still
a good quarterback. Is that what you wanted?
There you go. Thank you for obliging. Appreciate that. But Julio Jones, I think, is going to be productive in that offense. I think he's going to do very well there. And yes, he is a luxury for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I mean, if for no other reason, then that's another name that you have. There's a lot of experience, although I don't know that you have wide receivers that need to get experience. And also, you're just going to make Atlanta Falcons fans hurt. That's something.
Yeah, that's the biggest point here.
People in that division,
Atlanta
the Falcons fans will hurt, and then the other people in that division will just have PTSD from what Julio Jones did to them for how many years in the NFC South.
Hey, Julio Jones should have had one of the single greatest catches that was remembered in the Super Bowl, but his team blew it against the New England Patriots in that fateful Super Bowl day. But hey, it is what it is. Speaking of wide receivers in the NFC South, how about Michael Thomas? He's back for the New Orleans Saints.
I had to go look up what his last, because he ain't played for them in 18 months. I had to go look it up
it's been
to
a minute.
remember what it was, and he had ankle surgery in the first week of last season.
But Michael Thomas is back. That's good news for Jameis Winston, as he is going to be the starting quarterback for this team this upcoming year. But can't guard Mike is back for the New Orleans Saints. And again, another team that I don't think we're talking about nearly as much, because defensively, they're going to be really good this year. If Jameis Winston cannot be a turnover machine in that way, right. If he can be somewhat not of a turnover machine.
Basically, you're asking if Pete Carmichael, that is his name, right? Offensive coordinator for the Saints. If Carmichael can basically rein him in, because that's what it seemed like Sean Payton was doing before Jameis got hurt, is that they seemed like they were basically trying to keep him very limited in what he did, and then maybe let him out the house just enough to get some of the good stuff. Because if you want to get the full good of Jameis Winston, the fact of the matter is, at least off of the how many seasons that we saw, 5 seasons in Tampa, and I don't think we've seen enough in New Orleans to say anything to this, but in the 5 seasons in Tampa, if you want to see the good, the likelihood is you're going to see just equally as bad. So I think that's the tough part about Jameis. But the good is really good when you can get it.
And he's going to have weapons around him now that he's got Michael Thomas back. Obviously, Jarvis Landry was brought in this offseason. And people forget, Chris Olave was their first-round pick.
Yeah, man.
The talented receiver out of Ohio State.
Yeah, man.
So he's going to have plenty of weapons, not to mention Alvin Kamara, if he's not suspended by the NFL at the beginning of this year as well. So they're going to have a lot of chances to win a lot of games. The question is, can Jameis Winston be the guy to lead that offense the way that they need to lead?
I honestly can't even remember if that offensive line is any good.
Well, they did lose Teron Armstead. Of course, now he's in Miami. But Ryan Ramczyk is still there. Yeah, Ramczyk's still there. So they've got some good players still on that offensive line. that should help them perform well this year. KJ Wright signs a one-day contract to retire with the Seattle Seahawks.
Great player.
Yes, the 11-year linebacker decided to retire, and of course was part of the Legion of Boom defenses that won a Super Bowl in his 10 seasons with Seattle. Had 941 tackles, 66 tackles for loss, and 13 and a half sacks. He is a former Walter Payton of the Man of the Year nominee. So congratulations to KJ Wright signing a one-day contract in order to retire with the Seattle Seahawks. I'm getting old.
That just came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Because, man, I remember like it was yesterday watching the ascension of the Legion of Boom when it came to Richard Sherman.
The one?
Yeah.
That's the one that does. Look, text into the truckwreck.com text line.
That particular player just made me think of that.
What's the sports thing that makes you feel old? Because, like, I know that it's been happening for ages, but now actually really seeing, like, the sons of the dudes that I legitimately watched and was aware of that are getting here, that's one of them ones, man.
Like, you start rattling off the dudes in the league that's got, the guys that were in the league, they got sons in the league now.
Yeah, the juniors.
Patrick Surtain II, Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah, that one hit me when it happened.
Antoine Winfield Jr., the list goes on and on. There's others that I'm clearly missing. J.C. Horn, Joe Horn's kid.
Yeah, Joe Horn, the man. It was Joe Horn that pulled the cell phone out.
Yeah, pulled the cell phone out. Yeah, when he was in New Orleans. Yeah,
that's tough.
All these dudes, man, who got kids in the league, even in Major League Baseball. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Fernando Tatis Jr., hell,
Kevin Biggio,
Jackson Holliday, Matt Holliday's son.
Oh, yeah, that one hit me too.
Just got drafted in the top 5 in the draft. Like, yeah, we're getting old. And I'm only 35, so
yeah,
it's not like, I'm like,
we really
Super Bowl.
should be doing this right now. We're like the young guys in the sports radio. I know there's people out here listening to us like, shut up.
That's true. Look, from the 254, Vlad Jr., Bo Bichette, forgot Bo Bichette, Dante Bichette's kid, and you mentioned Kevin Biggio on the same team. It's like, yeah, I'm old.
Oh, man, from the 940, Kinsler being put in the Hall of Fame feels like he was just playing for the Rangers. Yep.
And all those things make you feel sports old, and just another one there, the Legion of Boom. That was a lot of fun football to watch. Cam Chance was such a damn good football player.
Dog's so good. He deserves so much credit for making that whole defense work.
So good.
I don't know if it worked at all without him.
That's a trip around the National Football League right here on the Get Right with Reg and KG. Reg, where are we going next here on the Get Right?
Yeah, there's an interesting idea that comes about. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong segment. Let's talk about my 2021.
I was like, I don't think that's the one.
My 2021 rewatch in which we go to Week 11, GEHA Field in Kansas City to take on the Chiefs. It's next on the Get Right on 105 through the Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is
To the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's time for The Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan.
It is The Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yo.
My man Ruben holding it down for you here. You can find us on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula. Cowboys training camp day 1 in the books. 1 hour from now, we will be talking with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, getting his thoughts and observations of what he saw out in Oxnard, California today, where the running temperatures out there in California right now ranging between the mid 60s and low 70s.
I don't remember what that feels like.
Yeah, we have no idea what that feels like around here. But good working weather for the Cowboys as they continue their preparations for the 2022 NFL season, which gets us to our look back that Reg has been undergoing when it came to the Cowboys of last year.
Yeah, the 2021 Cowboys rewatch has made it to week 11, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm going to be able to get through this during camp.
It looks
so
like
that
it, yeah.
this doesn't actually carry into the season. There was a point in time where I was like, did I time this out right? Are we going to be in week 1 of the 2022 season talking about
I think you're going to make it.
Week 12.
We're still talking about the rewatch from last year.
Yeah, but rewatch week 11, Kansas City. So this, what leads into this is you had week 9 against the Denver Broncos, which was the first what is happening feeling. Then you had week 10 against the Atlanta Falcons, where it was like, oh, don't worry about it, everything's fine, guys. And then week 11 against Kansas City at Kansas City, where it was what would you describe that as? Like, oh, okay, there's some issues here more than just a speed bump.
Yeah, that had a lot going on that day because Amari Cooper, I believe that was the first of the 2 games that he missed because of COVID.
Which apparently was one of those things that set him down that path to not be here this season.
That was. I believe CeeDee Lamb got a concussion in this game in the first half and had to be out for the remainder of the game. And the other thing that I remember vividly from this game, Micah Parsons was an absolute monster.
3, count them, 1, 2, 3 sacks on the quarterback for Micah Parsons. I mean, he was doing a great job. I mean, the defense did a solid job in this game.
I mean, you held Kansas City to 19 points in their own building.
Absolutely. I mean, when that's the case, you hold a team, especially a good team, under 20 points, and if I tell you that without any other context, you feel good about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was not really the case, and as we've set it up, it was in part because the offense had some issues. So this is where we're really starting to get to some of the issues for the offense, and this is where I've had some illuminations on this team. We were talking yesterday as CA was sitting in, and we were talking about the Atlanta game, and this is why the Atlanta game is why CA doesn't really buy into the idea that the calf strain hampered Dak Prescott, because you saw some really good play from him. So the idea is like, why would he a week after coming back from the calf strain put up such a good game, and then that would continue to be an issue? However, like, Dak was still overthrowing deep throws in this game. In fact, it's one of the things, and when we talked about Denver on, what was it, Monday? The Denver game, ultimately the conclusion I came to with this team is just like, they didn't maximize their potential. It was a good team, but they, around the margins, the little things that, differentiate from you having, good execution and great execution, they didn't have. So, it's those little plays, it's the plays here and there that get you over, especially when you match up against a good team. And that's how I felt against Kansas City, because Kansas City was doing a great job applying pressure. They were getting pressure with 4. I mean, they might have blitzed a few times, but a lot of times it was the 4 down linemen wreaking havoc on your line, on your offensive line, and making Dak Prescott have to move around and shift and step up and step out. Like, Dak Prescott was doing a lot of moving just to try and extend plays and give himself an opportunity to throw the ball downfield. And then there was instances where they weren't even moving, where it was just, let's just get the ball out somewhat quicker. Let's throw this, little flare pass out here to Ezekiel Elliott. Let's throw this, quick check down pass just to be able to get the ball out because there's not enough time. And so when they did have opportunities to probe downfield, which it didn't feel like they did a lot, they was just a little bit off here and there. There was a slightly sailed ball by Dak Prescott. There was dropped passes. There was quite a few drop passes in this one. And those are the things that really frustrated me. And I remember it took me back to that time late in the season with the Cowboys where I was just like, they're not maximizing their potential as a team of a certain quality. And that's not, you're not going to be able to win games with that against a good team like Kansas City.
Yeah, I remember, I'm looking at some of my notes from that particular game. The Cowboys' first drive, Dak Prescott missed Michael Gallup when Charvarius Ward fell down.
Yes.
And he had a chance on the first pass play of the game. That would have gone for a touchdown.
Even if not a touchdown, that's an easy 30 yards.
Yeah. He was wide open after Ward fell down. Then Noah Brown dropped the pass on 4th and 3. And next thing you know, the Chiefs, a few plays later or several plays later, score a touchdown. And you got a different set of circumstances in that game.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing in this game. This game ultimately finished 19-9. It was 16-3 after 16 game minutes. So with 1 minute taken off the clock in the second quarter, you had largely gotten to the final score of this game. And I was just like, what happened? And what happened was just not moving the chains, a lot of, taking sacks, penalties. Does that sound familiar? Penalties, having those, just poor situational things happen up and down. For your Cowboys.
This was the game that when we fast forward to this year, we saw a glimpse of how this Cowboys offense could look without Amari Cooper. Now, Amari Cooper, for all the things that, Jerry wants to say and this team wants to say about his availability, Dak Prescott's 3-6 since 2018 without Amari Cooper in the lineup. This is a game where he was not there. That offense looked stagnant. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb suffering the concussion didn't help either. But even prior to that, you saw what this offense could look like with CeeDee Lamb as the number one. Obviously, Cedric Wilson, Michael Gallup, there as well. It did not look great. And offensively, this was not a team that gave you a lot of confidence that Amari Cooper, with him away from this team and CeeDee Lamb being the number one, that maybe he could take that next step and be that guy. Now, again, circumstances where he suffered that concussion, he was out for the rest of the game. But prior to that, it was not good offensively for the Cowboys in that first half.
No, it really, really was. I mean, we talk about the first half, really in that whole game. And your defense showed up. J-Ron Curse, there was a point in time early in the season where I was like, every game, there was a couple of games where you didn't really necessarily feel his impact. Hey, he's back, right, with the interception here that he takes for a good amount of return off of a bobbled pass by Travis Kelce. He's showing up. Micah is there, with the speed. And we also talked about the 3 sacks that he had. Did you realize that in this game, there wasn't a 20-yard pass play completed by your Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, the offense was terrible. I mean, so it's
not just that they were terrible. It's they could not probe downfield. And I guess I realized in the fourth quarter, dang, I did not look enough at what the alignments were. And of course, I'm using a broadcast view, so I'm not going to get a great idea of what that defensive alignment actually looks like. However, I don't know that it didn't feel like there was a whole bunch of underneath available either, but maybe they were taking way over top, or maybe it was just Dak realized that he was not going to be able to connect on it enough.
Well, at that point, the Chiefs had no respect for your receivers. CeeDee Lamb's out. Cedric Wilson's not playing well. They're gearing up to stop the run. Ezekiel Elliott is not going to be able to have a way to run the football well against a team that has no respect for your passing, so they're going to load up against the run. And a particular player that dominated that entire day because he whooped the Cowboys offensive line up and down all night long. Chris Jones had the best game of the 2021 season for him in that game. He went off for 3.5 sacks in that game. And the last one was on Zach Martin. That was when his season turned around. Because up until that point, Chris Jones really hadn't been all that good for Kansas City. And that was when I think we felt like the offense was like, okay, now hold on. Something's amiss here. Because even Chris Jones as an all-pro hadn't played great. And then in that game, he turned it completely around and dominated the Cowboys offensive line that day.
All right, so one thing screens just didn't even look effective in this. And I guess when you're getting pressure with 4, like the idea of slowing down the defense with screens, I guess is typically like, okay, the linebackers are coming in and you get in behind them. When you're just getting behind the defensive line, the linebackers can still come up and make plays. It felt like there was not answers. Although one thing I will say is like those tight, throws into windows where, the receiver's just sitting. Dalton Schultz seems to be like good at those. And I think that's something that we should give him credit for when we talk about his connection with Dak. I understand why Dak would look to Dalton Schultz in those instances because there's times where you're throwing a slant and it's getting dropped by Ced Wilson or things like that. When I think he knows there's a little sit route right at the sticks, I throw that to Dalton Schultz, he's going to catch it. I think that matters. But when I started looking at like the idea, okay, they haven't done the draws anymore that they had done early in the season. The short intermediate plays aren't seeming to work. I look at, okay, where could Kellen Moore change up? And that was something that was mentioned on G-Bag Nation that caught my interest, which is that they saw, a lot of things from the offense where they were moving the pocket and things like that. And I'm wondering, obviously, we're not going to see a lot of what the offense is in whole from training camp. However, getting little tidbits of what they're installing, what that could mean. I'm interested in seeing what that could mean for this offense because, like somebody talked about on the 214, they theorized that Dak still couldn't move very well with the calf strain, right? And so he was, the pocket remained relatively static, but I wonder how moving the pocket and having flow, having the offense flow, across the field might help him, attack those intermediates that we know kind of became tough as the season went along.
That game was very interesting in a lot of ways because you've talked about, how the offense looked, some of the stagnation there, obviously the defense and what Micah Parsons did that day. That was the game for me that gave me the first indication to say maybe it's going to have to be the defense that carries this team during the second half of the year, because if you can go into Kansas City, hold that offense to 19 points. Micah Parsons as a DN that day was phenomenal, had 3 sacks. I think he had a forced fumble that day as well. Maybe it's going to be the defense that has to win the day for the rest of the season for them. And honestly, for the second half of the year, unit that was helping carry this football team, even
tough part about that is that defensive line was still getting moved on the run.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying that was with the flaws that they had, they still were the better of the 2 units, it felt like, during the second half of the year, because even in the games that the Cowboys won where they blew out, the Eagles, when they blew out Washington, the defense was the reason why we felt like this team could have a real chance to make a run in the playoffs last year.
I don't know, because
at least for me, that was the way I started to feel as the second half of the season went on.
But I think that's an issue, right? And of course, I don't think that you're like arguing that it isn't, but like the idea that you had a really good, offense where you up until week 9 against Denver, it was the number 1 offense in the league. And then you end up in this place where a defense that, mind you, had played well is all of a sudden now where you're shifting to where you think is going to carry the team. No, you still expect the offense to carry their weight, and they did none of that in this game. And I have real questions as to like how you get to that place and what can be done, right? This is where I really had questions about Kellen Moore and his ability to like adjust in time. And I don't mean just like within a game, but just like over the course of a season and find, okay, this is what is being done to us. And I know that there are limitations. What are the changes that can be done to, find some effect? And it felt like if Dak was not going to be able to be mobile, if you were not going to be able to hold up against a 4-man pass or pass rush. And I get, like, I'm not saying that there's a whole bunch of answers because I don't necessarily have them, but I was very disappointed that it didn't seem like they figured anything out in the course of that game when it came to offense.
And they still had a chance to win that game.
Yeah.
Like, of all the things that happened and went wrong in that game, they still had a chance going into the fourth quarter to try and win that game. But I think you said something very interesting there, because the lack of creativity in that game is why we put so much emphasis this year on why a guy like Tony Pollard has to be more effective in this offense, or the Cowboys have to find ways for him to be more effective in being creative with him. Because if you can find yet another weapon to keep defenses off balance in a game like this, you can find a way to maybe get some offense generated with someone else other than trying to look at, Ezekiel Elliott or whomever, that's traditionally looking at in a game like this.
And when I think it's important to note, like the creativity, it has to be. I think this was the distinction that I made during this game because there was a particular play, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was it was a direct snap fake toss to, I think, Tony Pollard, where he just gets up there, and I'm like, okay, those individual plays, like those, I guess what we would term trick plays or whatever, Kellen Moore had those in spades. But the problem is those are only portions of your offense. Those you drop in moments. What I would like to see is like a full offense that is, more revolutionary. Feels like it's way too much to ask, but it's the word that comes to mind. Like just more innovative overall, an offense that really tests defenses overall. And maybe I'm being unfair because again, they had a lot of the stats up to that point. However, it felt like the way that we, praise a Kyle Shanahan or whatever for having an innovative offense overall was not necessarily fair to heap on Kellen Moore for having innovative plays and instances.
The Cowboys had nothing to fall back on in this game. They were trying certain things over and over again. They had nothing to fall back on, and it cost them in that game. But that was one of the turning point games, given how that defense played, even with them losing. That gave you confidence that maybe this defense can be a part of the solution and not the problem for this team last year. That will have to remain the same this year as well. Where are we going next year on the Get Right with Reg and KG?
Do you want to go back to that conversation we were having earlier about the approach that the Cowboys front office has? Because we were kind of having that conversation at length. Do we want to go back there?
Why not? Another chance for me to crush the front office of the Dallas Cowboys. Next on the Get Right with Reg and KG.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
From
Tolo, do you think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? You better think again. And those big trucks have big insurance companies to protect them, so you better get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. You can visit them at truckwreck.com. I repeat, truckwreck.com.
So get right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Little Cowboys conversation here as we continue to get you caught up on what happened in training camp coming up here in about 38 minutes at the top of the hour. Our Dallas Cowboys insider Bobby Belt's going to join us live from Oxnard, California today.
I don't know what that voice was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what that was either. It just came out of nowhere. Somebody was getting on me earlier on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-105. They put some bass in your voice, Kevin.
That's how he talks.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, I mean, they want you to put some bass in it.
Where is she? Like you want to hold.
Where's the trigger?
You're right. Tell me where it is. Like, is that what you want?
I kind of now want to hear you try to do a segment
as a Christian Bale Batman.
Where's the cap space?
Stephen Jones, I'm tired of the Cowboys losing. Like, is that what you want? Is that the kind of bass you're looking for, or do you want more Star Wars? I am your father. Like, what are you looking for? What are you looking for here? I just want to appease, the Tolo. I want to get the Tolo what they want and what they're
bring out the big Shactus.
I am the big Aristotle. Like, what kind of bass? Give me levels of bass that you're looking for. Are you looking for Christian Bale Dark Knight bass? Are you looking for Darth Vader type bass? Are you looking for Shaq type bass? Like, let me know. Like, let me know.
I'm the big Diesel.
What you're looking for.
He's a big Shactus.
That's a good Shaq, by the way. So yeah, let me know if you want a certain type of bass here so I can give you what you are desiring here on 105 through the Fan. You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Attitude. You can find Ruben apparently laughing. That's what happened. Oh! You want some Hulk Hogan bass? Let me tell you something, brother. Is that the kind of bass that you're looking for?
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Also, you want some Macho Man Randy Savage type. First of all, 469. Now it's turned into a whole bit.
Yeah,
469. KG sounding like John Taffer off of Bar Rescue on that first one. First of all, that is a damn good television show.
Is it?
You never watched Bar Rescue?
No.
Have you ever watched Bar Rescue?
Absolutely.
They're about to have a moment.
Oh, man, that's some good television.
Don't recommend it to Reggie. He won't watch it.
Yeah, right. You can't recommend things to Reg.
That's right.
He won't watch them on television.
Know me.
If you know the greatness of Bar Rescue, that is a great television show. Paramount Network, I encourage you.
Oh my God. I haven't even opened up the Paramount. I have Paramount Plus. I haven't opened up the Paramount Plus app in forever because it's not soccer year or time. Right?
I'm not even talking about Paramount Plus, just Paramount Network on your regular,
Wait, what is that? Oh, that's what Spike used to be, right?
Exactly. That's right. Spike TV. That's right.
Premier League starts in less than a week.
It does.
Oh, that's right.
August 5th, we go again.
There you go.
We go again.
From the 817, Kevin, I want Liam Neeson bass. What's the line?
Special set of skills.
I don't know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where I'm making this up now. I don't know where you live, but I will find you and I will kill you.
That was inspired. It was very thespian.
Very thespian-like type. The mega trainer bass. Wait a minute now.
All about that bass. All about that bass.
All about that bass. You like that song?
I don't know. Actually, I probably don't.
Are you a Mega Trainer fan? You like the All About That Bass?
It's a catchy song.
It's catchy?
Yeah.
So yes, you like it?
I guess so.
There you go.
Oh, dude, I think someone wants the Quiet Storm.
The Quiet Storm.
Because they said they want Barry White.
You want some Barry White?
You're listening to the Quiet Storm. We should have named the show the Quiet Storm and done the whole show like this.
That would have been good. How come nobody suggested that for us?
Because that's a dumb idea. Why are you going
the
along
Quiet
with
Storm?
that? I just said that just to say it.
I'm just saying that would have been good. I'll have to work on the Barry White. I do a very good Jim Nance, if you've heard me on our airways before.
Are we just doing limit? All right, text in truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053.
Yeah, might as well lean into it now.
What are the impressions that you can do? Like what are the things that you have in your bag?
Like what's in your canon that you can, accurately do when it comes to impress you? Did you have a good?
Oh yeah, I have some. I mean, obviously you've heard Shaq.
Good.
Did I have an incredibly limited fake Kermit the Frog? Have I hit you with that before?
Not on these airwaves.
Kermit the Frog here. That's about as far as it goes. It's just Kermit the Frog.
Your first one was a little bit better than the last one.
And there's some other stuff that I get to when I get to that place, when I think about it. But as I'm just trying to think about it off the top. I have one that of a dude who we don't talk about no more. So I'm not going to bring that one up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe in the break, I'll let you know what's happening with that one.
From the 903, a Thanos deep voice. Trying to channel Thanos. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to have to work on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Thanos deep voice because, Thanos was a menace.
Carl Weezer. All right, we got to talk about some sports here.
No, this is much better. This is much better. Ruben, do you have any impressions in your canon that you can quickly throw out to us? No,
absolutely not.
No, he's like no. He's like no. All right.
Oh, someone's got the Owen Wilson. Wow, that guy.
Oh, wow. What? Carl Weezer
from Jimmy Neutron.
Oh,
yeah,
Jimmy Neutron. Were you a Nickelodeon kid?
I mean, when I had cable, I watched all of it. I was on all that.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. Stephen, we do a good combined Stephen A. Smith. Actually,
that's right.
I don't know if they've heard that on these airwaves.
Yes, it's definitely happened. In fact, didn't we end up on G-Bag of the Day for
did we win G-Bag of the Day for that?
I don't know.
I wish somebody would have told me about that if we won G-Bag of the Day because of the goal and the unmitigated audacity. I don't know what else to say. I thought that was good though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk a little bit of the Cowboys here.
A different Steven.
Marvin the Martian from the 214.
Oh, that's a good one. I can't even remember what exactly.
Hey, 214, relax now. Relax.
That's fine.
Is it just me, or is Reg Kermit impressions just sound like his normal voice? Hey, chill out now.
It's possible.
Chill out now. I got to defend my partner here.
I'm not saying I'm
not
great at
what
everything.
It sounds like on a daily basis.
Look, man, if that's what you feel, that's what you feel.
Just saying here. What? Oh, what about Michael Irvin? Do I have a Michael Irvin in my can? I don't know if I have a Michael Irvin.
It's like you just get loud.
That's what I say. Yeah, just to get loud on there. Okay, so you keep those rolling in on the chartbreak.com text line. What's some of the impressions that you have in your canon that you feel like you could confidently do? From the 563, I do a mean Jerry Jones impression. There is someone on Twitter. I forget the gentleman's name off the top of my head.
Was it Joey Molinari?
No. I think his name is it's on Twitter is K Mess, I think it is KMESS.
Okay.
He does a hell of a Jerry Jones impression. Let me know because Cowboys Nation will help me out here when it comes to that. But here, you got a John Gruden in your canon? You got it?
No. They were asking if. See, I shouldn't have put it out there that it's a dude that we don't talk about no more that I have.
Oh,
but I do. I really don't have a John Gruden. However, there is. I think it's the Dan Le Batard show has a really funny bit where Chris Cody on that show has like a very limited fake. Not John Gruden, Jay Gruden when he was coaching Washington because he would call Kirk Cousins Kirk. Kirk Cousins. He just say Kirk, and so that's always what comes to mind. But no, I do not. Well, actually, I mean, John Gruden would do the man. I love his play, man, and he would do that. But I don't really have that in the bag. No.
I want to hear this from the 563. Apparently, they have a pretty good Sean Sharif impression.
Yeah. See,
now I would love to hear that.
You might need to call in.
Yeah, we might let you singularly call in 563.
What if that's actually Sean Sharif and he's like, guys, I'm here.
Well, that's great. We can talk to Sean. 563. We're gonna let you in on the truck or the Diamond Factory hotline if you are willing to call in and give us your Sean Sharif impression. Now, if you do call in, you need to keep it clean. Okay, we ain't got time to cut you off and hang up on you. But if you're willing to call in and give us your Sean Sharif impression, I would love to hear that because I think that might have the chance to either be great or a complete disaster. So if you're feeling confident enough to give us your Sean Sharif impression, I encourage you to call in. Speaking of calling in, people have been calling in their Cowboys cards because I think people are sick of them.
Wow, what a segue.
I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were talking a little bit earlier, Stephen Jones got on KC Masterpiece, had some things to say about the Cowboys offseason and that type of thing. And I think for a lot of Cowboys fans, again, this stems back not just from today, hearing from Stephen Jones, but also yesterday from the Cowboys state of the state of the Cowboys address from Jerry Jones. They are ready for results. Last year, this team whether it was a mirage of their 12-5 record or not, their record was what it was. And confidence for this team was growing that they could actually make a run in the playoffs. And then when they ended their season in another thud, I think now they've put themselves in position where it doesn't matter what they do in the regular season. Show me what you do in the playoffs.
Sure, but I mean that happens with any team, right? There's levels. Whether if you're like a team that's just kind of developing, it's like, all right, let's just get to a place where we can play winning football. And when your team with playing winning football, the next level of success is, let's try and get to the playoffs. And then once you become a playoff team, next level of success is trying to make, strides in the playoffs and become like a real contender. And when you're a contender, the next obviously level is winning that championship. The Cowboys have been in that place where you've been a playoff team and you need to have some success. So yes, the regular season doesn't matter. But you were talking about a tweet, I believe, from a friend of ours, RJ Ochoa. Were you not?
So RJ Ochoa of the SB Nation's blog and the boys tweeted this out, and obviously it was in reference to the Stephen Jones quote that he had today talking about, winning off seasons has gotten us nowhere. He says, quote, obviously there are multiple ways to win a Super Bowl, but I don't know how the Dallas Cowboys can literally highlight how the Rams went about doing it and not emulate even a fraction of that strategy when it clearly, even to their own admission, is successful. I think that succinctly puts into context how a lot of people feel about the Cowboys' their roster building over the last, whether it be this year or the last couple of years, relative to how other teams in the league are going about building their rosters and seeing ultimately the success of building that roster. The Rams obviously are the biggest example of after what they did last year and then, taking it to another degree this year. Even if you look back at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from a couple of years ago, what did they do? They went out and got Tom Brady and then was able to help him build pieces around him as well. It feels like this is how modern roster building is being done, and the Cowboys' lack of willingness to participate in that, I don't know if that's going to continue down the road, or they feel like this is something that, based on their philosophy of building rosters with going through the draft, paying their homegrown talent, which ideally you want to do, but their unwillingness to participate in getting some of the other free agents that could help put their team over the top. This sounds like this is something that will just continue to go on, regardless of how other teams are successful at building their rosters and ultimately winning a championship, which I thought we were in the business of trying to do if you're a Cowboys football player.
Yeah, but
team or organization, I should say.
One of my frustrations is one of my pet peeves when we talk about sports talk is that every year, whoever wins the championship in any sport, we do the thing where now that is the way to build a champion and everybody should follow that. And I don't think that that's fair, right? I had a teacher in, I believe, middle school. They used to say this thing that I've really stuck to, which is there's more than one way to cook chicken, right? Like there's more than one way to get this job done. And I get it, right? You obviously need to put together a roster with talent. That is part of doing this. However, like how you acquire that talent does not have to be in a very particular way. And as much as, yes, you could put forward success stories, there have also been instances where teams go and acquire talent, big name talent in that way, and it hasn't worked out for them. Hello, Jamal Adams. Hello, what's my guy's name?
Earl Thomas.
Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
That the Bears brought him in, right? And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that those are the end all be all either. I think more than anything, we're getting upset at the Cowboys. But remember, we were in a place where we were upset at them for playing kick can not too long ago. And this is not to absolve them because, again, they have not produced the results that you need to talk about. And I don't necessarily believe that the process is the best one. I think what we're actually mad about is just the execution. The
lack of success based on that execution.
Right. So, again, I don't know that it's necessarily the why are you doing it this way. I think it's more why aren't you better at the way that you chose to do this? And I think that's really the place that we should probably harp on more than anything.
Because then that gets to a place of how do you improve on that particular execution.
Right, because we can do the thing where we're like, well, you need to go sign names. And if they do the thing where they sign names but they execute it at the same level, then where are you? And I have a feeling that you're in the same place.
From the 817, it's Kelly K9, who I was referring to earlier, who does a fantastic Jerry Jones impression. Before we go to break, someone said from the 817, Kevin, try a Denzel Washington. Oh, I got that for you right here.
Oh, do you? Oh, boy.
Okay. You ready?
I was ready. Look, I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now.
You don't get blood on my uniform. You must be outside your mind. We're going to do up downs until Blue is no longer tired and thirsty.
Okay.
That's from Remember the Titans.
Yes.
All right. That was.
Thank you for the applause.
Thank you, Ruben. Coming up next on the Get Right with Reds and KG, right here on 105. More impressions if you feel like you got that in your cancer, and why winning $1 billion in this country doesn't mean that you would actually win $1 billion. I'll tell you why next on 105 The Fan.
Where's the cap space? Man, you've lost weight. You're looking good. You may need to get some new clothes soon. These are just a few of the comments I've received recently from family, friends, and hanging out with the Tolos at our Brew Crew event. Zach Wolchuk with you, the G-Bag Nation, and I've now dropped 38 pounds.
Fan is live all day at Cowboys Training Camp in Oxnard with exclusive interviews with players and coaches, reaction from the field as it happens, and any other hijinks the guys might get into while in Cali. Cowboys Training Camp coverage is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, if you're needing any traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricade.com.
We will be perfect in every aspect of the game. Was that a better Denzel?
I think you were getting a little bit better. See, now we just gonna have to work on this. See, we are now in impression training camp on the Get Right.
Okay.
By the time we reach, when is the first week of the season? September
11th.
September 11th. By the time we get there,
yeah,
there will be a new impersonation for both of us on the Get Right, because we are in training camp for impressions at this point.
Speaking of old, you remember the Titans?
Who said old?
Well, I'm just saying. Remember
where did that come from?
Remember the Titans will be 22 years old this year. Yeah. Remember the Titans came out September 23rd, 2000.
I really ain't watched that movie in forever, honestly.
Oh, yeah, you got to stop down and watch that.
I don't know that I did.
I mean, of course you wouldn't, since I suggested it, apparently.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.
I'm going to keep that take to myself.
What? Mm-hmm. Kevin Gray, Reginald Attitude, Ruben holding down, mercifully trying to keep us online, what we're doing here. Great job, Ruben. Great job.
I don't know. I'm not going to say great job. You didn't even venture an impression out here, man. You got to try, you know?
He said he didn't have one he felt confident in.
I know, I'm messing with you. Good job.
Oh, good gracious.
Thanks for being here.
Truckrate.com, text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Coming up in about 16 minutes, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
I'm gonna tease the audience more. This is awful radio. Okay, but I did do the impression of that gentleman that we don't talk about no more.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Scale of 1 to 10, how good was it?
About a 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'll just keep that one to myself.
Yeah, you keep that one. From 817, you enunciate too much. Denzel has more of a mush mouth.
This is good. I think we're working together to collaboratively brainstorm and get KG to the right impression.
From the 682, that was a terrible Denzel impression. I'm sorry.
Let's be constructive. All right, let's try and help get to the right place. I appreciate what the 817 did.
Oh, a little deeper voice with the Denzel Washington impression. Just my take, constructive criticism.
That's right.
Appreciate that.
That's
Thank
right.
you. 469, they said they do a mean James Brown. I would love to hear that. I would love to hear that.
That sounds great.
Let's go ahead.
Look, go ahead and record it, tweet it at us.
Yeah. Let us know. Yeah,
I would love to see this.
By the way, the person who says they do the good Sean Sharif impression, they said they've got their kids in the car and they're driving around and they're sleeping, so they can't call in.
Got it.
Otherwise, they'll say they'll catch us at the next fan hang.
No problem.
And do
fantastic.
Do the Sean Sharif impression. Ruben, let's go inside the gray area right here on 105.3 The Fan here on the Get Right with Reg and KG. As we do, driving in, so I live in the Rockwall area, so I'm driving west to come into, downtown here. And as you drive on 30 to get on to 75 to come into the station, the Mega Millions has now reached $1 billion. Had you gentlemen realized that the Mega Millions is now?
I've heard that. Yes.
Is that a lot?
It's quite a bit.
Yes, it is. Thank you for asking.
From 903, Can We Hear Some Training? That's a great movie. I don't have that one, but that is a fantastic movie. Speaking of Denzel Washington and his, Oscar that he has. But yeah, the 1 billion Mega Millions jackpot is actually worth a whole lot less.
What? What does that mean?
After taxes. Yeah, have you not heard this before? Like when you actually win the lottery,
if you take the lump sum,
it's not actually all that much.
Not all that much.
Well,
compared
relative.
to what?
Relative.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. As CNBC notes, you won't take nearly that much home with you, courtesy of Uncle Sam, when it comes to tax. So the IRS, let's say you win the $1 billion prize, right? The IRS immediately gets 24% of that.
Only 24%? That's not bad.
That's to the tune of nearly $145 million.
Ain't no problem. I was going to waste that anyways.
You will also owe the feds another $78.3 million when you file your taxes, unless you offset some of those liabilities with charitable donations.
Oh, I can do some charity. I was going to try and do that anyways. No problem. We got it. I don't see the issue.
So while technically there is $1 billion at stake,
okay,
the sum would be paid out, for example, for example, if you decide to take home your winnings this way, you could win $1 billion.
Sure.
But the sum would actually be paid out in 30 different installments if you decided to take it this way over the span of 29 years.
Yeah, the installment plan. And I'm always hesitant to go that way because I don't really trust this institution that much that y'all gonna be around paying this money.
So you could either do 30 different installments over the span of 29 years. As a result, most people, if they, win this $1 billion, will probably choose this option, which means you would take a lump sum cash payment worth comparatively to about $603 million.
That ain't no problem. That ain't no problem.
All right, Shannon.
Yeah, but
ain't no problem.
Ain't no problem. It really ain't. 600 and something million. Yeah, put that in here.
So yeah, if you're thinking you're gonna win $1 billion, no, you're not. So there is a good chance that the state that you live in will also get a cut as well, unless you reside in.
That's fine. I've been seeing these roads. We need to get this together anyways. You can have some.
Well, here's the thing: unless you reside in one of the 9 states with no income tax.
Oh.
Now, one of those states that does not have income tax is
Texas. So yeah.
The great state of Texas.
Never mind. I'm gonna keep that money.
So you would actually be okay.
Fantastic.
Here, if you won the $1 billion. However, if you do manage to avoid that fate and decline to spread the wealth over, some 501c3 organizations like charitable organizations, your total payday will be around $380 million.
It's a lot less than what previously thought. However, I'll take it.
For the 817, you have to take the lump sum. If you don't and you pass away, you don't get the money. That's also a terrific point and why a lot of people choose to take the lump sum. Because,
yeah, bro.
Yeah.
It's as the 469 eloquently puts, that's almost as many millions as I got regular dollars on my last weekly check. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so there you go. So good luck to you if you decide to go play the.
I'm actually about to go play this.
I mean, why not? Might as well take a shot at it. I mean,
okay, you saying that, I hear you. Are you actually gonna go play this?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, it is $1 billion though.
That's the thing. Is like I hear it. I'm like, it's a lot of money, and I guess this is. Hey, Reggie's being too analytical. I'm like, dog, I'm not winning this. Like, this is not how these. You know what I mean?
You wouldn't even just go on a whim, just go buy a ticket just to see?
No, I need all these dollars, dog. We scraping.
You wouldn't get out here and spend $5 on a ticket.
$5?
$5 whole dollars,
That's a lot
Reg.
of dollars, dog.
Now hold on, man. Now wait a minute. Well, now wait. You got a full-time job. You got $5 to buy a ticket?
Not for no ticket. I got $5. Look, man, I'm currently accounting for next month's bills already on a check that I just got. Like this is not the way that we.
So instead of buying that Whataburger that you're gonna buy on the way home,
you think I'm buying Whataburger? I just cooked. I'm not buying food for a week.
What did you make?
Some Nigerian food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was feeling.
So maybe you don't have $5.
I was feeling. I needed that cultural connection. I was like, look, man, let's cook some Nigerian food. Also, this will stop me from buying any level of food. And make sure that we have a little. So yeah, maybe I have a little extra, a little more money than usual. But it was
$5 to go buy a ticket.
I also still have student loans. So
inside the gray area. I mean, I understand that. Inside the gray area.
They calling me, dog.
To get right for education. They shouldn't be calling you until September, but whatever.
That don't mean that they follow the rules.
That's true. So a lot has been made about Kyler Murray and his homework clause that he's got in his contract where he has to, get 4 hours of independent studying, I guess, per week. Apparently that's nothing compared to what Pat McAfee says Peyton Manning apparently used to watch in film every week. He said, quote, I think he went through it all. I think he prodded him a little bit and he was like, yeah, I probably watch 20 hours of film a week. He also said he really couldn't put a true number on it. Yeah, 20 hours of film a week.
That's not surprising. Like that man was his own offensive coordinator for pretty much the entirety of his career.
Man was maniacal in his preparation.
That's a great word for this. Like the man was a maniac.
So Kyler Murray, you got a little catching up to do if you want to be on that greatness level of a Peyton Manning. If you're going to be out here, you just watch it 4 hours. You might want to watch 20 hours a week when it comes to, your film study. But hey, why not? Do what you got to do to be the quarterback that you want to be, Kyler Murray. But hey, I don't know if I could 20 hours of film study a week. I don't know if I could actually sit there and watch that much film. Does that seem unreasonable?
Bro, I'm struggling doing this 2 hours a day, bro.
It's 2 hours a day. That's all you got? You can't even get the 2 hours a day.
Well, I mean, I'm doing it. Clearly, I'm bringing you these things from these Cowboys games. But look, if I had to tell you that I was happy every time I sat down to watch it, I'd be lying.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm doing it.
I mean, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Of watching the tape for us and bringing your insights to the Get Right with Reg.
You might be lying, but I like it.
No,
It
I'm
still made me
serious.
feel
You're
good.
doing a fantastic job. No, really.
man.
Because it's making me go back over my notes. Speaking of...
Apparently, it's not $5, it's $2. All right, now we're in the realm of possibility.
Wow. Finally here, inside the gray area, Raising Cane's founder pulls an awesome move for his $50,000 employees. Maybe you should go work for Raising Cane's for a day so he can go buy you.
I'm out of the food service game. I am out of the food service game.
Well, apparently, this Raising Cane's, the Raising Cane's founder, Todd Graves, shelled out $100,000 of his own money to scoop up 50,000 tickets on behalf of all the workers who play a role in delivering the chain's chicken fingers. So there you go. He went out and bought a ticket for each of his employees, for each of the employees of Raising Cane's.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty nice.
Is
so
it?
they could have a chance. Yeah, why not? He could have changed someone's life by simply doing a small gesture and buying them a ticket and helping them win $1 billion.
Like, I wonder.
I think that's really nice.
But what if one of those kids win?
He helped someone win $1 billion.
If I would have bought those tickets, I was like, hey, you gotta give me something out of it. I bought you a ticket.
So clearly, I don't want to get gifts from you because then you'd be expecting something in return. We
I
can't.
mean, isn't that
we
kind
can't.
of gift giving?
No, sometimes you should just give out of the goodness of your heart, Ruben.
Yeah, but I mean, societal norms state that then you you kind of engage in this thing where you go back and forth with gift giving. I get it.
Now, don't get me wrong. That principle of gift giving is perfect in your relationships because my wife expects me to give her something every time she gets something from me. Every time. If she gets me a gift, she's waiting for me to get her something in return.
So, what you give me?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And if I don't give her something, she's looking around like, well, what's wrong with you?
Have you gotten to the point where you just stashing gifts just in case you need one?
Oh, no.
No.
You got to keep it fresh.
I just take it to Target. Whatever you want, but we have a budget. You know what I'm saying?
That's inside the gray area right here on the Get Right with Education. Don't put a budget on there at Target. Speaking of budgets, Bobby Belt joins us next on 105 the Fan.
What?
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for the coolest people I know. Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation. Get $200 off any style new window and pay no interest until 2024. Plus, get a free entry door with the purchase of a house of windows. While the temperatures and prices of most everything are skyrocketing, you can lower your energy bills and raise the value of your home with beautiful new Window Nation windows at amazing savings. Call 866-90Nation or go online at windownation.com. Set up a free in-home consultation, and you can lock in this amazing offer for 6 months. We'll show you how over 1 million of our expertly installed money-saving double-pane Energy Star efficient windows are already rewarding and cooling families in over 150,000 homes. Take advantage of this very cool offer while it lasts. For a limited time, you'll save $200 on every window and save more with no interest until 2024. Plus, receive a free entry door with the purchase of a house of windows. But you have to call now, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Window Nation, the perfect fit.
Progressive presents Married to Your Home.
I'm disgusting.
Oh, House, don't say that.
You could live someplace so much better than me.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah? Look at these uneven stairs. Gross.
House, you know I don't care.
Ugh, and the squeaky door hinge.
I think it's cute.
No matter how much you already love your house, you'll love it more knowing you could save big bundling your home and auto with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
It's back to school time, so here's a lesson in big wireless hype. Flashy phone plan deals usually don't add up to actual savings. Graduate to Straight Talk Wireless and get our Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot data for just $45 a month. Plus, get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for only $149, all on America's best 5G networks. Unlimited data, less money, no brainer. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. A month equals 30 days. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Now that the foster child I was working with has been reunified with his family, I realized that the hardest part wasn't that bittersweet day I had to say goodbye. It wasn't the time spent with social workers, attorneys, and others to make sure he had what he needed to succeed. It wasn't learning how to advocate for a child in foster care and how to navigate the system. The hardest part was realizing I had what it took to become a CASA volunteer. Make a difference in a child's life by visiting becomeacasa.org. Every child has a chance. It's you. Brought to you by Texas CASA.
This is important news. If you have unfiled tax returns, the IRS is shifting gears and ramping up investigations on non-filers this year. If you fail to file your
and KG on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the Get Right with Reg and KG right here on 105 through The Fan on this Wednesday night. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The truckred.com text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula. Right now, we are about to be joined, we think, on the Diamond Factory hotline. You can find him on Twitter at Bobby Belt TX. He is our Dallas Cowboys insider. Bobby Belt, who clearly had no respect for us in our show because he decided to get in the car with a Bluetooth and talk to us instead of doing a proper interview, sitting in the hotel room where we can make sure we have good connection. Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm showing a great deal of respect, being that I'm in Oxnard, and you asked me for an earlier time, and I said I'm recording my podcast then. I know I've been up since 5 a.m. Pacific time. I know y'all are not on the air every night, and so I was like, let me give them some insights direct from Oxnard, but I guess that's not good enough for you guys after a 16-hour day.
Nobody asked for any of your love you too.
Wait. Hold on.
All these excuses or whatever you're pouring out right now.
Did I just hear more voices? Are there more people in this car right now?
Who else is in the car?
There are more people in this car, but you didn't hear their voices. Wolchuk's acting all shy. He doesn't want to talk. Wolchuk's here. Cheech is here. Cheech will say hi. Say hi, Cheech. Hi, guys.
Well, hello there.
We're just going to make this a group interview now.
Yep. You decided to get into the car, and now you got more people in there.
I love group sessions. Let's do it.
Of course you do. Where are you headed, by the way?
We're heading to the Rudder Room. We're gonna go catch up with James.
Oh,
Slater and John Dakota.
wow. So y'all
Y'all
been to
having a
let
good old
loose.
time.
Yeah, y'all been to cut loose a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I'm not jealous at all.
We're trying to. We're in search of Walchuk's next girlfriend. That's what we're doing tonight.
Hey, so Walchuk, since you're the one that's not married in the car, like chill.
Yeah.
Okay. Like handle your business,
Chill.
but chill. All right. Now.
I'm being this is all Bobby. This is all Bobby. I've not been pushing for this. He's just on a mission to make this happen.
Sure.
You
No,
know,
but look, you're on the out of town trip, and the fact of the matter is, on the out of town trip, you got a great opportunity to make magic happen.
You're right.
Yeah, and Chi keeps mentioning, like, since we're out of town, he keeps referring to something called out of town rules for his marriage, which I don't know what that means.
What is that supposed to mean?
You've got an all right situation right now, Bubba.
He keeps saying that I was raised in a good Baptist family, so I don't know what that means. But
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, sounds like y'all are on their way to do some stuff.
Shenanigans is the word.
Complete
shenanigans.
Complete shenanigans.
Bobby, I mean, we've got to get your expertise on this very important stuff that's happening right now. The New York Yankees apparently are sending 3 minor league pitchers to get Andrew Benintendi from the Kansas City Royals. What's your
Can you
first
break that down
thoughts?
for us? Yeah,
give
break
us your
that
thoughts,
down.
baseball, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, if you could tell me who the minor leaguers are, I'd really like to give you a detailed scouting report on all them.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the names on those just yet.
Yeah, we don't have all that.
Well, then I can't give you a proper review without that. I mean, it's like, you know.
What kind of snobby baseball insider are you? You're supposed to have all this stuff working knowledge ready to go.
I mean, if you can tell me who they are instead of player to be named later, KG, I could tell you who that is. But
Well, if you weren't driving and doing your job the way that you're supposed to be,
this is a preview.
This is a preview of what you're gonna get from us. Later on in the week. This is about how Bobby wants to handle his business.
Where
are y'all hosting
me
together?
Doing my job. I'm going to network. I'm going to network, y'all.
Is that what you're calling it? You're an insider. Is that what it is? I feel like we're using the term loosely right now.
Yeah, we're gonna go meet up with John Clayton right now.
Okay.
Hey, relax, Bobby. Relax. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Wow. Relax.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right. What kind of observations did you have from Cowboys training camp today?
It was a really great day for Jalen Tolbert. That was the biggest thing that I came away with. Was he looks at this point, obviously it's just one practice, but I think when you combine what you've seen from these summer practices, I think we can confidently say Jalen Tolbert will be at least as good as Michael Gallup was as a rookie, which was, I believe, like 35 receptions, 500 yards, and a few touchdowns. He'll be able to duplicate that, and I would be really surprised if he didn't put up more like 2019 Randall Cobb numbers. But I've got a lot of faith that Jalen Tolbert is going to be a really good player for this team right away. That was one takeaway. Anthony Brown had a really good day today. He looked solid in coverage. And even though we've seen mainly Connor McGovern throughout the summer starting at left guard, we did finally kind of get an even rotation there between McGovern and Tyler Smith. So that competition is finally coming to bear a little bit. But I still would be really surprised if McGovern has the inside track on that job. Just watching them throughout the summer, watching them today, Tyler Smith just seems like the better option at left guard. So I still anticipate that would be the guy that you see on the opening game against Tampa Bay. So those are some of the bigger ones. Terrence Steele had a nice day, had some really good reps against Micah Parsons. I know Parsons went viral for, a couple pass rush clips, but that's a little bit of the danger of training camp. You get the viral clip like Tavon Austin catching a Hail Mary pass over Charvarius Ward, and then we talk about giving Tavon Austin 25 touches a game, and Charvarius Ward ends out, getting traded and ends up getting a giant contract from the 49ers to play corner this year. So I think that taking the social media clips are great. They're an awesome look at what's going on for the fans, but I think it's important to have the fully orbed view. And so while Terrence Steele was kind of getting killed on social media today, I thought Terrence Steele actually had a really solid day, even against Micah Parsons.
I feel like you're taking a veiled shot at John Machota, who you're about to see here in just a few minutes. So I feel like
no. John's the GOAT, man. and John would talk to me on a Bluetooth and not complain about it.
All right, Bobby. Well, you're there in person with him, so good, nice burn, Bobby. Nice burn there. Jeez.
Oh, Bobby.
You want some aloe for that burn, guys?
Wow.
Relax.
You feel
Bobby.
good about that one?
Relax,
That was
man.
pretty
Like
neat.
you thought you really got one off there. Good for you. Good for you.
Bobby, we actually do have names on that trade.
relax.
It's TJ
Don't mark
Sycamore, Beck Way, and Chandler Champagne. Or Champlain, I should say.
Damn, Chandler Champagne. Okay, really impressive prospect. They're kind of buying low on him. He's somebody that I think is going to be a top prospect, though.
All right.
And
Quit
then
while
the
you're
other guys-
ahead.
All
Quit
right.
while you're ahead.
Okay.
Jeez, like you're
All
making it
right.
all up. Quit while you're ahead.
That's those other two guys. Those are guys who know their way around the bases and the balls.
That's right. It's definitely past 8 p.m. on the West Coast. All right, so Bobby, you were talking about
Barely.
the hope and the optimism that you have for Jalen Tolbert, but the wide receiving core as a whole is still something that intrigues me, as we've had personal conversations about, and you've talked about the idea, and Stephen Jones has lended more credence to the idea that maybe, once they get a better idea of what they have in the wide receiving core, maybe they do add somebody. Would Jalen Tolbert's, kind of optimistic look early kind of make it so that they're not looking at that, or are we still looking at maybe James Washington and what he will produce to be the telltale on whether they go out and maybe sign a cheap veteran free agent?
I don't know.
I think a lot of that's going to be about when the pads come on and they get a better look. I mean, this is just kind of a cursory view at this point, but I think once the pads come on and we can see, does it still translate for Jalen Joseph on a deep ball down the field that was a little out of his reach. They weren't able to connect on it, but he beat Kelvin Joseph on that route. CeeDee Lamb had a couple good routes today. Simi Fehoko looked good, running routes. So it's one of those things where we're not going to know until the pads are on and we're seeing these guys get hit and we're seeing, the actual plays kind of come into fruition in these practices before we'll be able to truly measure, I think, how comfortable they are with their receiving core. But I think they are excited about Jalen Tolbert. I think they believe they've got a diamond in the rough in James Washington, and I think they're really excited about their receivers coach, Robert Prince, and how he can kind of shape and mold them. So I think they're willing to give it a shot, see how this all looks, and then kind of take it from there.
Our Dallas Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, joining us right here on 105 through the Fan. Bobby will be happy to know that Joey Chestnut continues to be the greatest eater of all time and just added another world record to his resume after eating 44 Cane's chicken fingers in just 5 minutes.
That's our new board op, right, Joey Chestnut?
No. Good guess, though. But there you go.
The one who thinks he can get with Jennifer Aniston?
That's right.
Wait, what did I miss?
Yeah, you missed a whole lot. If you listen to me and Bobby, over the
Why
weekend.
Why would I do that? I just listened to what
y'all
are doing during this segment.
Yeah, literally. Good gracious.
Oh, no, I do. I just don't listen to you two. That's all.
Wow, you should, because we had Kelsey Charles on the show that day as well.
Another reason to not listen.
Wow.
Wow.
She doesn't text me back. I'm mad at her.
If you listen more closely to me, you would have gotten the Comrex connection. But
really, Bobby, you just really think
so
you just think you're on fire tonight, don't you?
In the car.
Hey, it's 8:00 on the West Coast, but my body's still on Central Time, y'all. It's 10:00.
See, now I tried to tell you that time change will whip your tail, didn't I? Didn't I try to tell you that?
No, but it's not whipping my tail. I'm on Central Time. I'm acting as if it's 10:00 at night in Dallas.
So you're faking it. So you're faking it till you make it. Is what you're saying? Is what you're doing?
That's how I got the job.
Will you ask this man a question, please?
No, this is much better. This is much better. So now that we're obviously into training camp now, and what you boys saw today in your observations, what's kind of the sense you feel just even off of day one about how this team is feeling? I know it's the very first day, but any general sense of feeling about what this team is feeling like their attitude is going to be approaching toward this camp?
I don't know about the players themselves. There seems to be this messaging from the front office, from Mike McCarthy and the decision makers that, they're really annoyed with how annoyed the fan base seems to be.
Oh, really?
And
I wonder why.
That sure seemed to be the way they were talking in these first two press conferences. And, I think that's an interesting position to take. They've come out a little, what's the word for it? They've come out a little combative, I think, even with, the fan base itself in terms of what their expectations are and what they think this team can accomplish. I don't hate that as long as it turns into results on the field. If you want to use it as a chip on your shoulder and use it to, better the team and give them something to, give them an enemy to, I guess, rally around, give them a rallying point, a motivation point, fine, do that. But if the results aren't there, then it was a lot of, empty, hurt feelings, essentially, is what it comes out to be.
Bobby, and also Chiafalo hop in here if you would like to as well. As much as I also want to make sure that we don't get overblown on this because it's one day of camp where there weren't any pads on and all these things, but was there anything that you saw that kind of made you go, uh-oh, or was there anything concerning that you could have seen on day one?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Dak had the interception and there were a couple batted balls and things like that, but I mean, it's really hard to take anything serious from quarterbacks in these types of practices. Where it's just, basically T-shirts and helmets. So I don't know. There wasn't a lot that was overly concerning to me, I don't think. Chi-Chi, you got anything that bugged you?
I mean, there was a couple of things maybe that bug you a little bit. You can tell the defense is ahead of the offense, but that's not a surprise or much of a concern, really. I think that's kind of what we expected coming in.
Y'all good?
I think the disappointment, I mean, there's really not much to speak of from a disappointment standpoint. I mean, I would say other than I still don't think you're going to get the exact type of offense you want stylistically, at least from my perspective, from Kellen Moore. I don't think you're going to get, like, all of a sudden we're seeing all this pre-snap motion and kind of new age pre-snap stuff from a window dressing standpoint, all that kind of stuff that you see from these different types of offenses. But from a positive side on Kellen Moore, you did see Zeke and Pollard playing together, where maybe Zeke's the back and Pollard's playing wide receiver. And so getting Pollard involved seems like they're being intentional about it. And so that's certainly something that I was appreciative of today.
And if you're looking for a positive, we just saw a whole ass sea lion swimming in the bay here.
No,
is that why the sirens and stuff are going off? Horns are going off for her.
It's a trip. Like at first I thought it was like Nessie, but like that's a sea lion.
It looks mermaidy.
It does. It looks a little mermaidy. But
I appreciate y'all doing theater of the mind for radio. Did one of y'all get y'all's phone out, please?
No.
Now it's not doing it.
No.
We were in the moment. We were trying to focus on the question.
No, I appreciate that. I do.
We're football guys. Yeah, we're football guys.
I get it. And you gave us great answers. And Chiafalo, you actually got to a point that's interesting. We were just talking about it in my segment where we were talking about the rewatch that I've been doing. And I really have had concerns about the idea that, Kellen Moore can, draw up these individual plays here and there where trick players that are imaginative, but it feels like the offense as a whole has not been imaginative. Like, I heard you guys talking about the idea of like them kind of establishing some moving the pocket stuff. Is that really a concern for all of you guys? I know that Chiafalo just kind of mentioned it. Is that how you all feel? Is that there might be a concern of getting an offense that's imaginative and that could really stress defenses?
Yes, absolutely. Now, we are in the midst, Reggie, and I know that was a good question.
And it was
Bobby's
okay.
Mute right now. His jaw's on the floor a little bit. Walchuk has the phone out. He's trying to capture the video. There was a second sea lion.
What?
There was a second sea lion. Breach lion. We have now seen two of them, and then it has disappeared. It seems to have a sixth sense of when we pull the phone out, it knows to go deep under the waters here. But we
that
are
bashful sea
lion.
Should we? Oh, Walchuk may have just got it. Should we go into the water? Come.
What?
Yes.
What?
I'm not at bodily harm for you doing that. Yes, go.
All right. I'm going to go into the water, and I'm going to try and get at, because I have an Android, which is you can get those things in water, and they'll still survive on like iPhones. So I'm going to go in the water.
They can survive in water too,
Why
Bobby.
are you defending the iPhone right now?
What do you mean? Why am I defending the iPhone? Because it's a superior form of phone and superior form of communication.
What are you doing right now? There are clearly sea lions that need to be discussed right now. Also, like, are you guys on a highway next to, or are you guys like?
Did y'all
on
pull
a ferry?
over or
What's
something?
happening?
We just parked at the run. There's another one. There is a third.
All right. This has clearly been the worst interview ever. Thanks to
this. Well, I don't know what he's talking about. I've enjoyed this a lot.
This is
one more time.
Missing it.
Cut them off.
All right, we're gonna tweet it. We're gonna tweet the sea lion.
Thank you
guys. Okay.
Thank you.
All
This
right,
has been
y'all.
lovely. Love you all. Be safe.
That was Eric Chiafalo,
What is happening
Zach
right now?
Walchuk, and our Dallas Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. Oh, you cut them off. You got them off the phone. Thank you, mercifully.
From the 325, ask them what their favorite dispensary was. Whatever it was, it's
not
working.
better than any sea
It's doing
lions
a
that they
great
were-
job.
that they were watching.
I'm not sure if they were actually real sea lions, Kevin.
I don't think so
Okay.
either. I don't know if Bobby took his medication or not before driving, so I don't know what's going on. Where are we going next, Ray?
I wish I knew. Coming up next, let's do some this and that on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the flagship of the Beeve.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake.
including the GI Bill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? You better think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so you better get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Franklin & Frankel. You can visit them at truckwreck.com. Like I said, you can visit them at truckwreck.com.
Still recovering.
From the 214 on the truckwreck.com text line. Man, I don't know what I just heard driving right now, but that was some crazy blank. Yep, that was the greatness of Bobby Belt, Zach Walchuk, and Eric Chiafalo as they are.
And 3, I believe, sea lions?
And 3 sea lions, right? As they are out in Oxnard, California. We appreciate that, Bobby, hopping on with this last segment to give us his thoughts. And Chiafalo and Walchuk's thoughts on what they saw out there in training camp today. Is the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Anatula. Ruben doing his very best to hold this thing together tonight. Appreciate his hard work this evening. If you missed any of our show tonight for the last near 3 hours, make sure you go on the Odyssey app. You can hit the rewind button there. Or you can go to 105throughthefan.com as well. You can click on the Get Right podcast page, and you can listen to any of our segments and or hours of our...
I mean, the Odyssey app, there's also the podcast for the Get Right. Like, it's all over. We in there.
So make sure you check that out on 105 Through the Fan and on Odyssey. You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula.
I love our listeners so much. From the 972, I'm a sea lion in Cali. Why were me and my boys just accosted by 3 drunk guys?
That's the thing, Mr. Sea Lion. They weren't drunk. They weren't
Not
drunk.
yet.
Right.
Not yet.
Not yet.
They're in the process.
So take that for what you will.
And we have video evidence that they are in the process.
Yes, very much so. But right now, I think it's time for this, Reg.
Yeah, let's do a little of this or that. What's happening, fellas?
Yo!
What's poppin'?
Hey.
Shout out to Will Chambers.
Not much, fellas. Not much. Shout out to McKeever on the Twitch chat. Up a little late, aren't we? It's...
yeah, my bad. The Twellos. Twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. Love the Twellos.
They know what it is.
Love y'all. Appreciate y'all.
And we've been showing them love all night. In fact, Opie World said that was radio gold. I don't know if it was radio gold, but it was
something.
It was something.
It was definitely something.
This now is this or that. The game very simple, and you can participate on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. It's very simple. I'll put forward a statement. Y'all tell me whether you agree this or disagree that. Let me clear out this text message that we done gotten. All right, there we go. Now we back to the things that I need to do. Okay, so there, I get a lot of these at times from like Twitter and things that I've seen, and there was a viral tweet that was kind of going around last week, I believe. It might have been. And it basically said that if rent was in Gotham was $300 a month,
I've seen this one.
Would you move there? I think it said for a 3-bedroom. Yeah, for a 3-bedroom. Like dirt cheap, $300. I think anybody in this day and age knows that you ain't finding no $300 a month 3-bedroom.
Like off top to start off with.
Talk less of like a nice neighborhood or whatever. However,
a bathroom for $300 a month.
Gotham, the comic book home of
Where is she?
Of the Dark Knight himself, Batman, and his assortment of villains. I think they call it like a villain gallery or whatever. His gallery of villains.
Not a gallery.
Yeah, Scarecrow and Two-Face and Joker running around causing mayhem and all that. Penguin. So with all that being the case, you would move to Gotham for a nice $300 a month, 3-bedroom apartment. Kevin, this or that.
That.
Okay.
Yeah, because on the off chance that I see Batman.
The off chance?
That I see Batman.
You think that's off chance?
Yeah, because he's a vigilante that operates in the dark.
Okay.
So if I ever happen to see Batman, that probably means he's in the middle of like fighting crime.
That's right.
Which means I'm probably in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Correct.
So I'm a pass. That. Sorry, I can't do Gotham for $300 a month.
Rogues Gallery. Thank you, 972. I was trying to come up with this. The Rogues Gallery. Thank you.
Okay.
Ruben, what were you thinking? $300 a month.
Give me a that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, give me that.
Why?
I don't want my personal goods like being used as a weapon being destroyed for Batman to save the city.
Okay, all right, I feel you. Yeah, you don't want your car being thrown through a building.
Yeah,
thrown at Bane.
Imagine that insurance call. Why are you calling my?
Oh, the insurance in Gotham City has got to be
this
awful,
random
bro.
vigilante threw my car through a window to save.
But this is the thing, right? Like
to save the city.
Right.
I mean, obviously, and I think KG, you might have some understanding about this. Is like insurance where you are, and like the likelihood of damage happening affects your premiums and such. Can you imagine? The premiums and deductibles that would happen in Gotham,
wouldn't be able to afford insurance living in Gotham because of all the protection you would need from all the chaos that's surrounding Gotham City. Are you kidding me?
How many times is somebody like punch through a building, or like some building blown up? You get taken hostage at your job. Like, what job do you think you could have that was safe from like the nonsense that
Where
is?
could you go that you would think is safe? You got Penguin running around, the corner, the Joker trying to burn everything down in sight. Like, come on, man. No, there's no way. I don't care if it's 3. By the way, Gotham City, like, that's a really, unrealistic thing.
That's a circus
that you can find.
I love this from the 817. How much is the good side of Gotham? Give me a number. I got a kid. Look, if you got a kid, I don't know if you want to be in Gotham at all.
You're right. I don't know if that's a great place to raise a family at.
Like, I feel man.
In Gotham.
I feel you folks as like a 940. I live in South Oak Cliff for 5 times that. I feel you, right? 254. I've been raised in a project, so it's nothing new to me. All right, cool. But like, look, man, they got superpowers now.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like, this is a whole different level.
See, but here's the thing about, Batman's set of villains that he deals with. None of them have superpowers. They're just random blow up stuff chaos.
Yeah.
Like Joker just go around here, find a stick of dynamite and throw it to a building for the heck of it.
Or, or even better or worse, depending on how you look at it, all of a sudden now you a hostage.
Yeah.
For no reason.
For no reason.
I was trying to go home, man. That's it.
Joker felt like holding some people hostage today. Here I am stuck in a bank.
Yeah, you went to the Walmart at the wrong time.
And Joker want to be on some shenanigans.
Now you all hostages.
No. From the 817 KG, you got to do what you got to do.
That's $300. Hey, man, I don't know, dog.
No.
I just don't know. Because also, how you making this $300? Like, I just don't know of the job that I feel like I would, honestly, legitimately, I feel like working in a morgue, somewhere in a basement where I don't deal with people. I need to not have that threat of being like something valuable that can be leveraged for attention to get Batman. Like, I just need to be away and off of the street. All of that. I need some safety. Okay. That's fun. Thank you, gentlemen, for obliging me in that one. All right. This was an interesting tweet that I saw actually today. So this person tweeted that there was, I'll read it verbatim. There was a woman who worked at my job a few years ago who went on vacation to Europe. She'd saved up a bunch of days and was gone for a month. When she came back, she tendered her resignation. No notice, just bounced. And I'm here to tell you this is the single best way to quit a job.
Yeah, this.
Kevin, you saying this?
This. You kidding me?
Easily. This.
Like, you could go on vacation, still be able to leave your job and still get paid like on the way out the door. Yeah, I'm gone. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, this.
Y'all both agreeing on that?
Good for her.
I'm interested. I'm surprised.
As an employer, yeah, this.
As an employee?
Yeah, basically.
I was about to say, as an employer, I feel like you would hate that.
Yeah, that's
yeah. As an employer, you'd be like, "Well, what's wrong with you?"
Like we had to find somebody to do your work, and then we thought you were coming back, and now you're not.
Like you left all this work here, and now you're not coming back. You got the nerve to say you're not coming back either. Yeah, no, definitely not.
I'm surprised that nobody, like neither of y'all, went to the place of like the viral videos that you've seen recently of the people that like maybe work in retail or something, and then like do something extravagant, like I'm out of here, do like some big grand thing, like get over the intercom or something.
Yeah. Like,
nothing
you
like
know,
that.
read read your bosses on the way out the door, give them a piece of all of your money.
Are y'all those types of people that like would like to give people a piece of your mind, or are you just like, I want to be done with this nonsense, leave me alone?
I'm not one for confrontation in that way, so I'm just gonna just be like, peace. I'm not gonna waste my energy. That's just not me. So other people definitely would. Like, if there was no repercussion, my wife would absolutely be that person. Absolutely be that person.
And let me tell you.
Oh yeah. All pieces of mine come out if that were the case for her. But yeah, no, I couldn't do that. But that's a great way. Good for her. Hope it works out for her.
Yeah, I do as well.
That's great.
All right, so this one comes from Trill Withers on Twitter at Tyler I Am.
Oh, okay.
He every once in a while he'll throw out these tiers lists. Have you seen the tiers?
Mm-hmm.
And this one has to do with animals that you could fight in 1v1 combat with no weapons.
What's with you and fighting animals?
Because it's hilarious. What you mean?
I feel like if you wasn't hosting the show, he'd just find a way to like get paid to fight animals.
Oh, I would not fight an animal. I'm very much out of the fighting animals situations. However, there's some things that happen on these tiers. Obviously, the tiers would murder me swiftly, which includes lions, elephants, rhinos, orcas. Reasonable.
Orcas.
Yes, killer whales as they might be called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's in the whoop me decent, like they'd win, but it'd be a decent fight. Walruses, dolphins, zebras, whales, moose or meese as I like to call them.
Dolphins be fighting like that?
There's a whoop them decent where you might not win, but or you'll win, but it'd be tough.
Get a lick in, maybe.
Yeah. Like llamas. Apparently, octopods are in here. Tapirs are in there. And then he put in the my lunch category, the ones that I would absolutely whoop: tortoises, penguins, geese, wombats. But the one that really got me is the one that's like, it's a fair fight. There's two things in the fair fight category here. There's a skunk and there's a kangaroo. And I'm here to tell you, or sorry, that's not a skunk. My bad. That's that's like a badger and a kangaroo. And I'm here to tell you, a kangaroo would whoop your ever living, you know what? They whoop your keister. Kevin.
Yeah. This.
Like ain't no fair fight in it.
Has anyone seen a kangaroo fight?
I've seen kangaroos fight each other.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Although I have seen that video.
One kick?
There is that video of that one dude who came up and punched a kangaroo because it was trying to get at his dog, and then the kangaroo stopped. So I guess the kangaroo took note. So I guess maybe that gives you a little bit of hope for fighting the kangaroo.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. KG
I've seen kangaroos kick. You've seen them videos of kangaroos
oh man.
Come on, man.
They came in your chest in, dog.
Yeah, they're done for. There's no way. And a honey badger? Did you say it was a badger? Was the other one?
It was a badger. I don't know if it was a honey badger, but it's definitely a badger.
Yeah, because who's fighting one of those? A honey badger, take you out too.
Was there any one of these things that I named that you're like, I could whip them? Even in the category, there's a fox, a vulture, penguin, tortoise.
Yeah, you should be able to handle
flamingo,
a pigeon. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I said a pigeon.
Penguin?
A penguin.
You think you can handle a penguin?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
You said just push it over or whatever. Like waddle or whatever.
He said just push. Okay.
Push it.
Fantastic. I guess that's how we do this.
By the way, before we go to break, some of y'all really be wilding on these trade ideas.
What does that mean?
This comes from Mock Trades and High Level. I guess it's something on Instagram. They proposed a mock trade of Reggie Bullock, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Davis Bertans going from the Mavericks to the Lakers in exchange for Russell Westbrook, Taylor Horton Tucker, and 2 first-round picks. What?
So you're giving up Bullock, and then you're getting off of Bertans and Dinwiddie? Is that what you said?
Bullock, Hardaway, and Bertans.
Hardaway and Bertans.
In exchange for Russell Westbrook, Taylor Horton Tucker, and 2 first-round picks.
What are you trying to do there? I guess
that's what I'm saying. What are you trying to accomplish?
You're trying to recruit first-round picks there.
And you get the expiring contract of Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. So the idea that you actually create an opportunity for cap space, so you give yourself an opportunity to get better through drafting. So I guess that would be an acknowledgement that what you believe that what you have right now as a Mavs team is not something that can actually win a championship or a championship contender. So you take a slight step back for a year in hopes that you can
Get the
give yourself
obscene cap
opportunity.
space of a Russell Westbrook contract.
Mm-hmm. That would be the idea there.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I don't find it as nonsensical as you do off the rip, but I don't think it's anything that the Mavs will go for.
It's the final call next on 105 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, the General Gavin Dawson is back as he makes his appearance here in Oxnard for Cowboys.
Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Fan is live all day at Cowboys Training Camp in Oxnard with exclusive interviews with players and coaches, reaction from the field as it happens, and any other hijinks the guys might get into while in Cali. Cowboys Training Camp coverage is brought to you by Meta Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're needing any traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricade.com.
Appreciate all the hard work of Ruben tonight here on the Get Right with Reg and KG. Kevin Gray with Reginald Atatula right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's the final call here on the Get Right. You can, again, find us on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula. Appreciate our Dallas Cowboys insider Bobby Belt for joining us at the top of the hour, at the 10 o'clock hour. If you missed anything during our show, make sure you hit that rewind button on Odyssey, or you can go to our 105.3 The Fan website, and you can hit the podcast page and listen to the Get Right there on our podcast page as well. And all the Twolos, appreciate y'all hanging out with us here in the Twolo Lounge, switch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam.
Yeah, they in there getting loose.
Yeah, they are.
It's been a loose kind of show today.
It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun today. We appreciate y'all keeping it light with us on this Hump Night edition, Reg.
Stop doing that.
On 105.3 The Fan. Final call right here on the Get Right. Wanted to make sure we pass this along because this is a story that broke earlier today. The United States has offered to swap convicted Russian arms dealer Victor Bout as part of an exchange for imprisoned Americans Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. This coming from CNN earlier today, as the U.S. government is trying to get Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan back to the United States of America. Apparently, this has been something that's been ongoing for a while now.
It has.
And in fact, sources tell CNN that the plan to trade Bout for Whelan and Griner received the backing of President Joe Biden after being under discussion since earlier this year. So apparently this is something that's been in the works for quite some time. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken announced Wednesday that the U.S. presented a, quote, substantial proposal to Moscow weeks ago for Whelan and Griner, who are classified as wrongfully detained. So that's a obviously major update.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been kind of discussions amongst like people that have, you know, this geopolitical background, because I know this is tough when we get to these tough times and places, especially on Twitter. Everybody becomes a level of expert that they probably weren't a little bit before. But like the folks that actually have some level of understanding in these realms have kind of talked about this, and very early on kind of laid out that, yes, it did seem like, you know, Brittany Griner was kind of being held as a political prisoner and that she was going to be kind of a token to try and do some level of deal. Victor Bout, I believe that is the correct pronunciation. I can't remember. Has been nicknamed the Merchant of Death. So I know that conversations have been kind of have roiled about that, about the idea of, are you trading Brittany Griner for, as if it's like some level of like sports trade? You're going to trade her for somebody of that magnitude, of somebody who, you know, has all of these, you know, I guess like deaths on their hands. He's currently serving a 25-year prison sentence. I think he's been there for about a decade, been serving that in the U.S. So the understanding is with Paul Whelan, I believe is the name, who is a security executive, and who has been under what Russian imprisonment. The idea would be you already have, you know, forced this gentleman to serve a lot of time, and you'd be able to get a couple of people back stateside that you really need to get out of Russian imprisonment. So this has been something that's been talked about for a little bit, and it's kind of it's good that we're getting to this place that hopefully there'll be some resolution, and we'll see Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan back stateside.
Brittany Griner has been detained in Russia for over 160 days. So this has been an ordeal that's gone on for quite some time. But again, that's
Whelan has been there since 18. He was arrested on espionage charges in 2018, sentenced to 16 years on a trial that U.S. officials have called unfair. So yeah, that's tough, man. It really is.
News coming out of Live Golf. Of course, they've already announced that they're going to expand from 8 to 14 tournaments next year. And their prize money, I don't know if you saw this, their prize money is going to go from $150 million in terms of their pool money to over $400 million next year in 2023. And they have another golfer who's going to join them. Bubba Watson, 2-time Masters champion, who at one point in his career was ranked as high as number 2 in the world. He is going to be going to Live Golf later on this summer. He's going to be debuting and expected to debut in a Boston-based event later this summer. So a former 2-time major champion who has 12 career PGA Tour wins, he is going to be headed to the Live Golf Tour now.
Yeah, man. And I haven't even seen if they were awarded that designation to where they would get the ranking points for their events. I didn't see that, but ultimately, look, it's gotten to the point where the money is speaking so heavily. And I mean, outside of that first instance where Phil Mickelson was out there solo and ended up with like the quotes that were unbecoming that came out in the media, the stigma of it has kind of worn for some of these folks. And I don't recall who it was said by, but it was said pretty astutely. Is like, look, man, the thing with sports washing is it works, right? Particularly if you have the money. So this is the thing, is that all sorts of people are going to ultimately succumb to the notion of there's just so much money on the table and we'll take it despite whatever comes on the backside. So yeah, I mean, I think we've gotten to the point where it's evident that they're just going to be able to spend so much money and that people are just going to go and take it.
Final call here on the Get Right. Were y'all disappointed to hear that the Choco Taco had been discontinued?
Never had one in my life.
Me either. Ruben, apparently. Oh, you have thoughts on this? You were disappointed? Oh, he might
be eating a Choco Taco
as he speaks. The last one that was available.
So you've never eaten a Choco Taco, but do you have opinions on this?
No, it made me think of things that have been discontinued, that you would like to see continued, or something that is currently in circulation that you're like, please get
that out of here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go that route because I can be real finicky about that. But funny enough, I don't know if it's just like an individual thing, but I really enjoyed Quiznos, and I feel like Quiznos out the game. Like I haven't gotten a really good, I think it's out of the game. I think. I haven't seen them in a while, but I also am not certain. I don't think I looked to see if they went bankrupt or nothing. But I would like to be able to hit up the Quiznos every once in a while. Like they had this particular Baja chicken or something sandwich that I really enjoyed.
I like how he was getting Baja chicken from Quiznos.
It was good. It was good.
You have thought. A good chocolate chip ice cream cookie
sandwich, those things.
Oh yeah.
And yeah. I don't like biting into ice cream. I really don't. Like the closest I'll get is like the ice cream sandwich with but even then I don't have those hardly at all.
Oh, so you didn't like the ice cream sandwiches growing up? Like the
I didn't opt for them a ton, but if I had them, I made it work, but I'm just generally biting into ice cream like that, biting into cold, having that cold on your teeth. And again, I know for people that have sensitive teeth, that's just really a no-go. Yeah. I don't know that necessarily I would say I have sensitive teeth, but I definitely don't like that feeling.
One thing that keeps coming back that just needs to stay away permanently is the McRib. Like, I don't know why every year they continue to bring that back as if somebody wants it.
I think that's all. That feels like an execution thing. It's just like it's been gone long enough for you to forget or whatever.
So here's the thing. Either you bring it back and bring it back permanently or get rid of it. Like this whole notion that we keep bringing this thing back as if it's a special thing every year. Like, come on, man. Like, if you're going to just get rid of it. Are you a McRib person?
No, I don't like the McRib.
You don't like that either? Okay. Apparently someone's agreeing with you, Reg, when it comes to the Quiznos meatball sub. They felt it was fire there.
Yeah, I mean, Quiznos was cool. Quiznos was cool. Now, it wasn't very smart marketing for them to have like rodents in their ad. You remember when they did that? When they had all the hamsters in their advertising?
Wait, what?
Please inform me.
You don't remember when Quiznos had the had like the hamsters, or I don't want to say that they were rats. I don't think that they were rats or mice. I think that they were hamsters. In their advertising. Somebody please let me know.
Oh no, that sounds.
Please let me know if you remember when Quiznos had the hamsters commercials. And I was like, dog, what are y'all doing? No rodents should be in no food commercials. It's not a smart way to go about this.
Really weird. There's no way.
It was weird. That is absolutely a way to describe it.
There was no way I would be eating at a restaurant that had rodents in their particular advertisement. That sounds awful. But hey, Choco Taco, rest in peace. Hope it clearly for Ruben's sake, maybe make a comeback at some point. Appreciate you joining us on the Get Right with Reggie KG tonight. Ruben, thank you so much for your hard work on the show.
They had hamsters in the advertising. I'm telling you, please believe me.
Oh, relax.
Please believe me.
You will hear Reg on the KNC Masterpiece for the next couple days. Chris Arnold and I will be with you tomorrow and on Friday for 1 hour before we get you to Rangers
baseball.
Yes,
they were screaming that we love Quiznos subs. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
For Ruben.
I can go to bed happy.
For my partner, Reginald Atatula, my name is Kevin Gray. This has been the Get Right with Reggie KG. Y'all have a good night.
Peace.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for the coolest people.